Night. A forest and a path leading deep into the forest were visible. A huge fire was burning between the trees. Fiery sparks were flying in the air. Someone said, "Look how everything is burning." A man with blonde hair and a patch over his right eye pulled his hair back, asking if any kobold would survive. Another bald man next to him frowned, answering the leader that this mage was stronger than they thought. Wouldn't retreating be the best solution? A man with black hair, blue clothes and a dagger on his belt turned on the two of them, saying that they were stupid and should stop being afraid. If the fire was so strong, then he had not yet recovered his magical power. Some sounds were heard and the man with black hair turned to the side in surprise. A man was coming out along a forest path, from the direction of a huge forest fire. Someone from the group said to be quiet. He was coming. The guy clenched his teeth, holding the head of a blue monster in his hands, whose eyes were rolled up. The guy cursed, saying that it was a nasty heavy head. A guy with black hair and blue eyes walked along the path, his white pants stained with blood that dripped from the head of a dead monster he was holding. The guy looked forward, noticing the group, and frowned. The bald man stood in front of him, drawing his sword, followed by the blonde man doing the same, getting into a fighting stance. The purple-robed man held a short dagger in front of him, clenched his teeth and said that he should have just stopped quietly. The guy holding his head covered his face with his second hand and exhaled. The man told him to act without nonsense and throw his head to the ground, then he would save his life. The main character removed his hand from his face and smiled. He shrugged his shoulders, answering as he wanted. The guy put the blue monster's head on the ground. Blue magic suddenly appeared in his hand, energy flying around. The man in purple clothes looked at this in surprise, opening his mouth. A rustling was heard in the bushes to the side of him and the figure of a man was visible. A guy in green clothes and brown hair fired his crossbow, the arrow flying forward. She flew towards the back of the main character. He turned over his shoulder, his eyes glowing blue and blue magic emanating from him. A band of blue energy with fog flying around it. The arrow changed its direction and pierced the bald man's leg. He screamed loudly in pain. The blonde looked at it in shock. Sweat was running down his face and he asked what it was. The man in purple frowned, asking why he was standing and let him attack him. The blonde raised his sword above his head and screamed loudly, running towards the guy who looked back at him. The main character stamped his foot on the ground with his black boots. The blonde man and the man with black hair recoiled from him, and a blue sphere appeared in the protagonist's hand. He slammed his palms together sharply. Powerful blue and white magic, as well as white fragments, shone around the guy. The blonde put his sword in front of him. The man in purple clothes stepped back, putting his hand in front of him and holding a dagger in his other hand. The man with black hair frowned and clenched his teeth, looking at the guy, thinking that this was ice magic. He looked up, looking at the blonde who was covered in frost, holding the sword above him. An ice statue of a blonde man flew down next to the main character. She fell to the ground and broke into shards of ice at the guy's feet. The man in purple clothes looked at this, thinking that wasn't the main character a firebender. Then these flames were not caused by magic, but by explosives. The main character's hand glowed with a red light and he said about the people in the bushes. A bright fireball appeared in the guy's hand. He put his hand in front of him, frowning. Sparks of fire were flying in the air. 4 balls of fire were flying around the guy. The main character waved his hand, followed by a fireball. He threw several fireballs in different directions and they flew into the bushes around. A fire broke out near a couple of people. One of the guys turned around, asking for help. A strong fiery explosion thundered near the guy in the green t-shirt and he ran away from him, loudly asking for help. Someone's loud scream was heard. A man in purple clothes and a bald man stood by the bushes. They looked at the main character, who was standing next to several corpses. A fire was breaking out behind him. A guy with black hair walked forward and a bald man fell to the ground, shouting at him not to come closer. The main character grabbed the man by the head. Fire began to shine from his eyes and mouth. Blood gushed from his mouth and he screamed loudly in pain. The purple-robed man fell to his knees, looking at the man whose body was consumed by the flames. The main character began to approach him and the man, looking at him, muttered that it was incredible and how he did it. The man in purple clothes trembled, clenched his teeth and looked up at the guy, asking if he had the magic of fire and ice. The main character raised the sword, holding it by the hilt. He raised the sword above his head to strike, looking down at the man with blue eyes, saying that he was an outsider. Blood gushed out, splashing around. The main character threw the monster's blue head onto the counter, causing blood to spray out of it. A man with long gray hair and a beard crossed his arms over his chest, frowning at this. He exhaled in surprise, looking at his head. The other tavern patrons who were sitting at the tables turned to look at them. The head of the blue monster lay on the counter. The monster's eyes were rolled up, and the man looking at her said that he was really surprised. The man bowed his head and extended his hand, saying that he had indeed destroyed the kobold, and he did not expect it, but thank you. The main character sharply stuck his sword into the stand, lowering his gaze to her. The man with gray hair looked up at the sword in confusion, saying that this was how he encountered the Vigilantes. The main character replied that he came after he buried them. They acted like fools. The guy's eyes turned red. He looked at the man gloomily. The guy's face was reflected in the blade of the sword as he said, "There are also those here who are worth burying." The man with gray hair lowered his head and looked at the guy from under his brows. He told the guy not to worry, and he had nothing to worry about. He stood behind the counter, telling the guy that they do nothing but eat meat and drink alcohol, asking if that's not true. Another man at the table raised his hand clenched into a fist, answering that this is so, that these Vigilantes are just ordinary robbers. No, there is no difference between them. One of the visitors said that this was true. Another said that it was good that they died. The main character closed his eyes and sighed when he heard this. One of the visitors said that if he had not done this, he himself would have sent them to their deaths. Another said that he should not talk nonsense, and there was a real massacre. A system window opened above the bar counter, on which it was written, "Additional quest, task, destroy the kobold, and also deal with their leader, current task status. Destruction of the kobold 1 of 1, showdown with the leader of the kobolds 1 of 1. Quest completed." The main character sheathed his sword, looking to the side and thinking that he had not yet received his compensation. He asked the tavern keeper if he had forgotten about the cost of the request. A man with gray hair leaned his hands on the counter, answering that he was provided with free accommodation and food in their tavern for the rest of his life. And did he need anything else? The guy waved his hand, closing the system window, and answered that they would prepare hot water for the bath right now. The man told him that he understood and would do it now, watching as the guy walked towards the stairs. He asked the name of the main character and he stopped on the steps. The main character looked over his shoulder and frowned, answering that his name was Young Hope. This is a game that was illegally downloaded from one community. A huge dragon. Its eyes glowed with a red light and it opened its mouth, from which a red light emanated. The name of the game is Aquilonia. A group of 4 people, a girl with blonde hair in armor, a girl with green hair who is holding a weapon while looking to the side, a man with long black hair and heavy armor, and a girl with dark hair in armor who is holding a staff with flames coming out of it. A bright explosion was visible behind them. This is a semi-open dark fantasy game full of intrigue and conspiracy. Now the main character is Young Hope, a character in the game Aquilonia, whom he leveled up before he became one. A guy in purple clothes and shoulder pads, with black hair. Behind him stood a guy with brown hair and a white shirt. Young became a mixed-type wizard. Initially, in Aquilonia it was possible to develop only one branch of power, since this way they could cope with the difficulties that awaited players in the second half of the game. A skill tree with 4 main icons and skills branching off from them. One of the skill branches was glowing. A skill tree where all 4 main icons and several smaller icons branching off from them glowed. Young did not follow these methods of pumping up. If he needed stamina, he developed it. Wanted to use a sword, trained in sword fighting. What could he do because magicians go hunting alone? The main character in his old body put his hand to his chin, looking at the monitor, and said that he had become an outsider. A blue system window on which it was written to delete the character, and a computer cursor next to it. Realizing that he had screwed up, he wanted to delete the character in order to pump him up again. There was interference. There were inscriptions on top that said, "They are watching you. They want to destroy the world. They are watching you. They want to destroy the world. They." The last thing Young saw was the flickering monitor screen and strange pop-up messages. Young stood in the middle of a clearing. Bare trees could be seen behind him. People stood around the guy holding weapons in their hands. When the main character came to his senses, he found himself in the middle of a swampy area filled with monsters and enemies. Young stood behind the tree, clenching his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he looked towards the huge monster with red eyes that was standing by the tree. The guy thought this is the so-called training zone. What happened if he ended up in the middle of such a place? But he couldn't plunge into long thoughts about all this absurdity. The man in front of the main character swung his sword, shouting at him to die. Young blocked his blow with a shocked face. Young thought that if he broods here, he will die here. The main character clenched his teeth and screamed, his blue eyes glowing, and drops of blood splashed in front of his face. Dark blood splatters on a red background. Young sat on the ground, looking at his bloody palm, which was trembling. There was a sword stuck into the ground nearby. The guy thought that the 6 months he spent in the swamp were enough to adapt to this dark world. A large barrel of hot water, from which steam emanated, stood next to a sword. Young thought that a year had passed like this. He frowned as he took his sword by the hilt, his blue eyes glowing, water running down his body. The main character swung his sword towards a girl in blue clothes who was holding a wooden bucket with a surprised expression on her face. She screamed loudly, looking at the blade of the sword next to her, and shuddered. Some water spilled out of the bucket, and the girl said that she had come to add hot water. The main character closed his eyes and sheathed his sword, apologizing and saying that he thought he would be attacked. The girl in the blue dress leaned over, bringing the bucket to the bathtub, and said that she would just add water. A girl with brown hair looked up and asked to tell her if it was too hot. The main character's abs, with six-pack visible, were dripping with drops of water. Young, with his eyes closed, asked the girl to remove her vulgar thoughts, and she blushed heavily, looking at the guy in shock and trying to say something. Blushing, the girl poured water from the bucket. Young ran his hand through his hair and looked to the side, thinking that in the training area he was able to somehow survive thanks to the abilities of his character. But even if he didn't even have such abilities, he would already be dead. Despite this, the essence has not changed. Young Hope is still an outsider. Many monsters with sharp teeth and red eyes. Next to them stood people in black hoods who held weapons in their hands. After Young reincarnated, the map of this world expanded. The enemies became stronger. Villages and people appeared that he had never seen before. A man in purple clothes, who tremblingly looked up at the main character, had no problems with the hillbillies that Young had met before, because they have a big difference in strength. But if he leaves everything as it is, the main character frowned. His hair was wet, water was running down his face, and he thought that he would simply die because of the events that awaited him next. A white fog was flying in the room. The wooden window was slightly open, and the guy thought that he needed to become a little stronger. It would be great to find something useful from the kobolds. He thought he would have to ask the village fools for help in the search. People stood in a clearing. The ground was black and scorched. The trees were blackened. There were no leaves on them. Several piles of hay stood around. Black smoke rose into the air. The man in red clothes opened the chest. He looked aside at the other man and asked if they really could take it. He told him that Mr. Young said to give him only what seems valuable. A guy with dark hair crouched on the ground and waved his fist back at the other guy, saying that he was the first to see it. The second one frowned and covered himself with his hand, cursing. Blackened tree branches. In the distance, a green field and whole trees with leaves on them could be seen. Young looked to the side, frowning, and thought that he didn't know if they would do as he ordered. The main character approached a dead blue monster without a head. A man was sitting next to him, who turned to the guy and told him that he had removed all the armor from this monster, as he said. In the monster's body, on his chest, a black and red crystal was visible, from which red veins emanated. The guy asked what it was. Young took his sword by the hilt, frowning down at the crystal. He put the tip of his sword to the edge, removing the crystal from the monster's chest. A tavern keeper with long gray hair approached the guy from behind, asking what it was. Was it really a cursed stone? The main character replied that it looked like that. Young held a red crystal in front of him, from which drops of blood flowed. He said that it contained dirty magical power, and there was a lot of it there. The man with gray hair crossed his arms over his chest, asking if he wanted to say that their leader used black magic. The guy turned to him and answered that the stone was enchanted by the one who inserted it. The man then asked what happens to those who are possessed by this stone. A man with short black hair entered the tent, calling Johnson and asking if he was looking on the other side. The guy with brown hair was holding a stone in his hands. The guy with black hair asked what it was, a red crystal with dark energy inside, which Johnson was holding in his hand. A lot of black tents made of hay among the burnt trees. A guy with black hair said that it was beautiful. And where did he get it? Johnson replied that he just found it here. He smiled looking at the crystal and said that he would take it to take to his mother. The innkeeper asked what would happen if he swallowed a stone. Johnson looked over his shoulder with a crazy look, smiling. Young, frowning, held in his hand a red crystal that was glowing, and said that then the person would become a puppet, a new puppet of the one who created this stone. A small wooden house that stood between black burnt trees. Young crossed his arms over his chest, standing inside the house and looking down. He said that not everything was so bad. On the carpet lay 3 blue crystals, an inscription next to mana stones, a necklace in the form of an eye with a gold chain, an inscription nearby, a necklace of a bloodshot eye, strength +1, endurance +1, willpower +3, 6 coins, an inscription nearby, silver coins. Young wondered which of these items were found in the kobold leader's hut. The guy looked at the red crystal in his palm, thinking that compared to the rest this was the largest catch. The system window showed an item with the highest contaminated magical power. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it to himself, thinking that if he cleansed it, he could become useful. The guy put his hand behind his jacket, and a bright blue light shone from there. Yang turned to the man with gray hair, thinking that it was a pity that there was little space here, but even that would do. A clearing with flowers, trees growing nearby, tree leaves flying in the air. When the main character woke up in the game, Yang Hope's skills were at the same level, but everything else was reset to the starting point of the game. Time intervals, quests, items, just everything. Yang wondered why his level and skills weren't reset then. A girl with long purple hair stood next to the blue system window. Raising her hand, she was wearing white long-sleeved clothes. The guy thought that someone didn't want his character to disappear without a trace. For example, the one who pulled him into this world. Yang looked to the side, frowning, and thought, if he could thank this man for this, it would be much better if he got more points. The man with gray hair threw the axe over his shoulder and tilted his head, asking if he could really keep it. Yang closed his eyes and said not to worry. It's still not free. The man asked not for free. The guy with blue eyes smiled and looked to the side, saying that they would talk about it later, but now it's time to return. They need to check if they coped with what he assigned. People were standing on the street. Behind them there was a cart containing bags. Yang looked at them. There was a belt attached to the people's waist with bags on them. He said that they did a good job. Yang thought that even though they didn't put much effort into searching, he still needed to check. The eyes of the main character glowed with a bright green light. The system window showed magical vision, detection of traces of magic. Two guys shuddered, looking at the guy in fear. The main character thought he was passing by. The main character stopped on the ground. He looked at Johnson, who had his hands clenched into fists, a bright green light shining in one of his bags. The green light coming from the guy's sack that hung at his hip. Yang put his hand to his face, approaching him, and asked if he was really so stupid. The guy with brown hair asked in surprise what. The main character put the blade of his sword to the guy's shoulder, telling him with a gloomy look to quickly take out the contents of his pockets. Johnson looked at the guy in fear, sweat running down his face as he asked in a trembling voice what he was talking about. The guy's eyes rolled back, red capillaries were visible in his eyes. Yang looked at this in surprise and frowned. The guy with brown hair threw back his head. Purple magic appeared around him. Other people looked on in fear, calling the guy's name, asking what was happening. Johnson's body squirmed, swaying from side to side as purple energy surrounded him. The main character raised his sword behind his back, asking if the curse had consumed him. He sharply hit the guy on the neck with his sword, thinking that he was not the same person with whom he had communicated earlier. Johnson grabbed the guy's sword, holding it between two fingers, his eyes glowing purple. He smiled, looking at the main character, saying that he was a hot-tempered guy. He immediately decided to cut off his head. Yang frowned at him and said that he was annoying. The guy held the sword near the throat of Johnson, who held it between his fingers, saying that he thought he was consumed by a curse, but he was immediately an imposter. Johnson bowed his head, purple dark energy emanating from his hand as he said that there are simply no words. He ruined the field where he planted his seeds. He hid them, right? Yang frowned at him, remembering how he put the red crystal in his inner pocket, thinking that he was talking about polluted magic. He seemed confused by the loss of connection with objects placed in subspace. Huge blue monsters with clubs in their hands that stood in the city. The buildings in it were surrounded by fire. Yang thought that moreover, if not for his intervention, the kobold tribe would have attacked the village long ago. But he admits, from his point of view, he is just a variable. Yang grinned, saying that he could see that they were in a hurry. He leaned over, frowning and smiling, saying that the magical power he created would be put to good use, calling the guy a black magician. Johnson bowed his head, his hand turning purple with black claws, his hair flying with energy as he began to loudly swear at the guy. The guy with blonde hair clenched his purple hand into a fist, breaking the protagonist's sword into two parts. Yang stepped back, looking at him and said that it was a good sword that he had only recently taken out. Johnson rushed at the guy, swinging his arms with sharp purple claws, his eyes emitting a bright purple light behind him. Yang swung his sword, hitting the guy on his arm, leaving a blue mark from the blow. He staggered to the side when Johnson waved his hand in his direction. The guy with brown hair smiled, shouting that he seemed to have no strength. Yang put his sword in front of him, blocking his blows. Johnson raised his hand with a wide smile, a bright fireball flying towards his chest. The guy with brown hair looked down, fiery sparks flying near his face. A huge bright explosion thundered, stones were scattered to the side. Yang stood holding his sword in his hands, 4 fireballs flying around him. Johnson's clothes were torn on his chest, and he was on his knees, asking what it was. He looked at the main character in surprise. His hair stood up. Fire burns were visible on his face when he asked who this guy was. Young put his hand behind his back, a bright light burning in his palm as he said that the guy talks a lot. 4 bright fireballs flew towards Johnson. Other people looked at it in surprise. One of them opened his mouth in surprise, asking what it was. The other 2 sat on the ground, asking what was happening here. The protagonist raised his hand, frowning as another fireball appeared above his palm. He swung his arm forward, throwing a fireball at Johnson, with a large explosion going off around him. Johnson's body turned black, sparks from the fire were visible on it, and the guy fell to the ground, dark purple magic emanating from him. Johnson's eyes glowed purple and he opened his mouth, shouting that this guy was just pretending. This is much better, he will definitely find him again. The bright light from the swing of the sword, Johnson shouted so that he would not forget. His insignificant soul was imprisoned for centuries of suffering in this body. The main character cut off Johnson's head. The head flew into the air, red blood flowed from the wound. Johnson's head rolled on the ground, spraying blood, his eyes still glowing faintly, and he muttered the word Necromancer. Young crouched in front of the guy's body, holding his broken sword in his hands and looking at him, saying that these are typical conversations between the murdered and the murderer. The guy suddenly stuck his hand inside the guy's body. There was a red stone in the protagonist's sturdy hand, and he thought that it was smaller than the leader's. This was not what he expected. Other people looked at Yang, who was sitting on the ground. He stood up, pointing his sword forward, asking if anyone now wanted to surrender voluntarily. Wooden tavern with signs above. A man with gray hair stood on the counter, wiping a glass with a blue rag. Young, dressed in blue, opened the door and walked inside, holding a small bag in his hands. The guy sat down at the table, putting the bag on the table, and the man approached him, putting a glass on the table, and asking this request. He also quickly fulfilled it. The man said that no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a magician. Young crossed his arms over his chest and frowned, saying that he should be careful with his tongue. 2 people stood on the street, looking at a man in a dark cloak. One of them whispered something to the second, and the man said that the main character should not get into his head. He just seems different from ordinary magicians, and he can understand what he was hiding. This is because they don't like magicians. A flame appeared above Yang's hand, and he said that the man talks a lot, and if he wants, he can warm it up a little. The man with gray hair put his hand in front of him, scared, saying that he refuses. The man said that he was worried about something else. It seems that the black magician harbored a grudge against him. Yang looked at the man as he sipped from a wooden mug. He closed his eyes, removing the mug from his face, and said that it didn't matter. The guy thought that no matter what, he was still destined to die by his hand. He thought that he had completed all the side quests for this city that he received from the bartender. The guy remembered how he swung his sword, cutting off the head of a boar. He remembered how he killed a girl with long black hair at the well. There was a bag lying next to him. He thought that the problem was that he still lacked experience points. It seemed like it was time to leave here. The horse stopped on a rock that overlooked the village. A guy with red hair on a horse looked at the man who bowed to him. In front stood a knight in heavy armor and a helmet on his head. The guy with red hair and freckles looked at the knight, calling her madam, and saying that, as they had predicted, the predictions had come true. The armored girl sat silently on her horse, looking at the city, while the guy next to her said that it seems that the person who destroyed the kobolds is in this village. Yang, who frowned while holding a wooden mug near his face. Knights in armor walked along the stone floor, which was covered in drops of blood. Blood was also visible on their armor. Someone was clutching the hilt of a bloody sword in 2 hands. A lot of red reflections from the blows that took the heads off the soldiers' shoulders. One of them ran away in fear, blood spilling everywhere from their wounds. A bloody stone floor, along which men in iron armor walked. Many knights surrounded the heavily armored man who was emitting a red glow as they pointed their spears at him. The man with long black hair was breathing heavily. His armor was completely covered in blood, running down it. Mavlarul, an avenger shedding blood. Lots of blood splatter. Mavlarul was originally an Agelin knight. Maeve ran forward, her purple cape fluttering behind her as she cut down 3 soldiers with her sword. Blood pouring from their wounds behind her. Blinded by vengeance, she became the mid-boss of the first chapter of Aquilian. The girl stood in front of many knights, clutching a sword in her hands, a cloak fluttering behind her, fiery sparks flying in the air. The main character does not know the reasons, but they say that she alone entered the royal palace to kill King Agelin. Maeve ran forward, leaving a red mark from the blow of the sword. There were splashes of dark blood behind her. Moreover, no matter how close to death he was, she spared no effort in attacking. There was a red glow coming from the girl. Her cloak was fluttering in the wind. Her cloak and her armor were covered in blood and she was looking down with her glowing eyes. For the mid-boss of the first chapter, the difficulty level made no sense. The guy with freckles smiled and greeted someone. He stood at the entrance to the tavern, where the main character, the bartender and the girl worker were, saying that they heard that there was a person here who single-handedly destroyed the kobolds. A man with gray hair and a working girl looked at the guy. The main character thought that he couldn't even think that it was time to meet her. The guy with freckles was smiling. Maeve was standing behind him. He asked if it could be him. Yang looked over his shoulder, frowning at them and mentally cursed. He was silent, pursing his lips. The main character pointed his thumb at the wall, where armor, an axe and a shield hung, as well as the blue head of a kobold. The blue head of a kobold, which hung in the middle between the shield and the armor. Maeve and the guy with freckles came up. Looking at her, the guy smiled widely, saying that this is incredible. Even the most elite soldiers stationed on the borders of the state do not want to take this job. There is a table and chairs around him, a wooden door to the tavern. The guy continued, saying that he asks for forgiveness, that he begins the acquaintance with questions, but they needed to confirm that he really is the person they were looking for. The guy pointed with both hands at Maeve, asking to be allowed to introduce her. A girl in heavy iron armor and a long blue cloak. Her face was hidden by a helmet. A golden symbol glowed behind her. The guy said that this person, a follower of Lu Solar, an apostle of Torin, a guardian of the southern borders and the precious sword of Agelin, Mistress Maeve Larul. Yang frowned at her, a bead of sweat running down his face as he thought this was bad and too unexpected. Maeve, one side of her was stained with blood, holding a sword in front of her. The other side of her was clean. There was a golden symbol behind her. The protagonist thought that her appearance is also different now. It seems that she still has not descended into an Avenger. The guy with freckles closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly, saying that his name is Philip, the lady's squire. Now the main character knows her. He is glad to meet you. Yang spread his arms to the sides and shrugged, closing his eyes, saying his name and saying that he was a mercenary. And what use would he be to them? Philip and Maeve stood near the table where the guy was sitting, watched by the bartender and the tavern worker. The guy with freckles put his hand to his chest, looking at the guy with black hair, and asked if perhaps he managed to find something unusual among the kobolds. Yang looked at him, asking about unusual things, and he answered that, for example, things marked with dark magic or something that could disturb him. Maeve stood in armor. Her eyes from under her helmet emitted a bright blue light. The main character thought that another surprise. He met Maeve, who had not yet descended to the Avenger, and she was also looking for a dark magician. Yang smiled, crossed his arms and thought that he needed to know something first. He said that even if there was something there, he is a mercenary, so he does not perform services without payment, and maybe they will make a deal. The guy extended his hand, pointing at Maeve, saying that if there was such an opportunity, he would like to enter into it directly with the girl who has the right to make important decisions. Philip looked back at the girl, saying that this was very rude, but she raised her hand. Maeve, looking at the main character, said that this is not so. Yang frowned, looking away at the girl and thought about her voice. She began to remove her helmet from her head, asking forgiveness for the rudeness of her squire. Under her helmet, Maeve had red hair and bright green eyes, and a small scar was visible on her cheek. The girl put her helmet on the table, looking at him and said that she is usually not inclined to talk with people she meets for the first time, which is why Philip spoke instead of her. She had no other intentions. Yang looked at the girl in front of him in surprise, his eyes wide open, and thought that he couldn't believe it, but she really was a woman. Now, he realized that he had never heard Maeve's voice before. All he could remember was tired breathing and the last whisper. Maeve, whose armor was covered in blood, lowered her head, breathing heavily. The guy thought that there was something else after that. Yang's eyes widened in surprise when the girl said that they would continue their conversation. Maeve pointed at Philip, saying that she would repay for the information. The guy with freckles closed his eyes, holding a bag in his hands. He placed one gold coin on the table and Yang looked at it. The guy with black hair smiled, looking at the girl, and asked why they were just giving him the most valuable gold coin of the empire. Maeve replied that she wanted him to understand how serious their problem was. Yang tilted his head, saying that there was someone who was deliberately cultivating kobolds. The blue head of the kobold that was hanging on the wall. The guy continued that their leader grew up receiving magic from this man. An object was inserted into his chest, which was infused with infected magical power. The main character put a round red stone on the table, saying that here it is, a ball of dark magic. Maeve and Philip looked at the crystal in surprise. Yang, looking at them, told them that he said he would find and kill him since he ruined his plans by taking it. Maeve bit her lip and frowned, saying that this item definitely looked sinister. What Vernon said turned out to be true. The seeds of darkness were indeed growing in the kingdom. She said that now that they were convinced of this, all that remained was to track it. A brown bag fell in front of the main character, and he looked at it. Young took the bag in his hand, smiling, and the girl said that there were 10 gold coins in it. She wanted to take the ball. The guy replied that he agreed. Maeve crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the guy and frowning, saying that if he has the opportunity, she wants him to go to the royal castle with her as a witness. Young's eyes widened as a system window appeared in front of him. On the system window it was written, "Additional quest. Accompany Maeve and kill the dark magician. Reward 1 experience point." The guy thought that he missed this additional quest. Moreover, the reward is in the form of experience points. This should not be missed. Young smiled, looking at the girl. Smiling, the guy reached into his inner pocket, from which a blue light emanated, saying that as he already said, he is a mercenary, and if they want him to go with her, they can make a contract. Philip frowned at the guy and shouted that he was talking about money, even after taking a lot from them. The main character closed his eyes, thinking how noisy he was. He said that if they hired him, he would help them track down the magician. Maeve frowned at him, asking if he knew where he could be hiding. Young smiled and waved his hand, answering that this is not entirely true, but he can find out, because this is what he does for a living. The guy thought that this was a lie, and he already knew where he was. Young waved his hand towards himself, saying that in addition, he harbored a grudge against him, so they need to add compensation, because they have a common goal. Maeve put her hand to her chin, silently thinking. She folded her hands in front of her and, looking at the guy, agreed, saying that she was hiring him. The contract was signed in her name. The sky was dark and many trees were visible. Young sat on a black horse, looking to the side and clutching his other hand. Philip and Maeve turned to the guy, also sitting on horses. The girl asked if he was sure that the black magician would be where they were going. The guy took the reins in his hands, looked at the girl and replied that he was sure that the grave forest was the most likely place of his hiding. A dark forest in which there was a small building surrounded by trees. A burial forest. In other words, a forest where you can enter but cannot leave. The bartender with gray hair tilted his head, asking if he was going to go to the grave forest. He looked at Young, asking what he was going to find there. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he should forget and just continue to explain. There were many fairies in colored dresses and colored wings flying above the tree branches. Next to the stone building, 2 people were dragging a wooden coffin. The man said that this forest was cultivated by ancient fairies over an underground tomb. It was originally used to bury soldiers, but then the common people also began making burials there. Dark forest. White fog was flying in the air. The man said that it had been so long ago that gradually the fog began to become thicker. The man with gray hair looked at the guy who turned to him and said that so those who entered it did not come back anymore. Young thought that as expected. The information was the same as in the game itself. You need to go there right now. Philip and Maeve rode through the forest on horseback. The girl said that, however, this is in the very center of the kingdom. Does he really think that the dark magician is hiding here? The main character remembered the numerous monsters and red stones, frowning and saying that as they already know. He sowed his seeds and waited for the day of harvest. It was convenient for him to do this in a place where there are almost no people and problems will not break out. Moreover, this place is located in the very center of the kingdom, which is even better for him. This is the ideal place to carry out his plans. Young looked at Maeve, holding the reins, saying that he will tell them more as things go. But now how about we settle down for the night? The girl agreed, saying that it was already quite late. Philip pointed forward with a smile, saying that then they can go deeper into the forest. Soon there will be a stream near which they can stay and sleep well. Young looked at the guy with displeasure and said that there was a pack of wolves living deeper in the forest and he didn't want to lose sleep over them. Philip looked at the guy in surprise and said that he didn't know about it. The guy galloped off on his horse to the side, shouting that he would go and collect wood for the fire, while Maeve and Young looked after him. The main character smiled and sighed, saying that he was such a stupid guy, and shouted to the whole forest. Trees and bushes were behind the main character. Fog was flying in the air. Philip, who was sitting on a horse, Young and Maeve, their backs turned in the green light. The wolf opened its mouth, exhaling, its teeth sharp. A huge pack of wolves walked through the forest, their eyes glowing orange. Behind everyone stood a wolf on 2 legs. A huge wolf on 2 legs that opened its mouth, its eyes emitting a bright red light. Young and Maeve were sitting on 2 logs by the fire. There were weapons next to them. Philip was sitting on the ground next to the fire. The guy with black hair looked at the girl who was taking off her helmet, closing his eyes, and thought that she was different. Maeve pushed her helmet back onto her head, looking at the fire that illuminated her face, and Yang thought that now she did not look at all like the kind of avenger who would kill the king and turn his castle into a bloody battlefield. Yang closed his eyes and reached into his inner pocket, from which a blue light emanated, thinking that there must be some reason for this, like everyone else who has deviated from their path. The guy looked at the bag in his hand and someone let out a joyful sigh. Philip looked at the guy with a wide smile, holding a spoon in his hands, and said that they would finally open this package. Maeve, Philip and Yang were leaving the tavern, but the girl in the blue dress asked them to wait. She held out a small bag with a smile, closing her eyes, and asked them to take it, saying that there was some ham and cheese in it, so they should be careful. Philip clutched the spoon in both hands and trembled, clenching his teeth, his face turning very red. He smiled widely, saying that at that moment the waitress girl's face expressed love. Yang behind him displeasedly told the guy to continue chatting if he only wanted to dine on rice. Philip turned in surprise at the main character, asking if he really thought about sharing, and he closed his eyes and smiled, answering that he would do it if the guy closed his mouth. A strong wind blew in the air, bright fiery sparks flew in the air. Yang's hand trembled as it lay on the package. Philip looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows, asking if he was doing this just to make fun of him. Yang frowned and looked to the side, putting the package in his inner pocket, asking the guy to shut up. He and Maeve stood up while Philip looked at them questioningly. The girl put her helmet on her head, straightening it with her hand, and said that they had uninvited guests. There was a loud sound and Maeve and Yang looked forward, and Philip looked over his shoulder. The guy with freckles frowned in surprise and asked about the wolf's roar, why he could hear it so close. The group saw many bright orange eyes looking at them, and Philip loudly asked if they were all wolves. He loudly asked what to do, and Yang bit his lip, holding a sword in his hand and putting his hand in front of him. He said that it seemed like he would have to postpone dinner. The three white wolves bared their teeth, and a purple mist could be seen around them. Maeve looked to the side, saying that they do not look like ordinary wolves, they are too big, and apparently they are somehow connected with the black magician. Yang frowned at the wolves, answering that they would know when they killed them all. Maeve walked forward, drawing her sword from its sheath, saying that he was right and asking Philip to step back and guard the horses. Philip held the horse by the reins, answering that he understood everything. The girl looked over her shoulder at the main character, holding the sword in front of her, and asked him to also go to guard the horses. Yang frowned, looking ahead, and replied that he was refusing. It would be better if she went to security. Maeve looked at the guy, asking what he said, and he replied that in her armor you couldn't catch wolves. In front of them, among the trees, many eyes and purple fog were visible. Philip turned over his shoulder at them, holding the horses. In front of him a pair of wolves approached the guy, baring their teeth, and the guy with freckles shouted that the wolves were about to attack from this side. Yang pulled out his sword from its sheath, saying that he can handle it, and there is one thing that only he can do, there will be no casualties. Philip shouted that there were wolves there too, and the girl pursed her lips, silently looking at the main character. She ran back from him, holding the sword, and wished him not to die. Yang frowned, looking away at the girl, and asked her not to die either. The wolf jumped to the ground, his paws surrounded by bright purple energy. Many wolves, surrounded by a purple light, approached the main character, and he said that there were too many of them. One of the white wolves jumped over the guy, opening his mouth, from which saliva flowed. Yang jumped away from him, and the wolf's teeth closed in the air above the guy's head. Yang gritted his teeth as he looked up at him, his hand glowing with a faint pink light as he said that they were using fire magic and he would destroy them in an instant. Yang turned to Maeve, who hit one of the wolves, and to Philip, who clenched his teeth. He thought that, however, it is not worth showing all his trump cards at once, because he does not know at what moment they will become enemies. Yang turned around on his feet, next to which the wind blew. He turned, the wind surrounded his body, and the guy said that he should remain as invisible as possible. He raised his sword, air gathering around it. Yang got into a fighting stance, raising his sword behind his back, his blue eyes glowing. The system window showed low gray magic. Wind blade, the guy said that this is the best he can do. The two wolves ran towards him, opening their mouths wide and looking at them. Yang thought about the lower gray magic of the wind blade, and as the wind begins to blow, it adds momentum to its movement. A stream of wind flew forward from the guy's swing. Yang struck one of the wolves in the neck with his sword, causing drops of blood to flow from the wound. The blade hit the wolf's muzzle next to his red eye, and the guy thought that if he wanted, he could turn this wind into a sharp blade. Yang clenched his teeth, his eyes glowing blue as he abruptly cut off the head of one of the wolves, a strong stream of blood gushing out. The second wolf opened its mouth, next to which purple energy was visible, and rushed at the guy. The main character was captured between the teeth of a white wolf. The teeth around the guy began to close, but wind began to gather around Young's body. The guy ran behind the wolf and he snapped his teeth, looking back at the guy in surprise. The system window showed lower gray magic, a wind curtain. Young put the sword behind his back, bowing his head and looking at the wolf with a dark look, asking if he was surprised. He felt that he was in his mouth. A strong cut passed through the wolf's body, from which blood gushed out. Young stood behind him, his eyes glowing with blue light, and a stream of air flew around the sword in front of him. A couple of drops of blood fell on the guy's cheek. Young raised his hand to his face to wipe them away, turning around to hear Philip shouting that 2 more were on the way. Someone swung their sword, lowering it to strike. Maeve cut 2 heads of wolves with a blow, standing behind them. Blood gushed from the wounds on the wolves' necks. Young turned to look at the girl who was standing in front of many wolves, thinking that their skills are even better than he thought. Maeve has no equal, but Philip is good at supporting. The black-haired guy frowned as he looked to the side and thought that this battle was taking too long. However, their battle was watched by the silhouette of a wolf on 2 legs, and the main character thought that this was bad. This was probably one of the scoundrel's methods of hunting. Young's eyes glowed with a bright green light. The system window showed magical vision, magic detection. The guy thought that he needed to find him as soon as possible. A bright purple fog began to glow near the guy's feet. There was a faint purple light shining around the 2 wolves that stood in front of him. Young turned back. The purple fog led to a huge wolf on 2 legs. The guy thought that this is where he found it. Young called Maeve and she looked over her shoulder at the guy. The guy stood with his back to her, sheathing his sword, and told her to protect the horses well. He would cut off the head of their leader. The guy ran forward and Maeve extended her hand to him, asking him to wait and asking where he was going. The main character jumped over many wolves that were running along the ground. He kicked off the air with his foot. Young flew even higher above the wolves as they ran forward, surrounded by purple mist. Maeve's eyes widened as she looked at the guy. He landed on the ground, running after the wolves. Some of them turned around and ran after the guy. The girl stood looking towards the guy, lowering her sword, and said that he had just jumped, using the air as a support, or it seemed to her. Philip called the girl. He sat on the ground, putting his hand with a shield in front of him, while the wolf opened its mouth in front of him, trying to bite. He screamed that he was dying and asked to save him. Maeve turned to the guy, shouting that she was coming. Behind her, a huge wolf with bright eyes ran through the forest. Someone was running quickly through the forest between the trees. The main character jumped into the air, flying between the trees. He landed on his feet on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. He said that as he thought, a wild beast is a wild beast. Young stood with his back to the huge wolf, from which purple mist was emanating. He turned over his shoulder, saying that he was chasing prey, which was running from him. The wolf frowned, his eyes glowing a bright purple. The wolf stood with his hands clenched into fists, blue mist coming out of his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. Behind him were several more white wolves, and Young turned to the system window that appeared nearby, saying that he had also brought his friends. The werewolf and several wolves next to him looked at the guy, baring their teeth. Young said how long, and he waited for him. The guy smiled. His eyes glowed blue and he pulled out his sword from its sheath, saying that he was pleased to meet him. On the system window it was written, Additional Quest, Cursed Endolf, Kill the Cursed Werewolf Endolf. The main character said, now he is his victim. The werewolf's face contorted with rage as he looked at the guy. 3 wolves jumped at Young, opening their mouths and roaring loudly. Young said a wind blade. The guy held the sword behind his back. Behind him there were cuts on the wolves' necks, from which blood flowed. The guy waved his bloody sword, drops of blood falling from it. Young found himself in front of the werewolf, looking at him and saying that he expected this, but he turns out to be even more unpleasant than in the game. Endolf clenched his teeth. There was a dark purple energy around him, his eyes glowing brightly with red light. The main character smiled, looking at the werewolf, asking if he really couldn't attack when he was left without helpers. Endolf growled loudly and jumped over the main character, raising his paw to strike. Violet energy appeared next to his paw and gathered near it. The werewolf waved his paw, several beams of purple energy heading towards him. The system window showed lower gray magic, a rotating barricade. Young put his hand in front of him. A wall of air appeared in front of him, and purple energy hit it. Purple energy crashed into the wind wall, sending purple shards flying off to the sides. Young frowned at the wind wall, his hand glowing white as he said that of course it wasn't enough. The guy moved his hand back. Blue energy began to gather around it as he said that then the next technique. The guy put his hand in front of him, creating a shield due to the ice. The system window showed low blue magic, Ice shield. Beams of violet energy hit the ice sheet, pieces of ice flying off to the sides. A huge werewolf stood over the guy, stretching his paws forward and clenching his teeth. There was purple energy around him. Young smiled as he looked at him, peeking out from behind an ice shield that had beams of purple energy crashing against it. The protagonist's ice shield began to cast a bright blue light. Endolf's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. There was a blue explosion on the ground. Large pieces of ice flew towards Endolf. The werewolf covered his face with his hand. Shards of ice left cuts on his hands. Drops of blood flowed from them. Ice shards flew past Endolf, who stood defending himself from them, purple mist flying around him. The werewolf flew back, flipping over and landing on the ground with his hands on the ground. Blood flowed down the werewolf's body and he looked up at the guy. Fog was flying around. Yang held his sword in front of him with a smile, looking at it and asked how he likes it. Is it refreshing? And maybe he needs to scratch it again. The werewolf's muzzle distorted with rage, and he looked at the guy from under his brows with his bright yellow eyes, which emitted a red light. The werewolf jumped from his seat towards the guy, raising his paw to strike and growled loudly. Endolf's paw glowed with a bright purple light and was surrounded by dark purple energy. He sharply hit the place where the guy was standing with his paw. A bright purple glow was visible at the site of the impact. Endolf immediately struck again with his second paw, leaving a bright glow from the blow. He frowned, looking forward with his yellow eyes. Endolf stood in front of several destroyed trees and fallen branches, with fog flying around. Young found himself behind the werewolf, raising his sword behind his back, which glowed with bright blue energy. Leaving a blue light behind the blow, the guy lowered his sword onto the werewolf's forearm, leaving a deep cut there, from which blood began to ooze. Endolf roared loudly in pain. He opened his mouth, from which saliva flew out. Young clenched his teeth, looking at the deep cut on the werewolf's forearms. The sword in the werewolf's hand trembled, and the guy said that the wind blade would not be enough. Endolf turned to the guy, clenched his teeth in anger and raised his second paw to strike. A white mist was visible around the sword that the main character was holding. Endolf's eyes widened as he looked at the bright white light next to his shoulder, coming from the guy's sword. The main character sharply lowered his sword, cutting off the werewolf's hand. The werewolf looked at the hand flying to the side. A powerful stream of blood gushed from his large wound, where the hand used to be. Endolf opened his mouth wide, droplets of saliva flying out as he roared loudly, raising a stump instead of an arm, from which blood flowed. The system window showed lower gray magic. A vacuum explosion. Yang turned around, raising his sword behind his back and lowered it onto the werewolf's second hand, saying that he would simply blow it up. Endolf looked in shock as the blow struck his other arm and blood gushed out. He staggered back, snarling, blood splattering everywhere as two of his arms were severed and blood poured out of them. Drops of blood flew next to Yang. The guy lowered his hands. He picked up his sword, which was now broken and had blood on the blade. The guy frowned, asking the werewolf how long ago he left the village. Endolf was kneeling on the ground, leaning what was left of his hands on the ground. He coughed, screaming loudly in pain. A dark purple mist appeared in the air. A bright purple light began to glow around the werewolf, beams of purple energy emanating from him. The main character's eyes widened when he saw this, and the guy said, "Is he really leaving?" The guy put a shield in front of him when powerful purple energy began to emanate from the werewolf's body. Yang clenched his teeth, putting up a shield of ice in front of him as beams of purple energy shot towards him, pushing him away. The boy's eyes widened as he raised his head, looking at the shadow that loomed over him. A werewolf with no arms jumped high into the air above the guy, blood flowing from his severed arms. The main character turned back, looking at the werewolf who was flying away from him. Endolf clenched his teeth and turned over his shoulder, looking down at the guy. His face contorted with rage, his orange eyes glowing brightly. A huge ice wall appeared in front of him and the werewolf crashed into it, flying back. Many large blocks of ice were flying forward. The werewolf lay on the ground with his legs raised as blocks of ice flew towards him. They knocked down the werewolf who was lying on the ground. Endolf clenched his teeth, blood flowed through his body, and his eyes glowed red. He found himself under the ice, looking up, his body visible under the transparent surface of the ice. Yang threw the sword on the ground at his feet as he approached the werewolf and asked if he was trying to escape. The guy extended his hand, from which blue energy emanated. His eye also emitted a bright blue light, and he said that he was surprised. He already thought that he had missed it. The system window showed lower blue magic, an ice prison. Wind and red energy gathered along the ground, and small stones flew nearby. Blue and red energy swirled around the protagonist's hand, a blue glow emanating from the palm. Yang jumped above the ice in which the werewolf was sealed, holding out his hand, a ball of blue energy gathering next to his palm. The Endolf growled loudly, opening its mouth and bursting out of the ice, breaking it. He clenched his teeth and the ice broke, flying to the sides. Endolf ran towards the forest while many ice fragments flew next to him. His red eyes glowed and he turned towards Yang's voice, who asked where he was going. Blue lightning flashed near the wolf's muzzle. Yang jumped above him, raising his hand back. Blue lightning sparkled around it and blue energy gathered. He asked if the werewolf had really thought of gathering his friends and coming back for him. The protagonist's face was distorted with anger. His blue eyes widened and glowed brightly, and a ball of blue energy gathered above his hand when he said that he would not allow this to happen. Endolf's yellow eyes reflected the guy who was flying towards him. A huge bright beam of blue energy, with lightning sparkling inside, hit the werewolf who was standing on the ground. An impulse from the impact ran across the ground, and blue lightning sparkled in the air. Endolf threw back his head, opening his mouth. His eyes turned purple. Lightning sparkled around him. Fog emanated from the monster's body, and shards of blue ice lay nearby. Yang landed next to the werewolf, blood flowing from a wound on his shoulder. The guy raised his hand back, in which white energy was collected, and frowned. The system window showed lower gray magic, a wind blade. The guy hit the werewolf in the stomach with his palm. A strong impulse from the blow ran through the air, and drops of blood flew out of the werewolf's mouth. The system window showed low gray magic, vacuum explosion. Yang grabbed the werewolf by the place on his chest that glowed yellow, directing energy there. A powerful blow went right through the werewolf. Blue and yellow energy flew out from his back from behind. Endolf opened his mouth wide, which was stained with blood, and many more drops of blood flew out of it. The werewolf fell in front of the guy who stood with his hand outstretched in his direction. Dust rose in the sky. Yang grabbed his head, looking at the werewolf. His clothes were completely covered in blood and he exhaled. Endolf's mouth was bloody and his eyes glowed brightly with purple light. The purple light left the werewolf's eyes, dissolving into thin air. Yang stood in the field next to his body. There were several more bloody bodies of white wolves ahead and the guy said that he had finally killed them. Endolf's body twitched and he raised his head. The guy frowned, looking at him and wondered if he was still alive. Yang thought he didn't have much time left, but the guy's eyes widened when he noticed something. The werewolf's muzzle began to take on the appearance of a human face, and purple energy flew around. Endolf looked at the guy with his yellow dull eyes. His mouth was bloody, his nose was bleeding and he muttered thanks to him. Yang sat down next to the werewolf, looking at him and said that he did not expect this, then let him give him a clue about his curse or some kind of trophy. Thank you is not enough. Endolf opened his mouth. Purple sparks flew nearby and he muttered weakly about the old deer. Yang frowned at him and asked about the deer. The man with gray hair had already closed his eyes and died. Lying on the ground, the guy silently looked at him. The dark night sky, in which the moon was shining, the tops of the trees were visible. Yang cursed, asking if he really meant that he could not eat the deer. What nonsense. Philip sat next to the fire. The corpses of white wolves were visible nearby. Maeve stood in the distance, looking deep into the forest. She turned to the side, crossing her arms over her chest, hearing something and asking it to Yang. The main character came out of the forest, removing the branches with his hand from his path. In his other hand he held Endolf's head by the hair. The guy said that now they are safe. Philip screamed loudly and clenched his teeth. Falling to the ground, he looked at the head in the guy's hands, loudly asking what it was. Yang raised the head he was holding. The werewolf's eyes turned black. His face was bloody. The guy said that this was a werewolf. This guy led the wolves. Maeve's eyes widened as she looked at the guy. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek and she thought that he had actually defeated the leader alone. She looked at the guy who stood with a serious face, looking to the side, clenching his hands into fists, and thought that perhaps he could really find the black magician. Maeve opened her mouth, asking why Yang went into battle first. She walked forward, looking at the guy, and said that a mistake could have cost him his life, and whether he had forgotten that he had promised to come to the castle with her. Yang turned to the girl, frowning, and replied that he could have escaped if they had rushed at him together. The girl replied that he did not know for sure. These were just his assumptions. Yang closed his eyes and sighed, asking her to look at the wolves around. Many corpses of wolves, with bloody white fur. The guy said that they were bait, which she and Philip were able to defeat. And instead of running at them, the leader waited until they were exhausted, which means that their leader knew how to use his head. Yang shook Endolf's head in his hand, saying that he hid high up and was just watching them, and that only meant that he was not that strong. Maeve and Philip looked at the main character while he said that he only attacked him because he was alone. Otherwise he would have simply run away. Yang looked away at the girl, saying that he understands her concern, but he is also not going to die in vain. He is not so loyal and noble as to just say goodbye to his life. Young said that since he is not a knight like them, but just a mercenary, Maeve sighed and lowered her head, thinking that she could not even object. She clenched her hands into fists, looking at the guy, and replied that she understood. However, in the future, if he has any plan, let him inform in advance, but not do everything alone. Young closed his eyes, agreeing, saying that he would inform. The main character, Maeve and Philip, stood by the fire. They were surrounded by corpses of wolves, and a guy with black hair said that first they need to leave here. There are a lot of corpses here. Maeve agreed with him. Young looked at the guy with freckles and frowned, asked him to bring the horse. He turned over his shoulder and said that he understood. Young looked ahead with a gloomy expression on his face, thinking that he was done, but where was his reward? The system window in front of the guy showed, "The quest is completed. An additional quest, Damned Endolf." The guy said that it seems that a point of physical strength has been added. This is good. He stood in front of the system window, looking at it, saying that since this character is bad, he relied on intelligence and willpower. On the system window it was written, "Rewards, 1 point of physical strength, a core with a concentrated curse." Young asked what it was. "A core with a concentrated curse." A small purple stone fell out of Endolf's mouth. The main character took a small round stone in his hand and said that the werewolf also had it, and it seems that this was not in the game. The system window showed a core with a concentrated curse, a consumable. Using it, a person will be seized by madness. Yang looked at the purple stone in his hands and said that it could even be used immediately, but such an effect would be fatal. The guy closed his eyes and put the stone in the inner pocket of his clothes, thinking that he might need it later. Philip said that he had brought his horse. The guy held the reins of a horse that was turning away from him and asked what was wrong with it. "Let it stand." Yang turned to him. The main character looked gloomily at the horse, which looked at the owner, whose clothes were covered in blood. Suddenly the horse raised its head, and Philip looked at it in surprise, asking what was happening. Foam appeared in the horse's mouth and its eyes turned white. She fell dead among the corpses of the wolves while Philip looked at her in confusion. He crouched down next to the horse, looking at it in shock, and muttered that it was dead. Philip asked how could this be. Next to him Yang looked at his hand, wondering if it was because he was covered in blood. Philip closed his eyes, sitting on his knees in front of Yang and Maeve, saying that he led her carefully and asks for forgiveness. The girl extended her hand and said that he should have been more careful. There are many corpses around. She looked at the guy with black hair and said that she was sorry. She would pay him for the horse. He waved his hand and closed his eyes, saying that it wasn't worth it. He didn't do it on purpose. Young put his hand to his chin, smiling and looking down, saying that however he was a little tired. Philip looked up at the guy with a nervous smile, sweat running down his face. A blue stream that flowed in the middle of the forest, surrounded by trees. Philip opened his mouth, a lot of beads of sweat running down his face as he said that they had arrived. A stream in the middle of the forest. The guy's legs and arms were shaking as he stood on the ground, closing his eyes and finally speaking. Next to him were Maeve and Yang sitting on horses. The guy with black hair held the horse by the reins, thinking that Philip's horse was quite good. He called the guy with freckles and he turned to the guy with a frightened face. A black box with cheese, herbs and sausages fell into the guy's hands, and he looked at it with a wide smile, asking if it was food. Young pointed his finger at the guy while standing on the ground and told him to cook half of it. But first, let him wash his hands, and after cooking, clean his armor. Philip agreed with a smile, looking at the guy. He ran into the forest, and Young closed his eyes, adjusting his sleeves, saying that he was easy to command. He stood by the lake and Maeve looked at the guy's back, asking what he was doing. He closed his eyes, taking off his jacket and lowering his head, said that he was taking off his armor to wash. The guy thought that his body was sticky with blood. Maeve silently looked at the guy. Her armor was also covered in blood. She took off her breastplate and put her hands on her gloves. Young turned to the girl, asking what she was doing. The girl began to remove the helmet from her head, answering that she also wanted to wash them. She looked at the main character. Holding bloody armor in her hands, the girl stood in blue pants and a brown jacket, saying that they can do this together. Young's eyes widened and he frowned, looking questioningly at the girl, asking together. Maeve stood in the river, naked, with her back to the main character, who stood further from her, with a confused expression on her face, wondering if this is normal for this world. Maeve's red hair fell on her shoulders. Young also stood with his back to her, thinking that she was even closer than he thought. The girl called the guy, and he turned over his shoulder, asking what was wrong. She asked if he was injured. Young rubbed his hand, washing himself, and wondered if she had really decided to ask just now. The guy answered in the negative. Water flowed down the girl's back and hair and she said that it was amazing. He fought a werewolf and was not even injured. She remembered how she looked at the guy who fought with the wolves, frowning, and said that his fighting style is unique. He is a better knight than her, and if you take into account the way he manipulates Philip and his wisdom, you can say that he is not a simple mercenary. Maeve said that it was not at all uncommon that an ordinary person could come from a noble family. Young looked towards the girl. Water flowed down his shoulders and chest when he replied that if he came from a simple area. The guy thought that she was again make some guesses. Maeve raised her palm, which had water on it, and replied that apparently he could not talk about it, and she was the same. The girl said that since she decided to live not as a girl from the Laurel family, but as an apostle of Tauren and the Sword of the Kingdom, Young silently looked at the girl while water flowed down his face. Maeve was sitting in a light temple in a purple dress. A large hand was hovering over her. The guy thought that the apostle is the one who received the blessing from God and became a member of his family, the one who can use some of his abilities. Obviously this is a dishonest force, but most likely you need a board to support it. Young ran his hands through his hair, collecting it back, and asked what kind of goddess Tauren was. Maeve asked in surprise if he really didn't know who it was. Young smiled and frowned, running his hands through his hair, answering that he was not too friendly with the gods. The guy thought that there were too many gods in Aquilonia. Naturally, he did not know about everyone in detail. The girl, without turning to look at the guy, replied that she was not one of those who was easy to serve. Maeve folded her hands, looking up, and thought about the statue of the goddess, who held scales in one hand and a sword in the other. The girl said that Tauren is the goddess of reproach. She is the second daughter of Lu Solar and the sword that punishes all sins. The girl with red hair closed her eyes and said that therefore she, as her apostle, cannot lie and ignore sins. If she loses her favor, then her blessing will be lost. Young put his hand on his head, looking to the side, saying that if it is called blame, then other names must be even cooler. A small waterfall. Green leaves were falling from the trees next to the river. The guy thought that the main motives in Aquilonia were betrayal and moral decay, so the gods, in addition to the well-known names, have additional ones. Black cross. Against the backdrop of sunset clouds, the guy thought that other names could become their weakness. For example, another name for God Lu Solar, blind faith. Maeve stood by the stone, closing her eyes and lowering her head, answering that if he was talking about other names of Tauren, then of course they exist. Yang was looking at the river, in which green leaves were floating, when the girl called the name Retribution, a small waterfall that made the sound of water. Maeve said that in the end, stopping sin can replace someone's revenge. And sometimes, after that, you yourself become the object of revenge. It turns out that another name for censure is retribution. The girl stood by the stone, saying that therefore righteous revenge is under the protection of Tauren. Young answered like this, standing with his back to the girl. He frowned, his eyes widening as he thought that maybe this was the secret of the bloodshed avenger. He thought of Maeve, who on the left side stood by the bright white symbol, in her armor, holding a sword in front of her, and Maeve, who stood by the dark symbol. Her armor was bloody, she also held a sword in front of her. Young thought that she had not just fallen, she had gone from an apostle of censure to an apostle of retribution, as if she had just told him herself about the limitations of the Tauren apostles. The girl with red hair closed her eyes and said that this is why she, as her apostle, cannot ignore sins. If she loses her favor, then her blessing will also be lost. Maeve stood in the darkness. In the corner there was a bright golden light that was shining from the girl's hands, and she turned her head at him. The guy thought that if, as an apostle, he violated the will of God, his blessing would disappear. Knowing this, he could give an approximate answer. Maeve stood in the middle of the stone hall. Dead knights lay around her. There was a pool of blood under them and the girl. All this was surrounded by other knights pointing their weapons at the girl. Young thought that the question was why this happened, how she fell to the demon of vengeance, revenge for the death of a family, hatred of someone. The guy thought that if he didn't let her become an avenger shedding blood. The guy put his hand to his chin and looked to the side. He frowned, thinking that no, she needed to become a bloody avenger. The main character remembered the silhouette of Maeve and another person in the red light, thinking that only after that the boss of the first chapter would appear. Jan lowered his head and bit his lip, closing his eyes, thinking that in general he didn't have enough information. The guy said that he needed to observe a little more. The girl with red hair turned to the guy, saying that it seemed that he did not serve any god. He replied that this was so and he was not going to start. The girl said that apparently he had reasons. Maeve said that but definitely, even at this moment God is watching over him. They don't know, maybe he is already thirsty for him. Jan looked up at the starry sky, where the moon was shining brightly. He replied that maybe so. The guy raised his hand and, with a calm expression on his face, showed his middle finger to the sky. The waterfall that flowed in the river. Yang said that he was hungry and they could go to dinner. Philip walked behind Yang and Maeve, who were sitting on horses. With a wide smile, the guy clenched his hands into fists and said that the main character can defeat monsters like werewolves alone. And he thought about it again. He is amazing. Yang remembered how they were sitting at dinner by the fire, while the guy with freckles raised his plate high, giving a thumbs up, and thought that he had been talking about this non-stop since yesterday's dinner. Yang turned away and sighed, answering with a dissatisfied face that there was nothing amazing about it. Such monsters were widespread. Philip put a finger to his face, looking to the side, and asked if they were common. He hadn't seen many monsters during his journey. The guy with black hair flinched. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. He turned to the guy, asking with a surprised face whether during the entire journey they had not encountered such monsters. He thought that the number of monsters he had encountered since he set foot on the territory of the Ageland Kingdom exceeded 100. Maeve looked over her shoulder at them, saying that it was true. Along the entire Kwando path they met only a few individuals of goblins and kobolds. The guy's eyes widened as he looked at the girl, and he asked about Kwando's path. The map, which showed a lake, had a dotted line from it to the other side of the shore. Yang thought that after his exit from the swampy border area, he arrived at the city of Bok in the Kingdom of Ageland, which is where he began his activities as a mercenary. There were 2 castles shown on the map. A road ran from them, and in the middle of the road an arrow pointed to a guy, so the main character worked as a mercenary, solving the problems of the city. Yang cut the goblin with his sword, from whose body a stream of blood gushed. Moving along Kwando, the main road of the kingdom, he killed monsters. The main character covered his face with his hand and muttered that he simply cleared the way for them. Philip raised his head at him in surprise, asking what. Yang looked over his shoulder at the guy and, frowning, told him that the good days were over, because there were a lot more bad things in the kingdom than he thought. Gray clouds that flew across the sky. A destroyed, burnt village with black smoke coming from it. The group stood on the mountain, looking at it. Yang looked down at the village in surprise, saying that he didn't think that this bad thing would be found so quickly. Philip frowned, looking sadly at the village, and asked if this was the work of robbers. He looked in surprise at the girl who was in front of him, asking whether this happens not only on the outskirts, but also near Kwando. Maeve's eyes shone with a bright blue light from the slits of her helmet, and she said gloomily that she would not forgive how you could so easily destroy other people's houses. Yang sighed as blue energy flew around the girl and thought that she was being dramatic. And she is such a fair paladin. If they waste time on such things, no wonder they still couldn't find the black magician. The guy thought, okay, if there was a quest. He turned to the side, looking at a group of people far from the village. Yang smiled, looking at them, and said what he thinks they will soon find out about this. Maeve asked what he was talking about. A group of 4 people were digging holes near the trees. People were lying in a row next to the holes, and the main character said that they could find out about what happened with those people. Maeve's eyes widened as she looked at the people with a dark look. One of the people was digging a hole with a shovel, the second raised his leg above the ground, and the third was sitting next to the hole, holding a dagger in his hands, with dead people lying nearby. A man in a black t-shirt, black hair, and a scar on his left eye threw a weapon over his shoulder, displeasantly telling them to dig normally. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the group of 3 and said, "Does it really take that long to dig just 6 graves? Let them finish faster. Just do it right." He had a bad dream. Some noise was heard to the side, and the man with black hair frowned, turning to the side. Maeve was quickly riding on a horse towards them. Her eyes and the slits under her helmet glowed brightly with a blue light, and she put her sword behind her back, which also glowed with a blue light. A man with black hair looked at her in shock, asking what it was. Others also looked in the girl's direction. One of the men with a mustache asked if it was a knight. Another guy asked why he was suddenly here. The head of the gang waved his hand at them, turned around and shouted to immediately grab the weapon and aim at the horse. Shoot without missing. Real knights have no mercy for anyone. The 3 guys took out crossbows, holding them in their hands. Maeve looked at the group with a dark gaze, screaming for them to drop their weapons and fall to their knees. The man in the black t-shirt looked at her with displeasure, frowning, and shouted for what reason should they do this, and if she doesn't have a reason, then they won't. Behind him, one of the guys with brown hair fired a crossbow, screaming. The leader turned to him, sweat running down his face as he loudly asked with displeasure whether he had told him to shoot. The arrow flew towards the girl who was riding a horse, holding a sword behind her back. She swung her sword sharply, leaving a blue mark from the blow, and cut the arrow into 2 parts. The whole group looked at the girl in shock, with their mouths open. One of the guys asked what kind of monster it was. Maeve's eyes and sword glowed a bright blue light again as she brought it behind her back. The girl threw her sword. It left a blue trail in the air from its flight and stuck into the chest of the guy next to the gang leader. Blood sprayed into the air from his wound. The boy's lower body fell to the ground and the man with black hair turned to look at him. He clenched his teeth, frowning, sweat running down his face as he thought the night was crazy. Maeve stood over the gang leader, holding her sword raised, and he froze, his eyes widening. All three gang members knelt in front of the girl. The leader raised his hands, worriedly saying that she had understood everything wrong, and they had not committed a single sin by asking to listen to them. Maeve looked at them, saying that she would listen to their excuses later, but while the gentleman who came with her would look after them and interview them, the main character came up behind the girl on a horse. The man with black hair looked up at the guy, asking what. His eyes widened and he raised his eyebrow questioningly, saying that it was him. He shouted questioningly at Young Hope and the guy lowered his gaze to the man, looking down at him. A man in a black tank top and black hair knelt in front of Maeve, raising his hands. He mentally cursed. The man bit his lip, beads of sweat running down his face, and he frowned, thinking that it was no wonder he had a bad dream last night. The shadow of a girl hung over the man and he looked up when she said that she would listen to their excuses later. And while they were interrogated by the gentleman who came with her, the man thought what kind of interrogation and what was going on here. His eyes widened as he looked up. The man looked at the guy with black hair who was sitting on the horse, asking if he was Young Hope. The main character looked down at the man and frowned, humming questioningly. The man frowned at the guy, shouting that it was he, the hunter Michael, a mercenary. They often saw each other in the city of Bok. Young remembered standing in a tavern, holding a bloody sword in his hands. Kneeling in front of him was a man with a bag in his hand, who was trembling. Michael could be seen among the crowd in the tavern, and the guy thought that he came to that city right after the swamps. It seems this is the guy he saw at the bar. Maeve turned to the guy with black hair, asking if he knew him, and he turned away, closing his eyes and saying that he only remembers faces. Michael shouted that this is how he recognized him, and this is even better. He will answer all the questions. He will be able to determine whether he is telling the truth. Young smiled and hummed, looking down at the man. He thought that he would have torn out his limbs one by one if he had continued to pretend to be familiar. But he is not lacking in ingenuity. Michael frowned and looked up at the main character. A group of bandits, Young and Maeve turned to the village, from which there was dark smoke in the distance, and the guy told him to answer when the village was turned into ashes. Michael said it happened before they even got here. An army of soldiers walked through the village, holding burning torches in their hands, fiery sparks flying in the sky. Some of the roofs of the houses were on fire. Black smoke was flying in the air. One of the soldiers motioned with his hand to the villagers to move away while they looked at him in fear. The old man sat down on his knees, grabbing the hand of one of the soldiers and helplessly asked what they were doing, why the great king was allowing this. A soldier who was sitting on a horse approached them and the two looked at him. He said that this was the king's order. The soldier frowned, looking at the old man with a dissatisfied face, and in his hand there was a torch, and he said that this was an order to relocate all the inhabitants to the city of Orendel, and let them go quickly. Maeve's eyes widened under her helmet and she asked in surprise about Marquis Burchard. Philip raised his hands and looked at the girl in panic, shouting that this couldn't be happening, and why would the king burn the village to the ground? Maeve sat on the horse, clutching the reins. She replied that most likely it was because of the war. Preparations for war were underway throughout Agelin. Young frowned as he looked at the girl, thinking about the people who were walking along the road with backpacks and bags in their hands. He thought that, as said earlier, throughout the Agelin kingdom, manpower was currently being collected and sent to the main base, all for the war with a neighboring state. The guy was sitting on a horse. 3 people were kneeling in front of him. He said that if a war started, it would not be possible to protect all the territories. This place would still be looted and burned. He decided to do it himself. Philip looked up at the guy in shock and sadness, trying to say something. The main character closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking that the Marquis's real motives were completely different. He didn't think that they had already started preparations. The guy said that then the next question. The guy looked at the corpses that were lying to the side and asked what kind of corpses they were burying. Michael looked aside at the corpses and replied that this was the family of the head of the village. They were against migration until the very end and were executed for it. Michael turned back to a couple of villagers who pointed to 3 corpses. He said that he met villagers that migrated. They gave him some coins and asked him to bury them, so they dug a grave. Young looked at the man with black hair, asking something else, and he replied that that was all. The guy silently looked at the man, sitting on a horse, and he also silently looked at the guy in response. Sweat ran down Michael's face and he frowned, shouting that it was all true and he swears he told them the truth. The main character covered his face with his hand, thinking that everything was in vain, and apparently this is true, since the quest window did not even appear. Maeve looked at the guy and asked if she believed him. Young removed his hand from his face and sighed with a dissatisfied face, saying that he believed. The girl turned around and rode off somewhere on her horse, looking at the guy and saying that she understood, and she would go into the village and see if anyone was left there. Yang frowned, looking after the girl with a dissatisfied face, and said that she was too meticulous. Behind the guy, Michael was looking at him with a frown. The main character turned to him with a gloomy face, pulling his sword out of its sheath, and asked that he wanted to die. The man with black hair laughed nervously, and said that of course not. Michael pointed to the corpses that lay on the ground, looked at them and said that he was able to clear his name, and maybe he will allow them to continue their work. Young turned away, allowing him to continue. Michael clasped his hands together and smiled widely, thanking the guy and saying that they need to finish here quickly and go on with the main mission. The man with a scar on his face turned to the other two members of the group, shouting displeasantly why they were sitting idle, and let them quickly go to work. The two men nervously answered yes. Philip looked at the fleeing people, saying that apparently they had a rather big mission, since it required so many people. Michael scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously, sweat running down his face as he said he was a little embarrassed to talk about it. Philip raised an eyebrow at him and asked why they were looking at their mercenary like that. Young behind him closed his eyes and said that among the mercenaries there are bad people who steal requests from others. He told Michael that he doesn't have to answer. The main character looked gloomily at the man with black hair. His face was not visible because of the shadow, only his eyes. When he said that if he thinks he is a bad person, Michael nervously said that he does not think so at all. The man with the scar on his face rubbed his face with his palm and closed his eyes, answering that they had probably heard these rumors before. A red moon was shining in the sky. A wolf with yellow eyes stood on a hill. On the ground near a man's corpse stood two more wolves with their teeth clenched in anger. Michael said that there is a pack of wolves that feeds exclusively on meat. They say that in the forest where they came, a large flock formed. Michael crossed his arms over his chest and closed one eye, saying that they ate several people, including the customer's son, who, if not he, a former hunter, could fulfill this request. Philip and Yang looked at each other in surprise, and the man with the scar asked why they were looking like that. Yang reached down, pulling something out, and said that they had no intention of stealing their request. The guy took out the severed head of the werewolf, raised it and said that he had already decided this issue. Michael looked at the severed head in shock, raised his eyebrows and loudly asked what. Philip smiled, looking up at the main character with an enthusiastic look, and said that it was good that he took care of his head. The guy turned to him and answered in agreement, saying that he would share the reward with him. Michael raised his hands and said in confusion that this was the first time he had heard that there was a werewolf in the pack. Young replied that he was the type to hide in the shadows, leaving the dirty work to his subordinates, just like him. Michael looked at the guy in confusion, his eyes turning white and his mouth hanging open. Looking at the man, the main character asked about the request. He smiled and closed his eyes, asking in which city the man took him. A dark sky with clouds floating across it. Maeve pulled on the reins of her horse, lifting her helmet from her face and looking to the side, asked about the villages on the way to the Red Valley. 3 mercenaries were digging graves with shovels, torches were burning nearby, and the girl asked, "He wants to say, they will take these mercenaries with them." Philip stood in front of Maeve's horse, answering that yes, the journey would take about 2 days. Those who lost their families because of these wolves deserve to know the truth. Young stood next to the horse with his arms crossed and said that they still needed to prepare supplies before entering the burial forest. Maeve looked at the man with a scar on his face and the second mercenary, saying that she understood, but she doesn't like them. Young is an exception, but the other mercenaries have no faith in God at all. Michael had sweat running down his face and closed his eyes, smiling awkwardly and saying that it was an honor to walk with Maeve. The road was dark. The area was illuminated only by 2 torches. 3 mercenaries were digging a grave. Philip stood nearby, and Yang and Maeve stood next to 2 horses. The main character closed his eyes. Under his skin the bones and heart glowed with blue light. He thought that now is the time of monsters. He must not let his guard down. The guy opened his eyes, which glowed green. The system window showed magical vision, detection of magic. Yang looked at the girl next to her, who was emitting faint purple energy, and he thought that he couldn't be wrong. Maeve turned to him, asking what happened, and the guy crossed his arms over his chest, answering that it looks like she is not yet possessed by the black magician's curse. The girl looked in surprise at the small bag on her belt and began to open it. She shook out a round blue stone from the bag into her palm, which contained dark energy. Violet energy emanated from it. Maeve looked at the stone on her palm, saying that she did not notice any changes. Young frowned at the stone and replied that the changes were so minor that she would not be able to feel them. The guy's eyes glowed green and he said that there were weak but regular waves, and he thought it was some kind of signal that attracted monsters. Black particles began to float in the sky. Young and Maeve turned to the side. The guy with black hair frowned, saying that if you remember the sun, here comes the ray. Maeve pulled her helmet onto her face, saying that this was an interesting statement. Black leaves were floating in the sky, and far from Maeve and Young stood a horse and a man who was sitting on it. Philip raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned back while 3 mercenaries were digging graves next to him. A man in black armor who was sitting on a black horse. He had no head. Purple energy emanated from his body and Philip shouted that he had no head. He stood behind the main character, fearfully asking what it was, and he replied that most likely it was one of the puppets of the black magician they were looking for. A headless horseman wearing black armor and a dark cloak that emanated purple energy. There were thorny vines under his horse's feet, and Young said that he had long been rumored to be a headless horseman that was wreaking havoc throughout the kingdom. Dullahan. A drop of sweat was running down Philip's face. Purple energy was flying nearby, and he said that he had met a werewolf not so long ago. But now there was another monster. The guy with freckles looked up, saying that Young was right, and he turned to look at him, while Maeve kept her hand on the hilt of her sword. The 3 stood looking at the headless horseman, who turned to them, and Philip said that the kingdom was a real mess. Young pursed his lips, silently listening to the guy. He looked at the frightened Philip and thought that he didn't mean that high-level monsters appeared one after another. He remembered the guy with blonde hair and purple eyes who was holding his sword and thought that the black magician. He valued the seeds that he sowed, but well, thanks to this, he didn't have to waste time searching. The main character extended his hand, asking Philip to give him a sword, and the guy handed him the sword, saying here. Maeve sat on her horse, looked down at the guy and told him that she would be on the front line. Young looked forward and nodded, agreeing, but saying that how about watching him first. The girl looked at the guy and asked about watching. The headless horseman was sitting on a horse that was standing on the road. The horse's eyes were glowing red. Young said, "Doesn't Dullahan look like he's waiting for them to attack?" Young frowned, saying that it seemed like it would be better to think through their plan a little more. He thought that his reaction depended on the enemy's behavior. He thought about how the rider raised his sword up and then swung it, leaving a beam of purple energy, and thought that when the player provokes him, he takes a defensive position. And when he remains in place, the rider rushes to attack. The defensive position consists of quite dangerous techniques, and the opposite attack is quite simple. So Dullahan's strategy is that he waits for the enemy to attack first. Philip smiled and put his hand to his chest, saying that he also agreed with Young. Someone finally screamed loudly. Michael smiled widely, raising his hands, and shouted that they were finally finished. Philip and Young's eyes widened in surprise. The man with the scar on his face said they could go, but then looked questioningly at the group ahead, raising his eyebrows. He asked them what happened and any problems. And Maeve, Philip and Young turned to the man. The guy with freckles opened his mouth in surprise, and the main character looked at him displeased. The rider said something in an unknown language. He raised his hand and red energy began to emanate from him. Maeve and Young turned to look at him, and Michael, Philip and the other 2 mercenaries covered their ears with their hands, screaming. Young frowned and clenched his teeth, looking at the rider, saying that there had been no problems until now, but thanks to him, they appeared. Dullahan raised his hand, saying something in an unknown language as red energy emanated from him. A bright light appeared above his hand, emitting rays of red energy. Maeve looked at him, asking what it was. Was it really a spell? The main character put his hand on the hilt of the sword and answered that it was an ancient language. He looked at the rider, who again said something in the ancient language. Red fog flew through the air, and Young said that he was probably saying that he would not forgive those people who invaded the fairylands. Philip clenched his teeth and grabbed his head. He closed one eye, asking if the guy really understood him, and how it was possible. The main character looked away, answering that he somehow understood. The system window showed the secret skill ancient language level 2. Sheets of paper that were burned around the edges. The guy thought it was because it was one of the unnecessary skills that he taught character. If you look at the strategy, he raised this skill to the 2nd level to go through the events of an ancient civilization. He thought that he was not interested in hearing stories about Dullahan being an ancient spirit who protects the land of the swamp fairies. Above the headless horseman's hand, the bright light became larger. Red energy was drawn towards him. He again said something in the ancient language. Young's eyes widened when he saw this. The guy turned to Philip and frowned, shouting to everyone to cover their ears. The guy with freckles fearfully put his hands to his ears, saying that he understood. The main character looked to the side and clenched his teeth, saying that this is not just an ancient speech. This is a spell, and it will be bad if a person does not resist and hears it. Two of the mercenaries fell to their knees, their eyes turned white, their faces became pale, and the guy said that it was too late. Michael kept his hands on his ears, looking at the two mercenaries and shouted to them. Didn't they hear? They told them to close their ears. The two mercenaries smiled. Behind them were visible the graves in which they had buried the dead residents. Hands and bodies began to emerge from the graves, breaking through the ground. Two dead residents crawled out of the ground. 3 more were climbing out of it, their eyes glowing red. Michael and Philip looked at them in fear, covered their ears, and shouted that they were ghouls. The ghouls growled, their teeth becoming sharp. 2 of them grabbed the 2 mercenaries, opening their mouths. One of the mercenaries' face turned pale. His eyes looked scared, but he could not say anything as the ghoul held his hand on his face. A powerful stream of blood sprayed out. Michael extended his hand there, holding a shovel in his hands, and loudly shouted no, swearing at the ghouls. Philip turned to Maeve and Young, who stood with their backs to him and looked forward, asking what they should do. Maeve took her sword out of its sheath, from which there was a glare, and said that, as she said, she will be on the front line. Let Philip help the others. The horse on which the girl was sitting threw back its head, opening its mouth. She ran forward, leaving Philip and Young behind, the guys looking after her. Young crossed his arms over his chest and silently looked at the confused guy with freckles, who clenched his fists and asked to kill him before he was eaten. The main character smiled, looking ahead, and asked if he was really that worried about some ghouls. He said that he needed to check something. Maeve ran forward on her horse, her eyes glowing blue, and the guy said that he would finally see her real skills. The girl clutched her sword in her hand, running towards the rider around whom red mist was flying. Red dark energy appeared in the air. A powerful blow hit the ground, stones flew to the side. Maeve ran on her horse towards where many explosions were happening across the ground. She raised her sword, holding it in her hand, faint blue energy glowing around it. She clenched her teeth, delivering several blows that glowed blue, cutting through the red thorns. The headless horseman was turned towards her, black mist coming out of his neck. Maeve hit the rider with a powerful blow of blue energy, sending out several red beams. Young smiled, looking at the girl nervously, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Maeve waved her hand. Her eyes glowed brightly blue, and the guy said that everything was as he thought. There was a huge hole in Dullahan's body with a dark red mist flying around it. Young said that the girl was destined to become a knight. The main character looked at the battle between the girl and the horseman, while behind him Philip fought off the ghouls with his teeth clenched. The guy said that even if he did nothing, she could handle it herself. Michael waved his shovel as 2 ghouls approached him. Philip hit one of the ghouls on the head with his club, and Young said that he knew about this guy's abilities and needed to warm up a little. Red energy and black particles swirled around the hole on Dullahan's body. Maeve rode around him on her horse, thinking it was hard. She looked at the rider, remembering the red energy that came out of his body upon impact, and thought that when she cut him, a strange glow came out of his body. Particles of black energy that glowed red were flying in the air, and the girl thought that he was definitely hiding something. The rider rode his horse next to Maeve, his body whole again. The girl looked at him in surprise, opening her eyes and thinking that he had returned to his original appearance. Dullahan spoke again in the ancient language, raising his hand up, from which a bright yellow light began to emanate and red energy swirled around. A huge dark red explosion passed along the ground next to the girl, stripes of dark energy bursting out of the ground. Maeve raised her sword above her head and clenched her teeth, looking at the thorns. The girl swung her sword, leaving a blue glow behind the cut, cutting through the dark thorns. Dark spikes dissolved into the air, disintegrating. The whip, which was surrounded by red energy, flew forward. Maeve looked in surprise at the whip that was flying towards her, its tip glowing red. She held her sword out in front of her, blocking the blow of the whip, clenching her teeth and bowing her head. Her eyes widened as she looked at the weapon, which emitted dark red energy, and she thought it was a whip made of bones. Dullahan swung his whip, striking at Maeve. He put his hand behind his back, pulling the whip towards him, a bright red glow emanating from it. The whip curved in the air, ending up behind the girl's back. He was approaching her head, and Maeve turned to the side. The whip wrapped around her hand, and the girl looked at him in surprise. She clenched her teeth, her eyes glowing a bright green. Maeve's hand trembled as red cracks appeared on her armor where the whip was compressed, and the girl thought that dirty magical power was breaking through divine mana. She looked at her hand in fear, clenched her teeth, along which more and more red cracks ran, and cursed. A strong blow passed through the whip, which left a blue trail behind it. Maeve looked in surprise as the whip released her hand. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she turned to the side. Young was sitting on a horse next to her, looking at the girl while holding his sword in his hand. Maeve looked at the guy in surprise, looked up and called him. He opened his mouth, telling the girl that he was a little late at the rear. Dullahan lowered the hand in which he was holding the torn bone whip as Young said that now he had figured out her skills and it was time to start the real fight. The main character pointed his sword forward, frowning, and asked the girl to hit him with all her might. The guy looked at the headless horseman, telling him to hit him so that he would fly out of the saddle. Dullahan swung his whip again, which writhed in the air and emanated red energy. The whip hit the spot on the ground between Yang and Maeve, and they ran in different directions. The rider ran after the main character, waving his whip in the air while the girl stood still, looking on. Maeve clenched her hand into a fist and looked at the rider, saying that she didn't quite understand, but she would do as he said. The sword glowed with a bright blue light. The horse on which the girl sat snorted loudly, and Maeve said that Dullahan should prepare to meet the point of her sword. She put the sword in front of her. Bright blue energy glowed around the girl, and the tassel on her helmet and cloak fluttered from the energy. Maeve looked ahead seriously with her bright green eyes. The whip flew forward, curving in the air and throwing dark red energy away from it. The whip hit next to Yang, who was sitting on a horse, the stones from his blow scattered to the side. Yang clenched his, looking back over his shoulder as small stones flew around him. He looked at the headless horseman who stood behind him, red energy emanating from him as he said something in an ancient language. The guy with black hair smiled, asking, "He says he caught him." The horse ran quickly along the ground, pounding its hooves, and Young said that it was not Dullahan who caught him, but he. The headless horseman sat on his horse in surprise. Maeve threw her sword at the rider, cutting through his body, the sword leaving behind a bright streak of blue energy. The body of the headless horseman turned into scraps of cloth, from which a faint red glow emanated. Maeve galloped on her horse next to him, turned around and thought that this time she was also weak, and where she had gone wrong again. Maeve looked at the rider, whose body again began to gather from the black fog. Young was running nearby. The girl looked at the guy with black hair and shouted that he was restoring his body again. Young clutched his sword in his hand, answering that he knew, his eyes glowing with a bright green light. Young swung his sword, leaving a bright blue beam behind his cut, and cut the rider's body into 2 more pieces. Maeve looked at the guy in surprise, her eyes wide open. Black particles were flying next to her, and she thought that he had simply disappeared. The girl noticed something in surprise, opening her mouth slightly. She looked at the 2 black particles that were flying in the air, and at the large cloud of black mist in the distance, thinking that the body, except for the cut-off parts, was disappearing. A piece of black particle glowed with a bright red light, stretching forward. He sharply hit the side of the horse on which the main character was sitting. The horse opened its mouth, from which blood flew out. Young leaned his foot on it, holding his sword in his hands. He looked to the side, his eyes glowing a bright blue as he told the horse that he did a good job. The guy jumped out of his seat, flying up and raising his sword above his head. He sharply struck the 2 remaining black particles from the rider with his sword. Maeve looked in surprise at the guy's sword, which cut the black particles into smaller ones, wondering if this was the end. A skull began to appear next to the black particles on the ground, with fog emanating from it. A skull with red energy emanating from it fell to the ground, with small black particles flying nearby. Maeve's eyes widened when she saw him and she asked loudly if this was his true form. Young moved his hand to the side, his eyes glowing bright blue and widening. He raised the sword above his head, clenching his teeth as he swung at the skull lying on the ground. He dealt a couple of blows to the skull while it was lying on the ground, black particles flying nearby. Suddenly, the horseman's skull said something in an ancient language. A bright red light began to emanate from the skull's eyes, its mouth opened and it again spoke something in the ancient language. The main character's sword stopped in the air. Maeve's eyes glowed blue and she hummed questioningly when she saw this. A bright red energy was emanating from the skull. A guy was standing next to it, and Maeve was sitting on a horse in the distance. The girl clenched her teeth, looking at this in shock. There was red magic around her and the girl realized that it was numbness. It penetrated her body and paralyzed her. The girl's body trembled while she stood behind the main character, who also froze, bending over, and she thought that he was also under the influence. The skull flew into the air above Young, its eyes glowing red and there was orange energy around it. Young thought it was returning to its original form. He thought that this was dangerous, and he needed to free himself from his stupor before he did it. The guy suddenly grabbed the skull with his hand. Yang held the skull. His face was not visible and the skull said something in an ancient language in shock. The guy grinned, telling him that monsters that have a name, like Endolf, for example, have at least one secret to avoid a dangerous situation for them in battle. Yang smiled widely, closed his eyes and said that he knew about it. Beads of sweat appeared on the surface of his skull. Starry sky and inscriptions, perseverance, resistance, intelligence, magic, willpower. Yang held a sword in both hands. There were many system windows next to him. He thought that these were a variety of skills that were selected by mistake. The protagonist's hands on the sword clenched. A vein swelled on his hand. He thought that they were combined and became a good strategy. As a result, for him it was not paralysis, but a short-term slowdown. The guy was holding a skull. The eyes were glowing red and yellow and the mouth was open. The guy said that at times like this it is good to be an outsider. Doesn't he think so? The skull said something in the ancient language again. Yang sharply threw the skull on the ground and it hit it, flying to the side. The guy put a sword in front of him, which glowed with a bright blue light, and raised his second hand to it, smiling, and saying that it was time for them to finish. The shadow of the main character hung over the skull and he looked up in fear, looking at him. He quickly flew forward from the main character, drops of sweat flowing down his skull. Yang looked after him. The guy was next to the skull, raising his hand to strike, while the skull opened its mouth in fear. The guy hit the skull, from which faint red energy emanated. The guy dealt many blows to the skull, raising his hand with the sword above him. Stones scattered to the sides. Dust rose from the sky. Maeve on a horse approached the main character, who was beating the skull while looking at him. The girl's eyes widened as she looked at this and she said that the numbness had passed and what was happening now. She remembered the headless horseman who had dark red energy around him and how he raised his hand with a bright red light emanating from it. She said that the monster who looked very sinister was subjected to such simple violence and was defeated. Yang dealt many blows to the skull, which was lying on the ground, bent over. The skull lay on the ground with its mouth open. Cracks were visible on its forehead, and small fragments were flying off of it. He looked at the guy and began to say something to him in an ancient language, which made Yang stop. The main character took the sword with both hands, pointing the tip at the skull and told him to die. The guy thrust the tip of the sword between the eyes of the skull, which glowed with a bright red light. A bright red light shone next to the main character, and Maeve was looking at it behind. She covered her face with her hand, gasping as light began to emanate from the skull. A bright red energy that ripped the leaves off the trees, causing them to fly through the air. Yang exhaled, leaning on his sword, which cut the skull into two pieces. The guy frowned, looked down at him and said that he absolutely didn't care about his insults and other nonsense. The guy raised his sword, the tip of which split, falling to the ground next to the bones on the ground. Yang looked down, sitting on the ground. Maeve was watching this on a horse nearby, and the main character said that he broke another sword. A man in a black hood stood in a room with symbols on the walls, floor and ceiling. Purple energy emanated from him, and he said that from the leaders of the kobolds to the ghost of a headless horseman who protected the lands of the swamp fairies. He thought about the main character who smiled and cursed at him. The man threw the book at the wall. Pages flew out of it. He screamed that the seeds he had so carefully cultivated. How dare he? A man in a dark hood stood in front of a pedestal on which lay an orb from which a purple light was emanating, and said that no, he would think of this as an opportunity to get rid of this man. The man put his hand on the edge of the pedestal, saying that soon the kingdom of Agelin, and even the whole world, will return to its true form, will become the same as it was originally. The man spread his arms to the sides, standing in front of the purple ball, and shouted that he, being his servant and harbinger, would throw off the shackles of humanity and be reborn as an ideal being. The hooded man smiled, his eyes glowing with a bright purple light, saying that when the time comes, the first person he will consume will be this bad man. White houses with wooden roofs and a high wooden fence nearby. A man with a rake, which he slung over his shoulder, stood in front of another man, asking if he had heard that they were saying that the head of the village eventually died. The second man with a hat replied that his only son was torn to pieces by wolves. One of the people asked if there was any news from those mercenaries who left, saying that they would definitely catch the wolves. Michael was sitting at a table in a tavern with a smile, showing a thumbs up. An old man and a man in green clothes stood in front of him worriedly. The guy with the rake turned around, asking what the noise was. Along the road, Maeve was visible on a horse, which was surrounded by people. Behind the girl, bags were tied to the horse, as well as a blackened, broken skull. Maeve rode her horse forward, followed by Yang and Philip. Looking around, people on the road looked at them. One of the residents said that it was completely covered in armor. Could it be a knight? And what kind of skull was hanging behind? Michael walked in front of the horse and the crowd looked at them. One of the men with a hat said that this was the mercenary who went hunting wolves. Michael clenched his hand into a fist, holding the werewolf's head in the other hand, frowning. One of the people shouted that he was holding the head of the culprit in his hands. The other said that he had such a brave face. He must have killed him himself. Michael sighed, mouth hanging open, as another resident shouted that he didn't think Michael would be able to comply with the request, and the man was simply amazing. Michael turned to the rest of the group, smiling and pointing ahead, saying that they had arrived even an hour earlier, and all thanks to him, their guide. The crowd looked at him in shock, their mouths open. While the man asked Young if he should continue to carry his head, he said that he was not afraid. It was just so annoying. It was also heavy. Young asked if he should make the task easier and tear off the man's hands. Michael immediately turned around, pressing his head to himself, and replied that he just said it. Young looked at him with a sigh and thought that he was so worried and doubtful, but still became a good guide. Night, a field in the middle of the forest. Michael was digging a grave. Next to the other 5 there were 2 torches. Philip, Young and Maeve were sitting around a fire nearby. A man with black hair was digging a hole. Pools of blood were visible nearby. Philip looked over his shoulder at the man, saying that he could finish. He replied that everything was fine. He was doing it for his own good, since he was the only one who survived. His subordinates could reincarnate into evil spirits and curse him. Beads of sweat ran down Michael's face and he frowned, looking down, saying that they had put in a lot of effort until the very end anyway. Philip silently looked sadly at the man, sparks from the fire flying next to him. He handed the kebab to Maeve, asking what they should do. The journey takes much longer than they expected. The girl replied that this is so, and since Yang joined them, they fight almost every day. Philip said that they were also late due to the fact that they had lost their horses. Yang listened silently to them, chewing meat from a skewer with his eyes closed. Philip looked over his shoulder to the side and said that it would take them another week to get to the burial forest. If this continues, they will not have time to search in other places. Michael approached them, wiping his face with his hand, and asked if their goal was the grave forest. He raised an eyebrow questioningly and tilted his head, looking down at them, saying that it would take them 5 days to reach the village if they took the side road that only old mercenaries like him knew. Yang looked at the man sitting on the ground and asked if he would take responsibility for this. Michael looked at him confused and raised his eyebrows and replied that it was a little dangerous there. But yes. Yang smiled and pointed a skewer with meat on it at the man, saying that then he would lead them to the grave forest. Michael looked at the main character in shock, holding his hand out in front of him, sweat running down his face as he loudly asked what he just said. Yang threw a gold coin towards the man, sticking out his thumb. The man caught her, looking down at his hands, asking why they were even going into the damned forests. His eyes widened and he frowned, golden light illuminating his face. He held the gold coin in his palm in shock, looking up, saying that this was an imperial gold coin. Yang smiled as he walked through the village and looked to the side, thinking that the imperial coin was twice as expensive as the gold coin, and it must have been difficult to refuse, because he also accidentally took away his request. Michael pointed forward with his hand and smiled widely, closing his eyes, saying that this tavern has good food and beer, too. Yang thought that since he was going to go with Maeve only to the grave forest, it would be good if he replaced him as a black witness magician Maeve. Philip and Yang looked at the mercenary, who pointed them in the direction, saying that they could gather in this tavern when they finished their business, and he would go and receive a reward for the task with the wolves. The main character closed his eyes and extended his hand, throwing coins into Philip's palms, telling him to go and buy him a horse, and let him buy one for himself too. The guy with freckles smiled broadly and said that it's quite difficult without her, thanks to the guy. The guy with black hair said that he was lending him money, and then let him return it. Maeve lowered her gaze to them, asking because the main character said that he would go to the Lu Solar Temple. She said that she also wanted to pray, and they could go together. Yang frowned and put his palm in front of him, saying that it was better for them to go separately. He said that after that he planned to go to another place, and if one of them didn't come first, who knows what these 2 guys could do. Maeve looked at him with her head down and said that she understood. A small temple made of white stone. The main character walked along the path to it, thinking that knights such as Maeve value loyalty and honor. He stood in front of the door. Above the door there was a drawing of the sun, and the guy thought that, in other words, they are an ideal target for the priests. Does he want to lose his money by coming here with her? No, he'd better refuse. Yang opened the door. Inside the temple there were many benches. In the center there was a lectern. The guy looked at the statue, which depicted a man who was sitting on one knee, raising his hands from which golden light flowed. The guy said that the statue was in such a place, and thought that this was not mana or light. This was a real miracle, definitely a real temple. The hands of the statue, which had golden light that flowed from them, Yang thought that he could finally cleanse it of black magic. Some noise was heard, and the main character looked at the statue in surprise, clenching his hands into fists and asking what was happening. An old man wearing white clothes approached the guy from behind. He put his hands behind his back and asked who he was. The old man said that now is not the time for prayer, but anyone can come in. The old man suddenly froze and looked at the statue in surprise. He loudly asked how the apostle of the goddess of light ended up in their seedy lands. Yang looked at the man in shock. His eyes widened. He frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his face and he asked about the apostle. The guy thought what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The old man folded his hands and smiled, closing his eyes, answering of course. The only time Lu Solar emitted divine brilliance was a long time ago, during the visit of the apostle of the whole world. Yang looked at the statue from which divine light flowed and thought that he had misunderstood everything and believed in his own belief. Be that as it may, he had some kind of feeling. The guy frowned, looking seriously at the statue. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the old man, and replied that he was just a mercenary, not an apostle, and not a believer. The man looked at the guy in confusion, asking if he was not an apostle. Yang looked back at the statue that was emitting light and thought that he was uncomfortable. He felt like something was watching him through that statue. He couldn't pretend to be an apostle when the statue was looking at him like that. Who knows what he may suffer divine punishment. The old man lowered his hands, smiled slightly, and replied that if so, maybe he wants to serve the sparkling goddess Lu Solar. Yang smiled, thinking that this was ridiculous. He kept talking about the apostle. The guy looked at the system window that appeared in front of him and thought that the apostle's quest really appeared. On the system window it was written, Apostle Lu Solar. Divine Apostle's quest, receive divine blessing, become part of the faith, and its representative. Then he will be able to partially use its power, and the options to accept or reject. Yang thought that this quest was in the game, but its level was not enough. It seems that now the restrictions have been lifted. On the system window it was written, Lu Solar, quest of the divine apostle, receive divine blessing, become part of the faith and its representative. The man with gray hair leaned slightly, putting his hand to himself, telling the guy to think about it carefully, and let him make the right decision. And when this magnificent moment comes, let him remember him. Sincere, Edward. The main character smiled slightly, looking at the man in front of him. Yang said that he would definitely remember this, and he now needs help. Edward put his hand to his chest, with a smile, asking him to tell him what happened. The main character pulled out dark purple stones from his inner pocket, holding them in his palm, and asked if it was possible to cleanse these objects of dirty magical power with the help of the magical power of the goddess. A man in white clothes looked excitedly at the stones from which dark energy emanated and said they were corrupted by dark magic, and this was not done by an ordinary monster. Yang handed the stones to the man, looking at him and asking if it was possible. He was leaving the city tomorrow by noon. The man replied that of course, he could not refuse him. The man looked at the stones with his hand on his chest and said that although the goddess had poured out more grace than usual, his physical abilities were meager. It would be difficult to purify more than one. He smiled, holding two stones with dark energy in his hands and looking at them, said that however, if he donates coins for the upkeep of the temple, even if his body hurts, he can purify more by praying to the goddess all night long. The main character smiled, holding out his palm on which dark stones lay. He clenched his hand into a fist and turned to the statue from which light was pouring. Edward shuddered. Yang pointed his finger at the inscription on the system window, reject, and said with a smile that serving Lu Solar requires a lot of investment. The bright golden light in the hands of the statue went out, and the last grains of sand fell down. Edward looked nervously at the statue, the light on which had gone out, and groaned, speaking of the grace of the goddess. The man muttered that he was refusing, and Yang turned to him, asking what he said. Edward bowed slightly, worriedly saying that he had made a mistake. He could only help someone who was under the protection of the goddess. It would be an honor. A bright golden light reappeared in the statue's hands, pouring through its fingers. Yang crossed his arms over his chest. A bright light fell on him and he told the man to try, and maybe then the goddess would appreciate his loyalty. A small temple, with a tower nearby, in which the windows were boarded up, Edward agreed. A table in a tavern. Maeve sat and silently sipped something from a mug. Michael waved his hand with a wide smile. His face turned red and he shouted that the dragon hunter had finally returned. Philip also blushed heavily, asking in surprise if he was hunting swamp dragons. He shouted that he had heard that the main character had killed him with one swing of his sword and let him tell him in more detail. Young stood at the door of the tavern with a displeased face, saying that they had all already gathered. A guy with black hair sat down at the table next to Maeve. A waitress who was bringing food approached them. Young asked what happened to paying for the request for wolves, and Philip poured 3 coins onto the table, smilingly saying that here it is, and he also added change here with horse purchases. The guy with freckles smiled widely, blushing and looking at the main character, asked if he really hunts dragons. Young frowned and looked displeasedly at Michael, who shuddered and looked at the guy in fear, shouting that he didn't tell so much. Philip was interested in learning about his past. The main character remembered how he was hiding from the monster, with bright orange eyes, clenching his teeth. He said that it was not a dragon, it was an individual of the swamp drake, which had only recently become an adult. Young closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, saying that a real dragon is not even worth comparing with this winged lizard. He thought that they made him remember those disgusting creatures. Philip stood up, slamming his hands on the table, and shouted in shock, which means he had seen real dragons before. Michael also opened his mouth in shock, looking at the guy, and shouted that it was not just bragging. Young held a fork with a piece of meat on it, frowned and said that they really wanted him to shorten their tongues. Philip loudly asked how he ended up in the swamp, and Michael said that in fact he was also interested in listening. The man said that there were rumors that the swamps were cursed and that he could say goodbye to his life if he set foot on these lands without being a descendant of ancient people. Yang ate the meat from his fork and looked away, remembering a dark forest with bare trees, a purple mist flying in the air. The guy thought that it seemed that in his character's information window there was a mention that he was a descendant of ancient people. That's why he wasn't affected by the madness of the dark barrier. Young narrowed his eyes and frowned, thinking about the dark barrier. 2 people stood in front of a high barrier of dark fog, an unknown black wall dividing the continent in half. This is one of the biggest challenges of the game. A man whose eyes had completely turned purple. He held a sword in front of him, clenching his teeth. Behind him were the same orcs and other people. Young thought that most of Aquilonia's problems are usually attributed to the madness caused by the dark barrier. The same can be said about their current target, a dark mage. Maeve closed her eyes and abruptly put the mug on the table, telling them to stop. Michael and Philip looked at the girl in surprise. She said that someone has loosened their tongues too much. They both seemed to be too drunk, and let them go to bed. Michael scratched his head and looked guiltily at the main character, apologizing. Philip guiltily lowered his gaze, also asking the guy for forgiveness. The 2 of them walked along the tavern to the stairs. The man with the scar waved his hand, saying that it all happened because of Philip. He answered displeasedly that it was because of him. It was he who started these enthusiastic speeches. Young closed one eye and took a sip from the mug, thinking that there would not be a moment of peace. The girl next to him called him. Maeve looked at the guy, leaning her hand on the table, and asked him if he wanted to walk for a while. She needed to tell her something. Night, dark sky, houses in villages with burning torches. Young walked holding a lantern, looking at Maeve, who asked him if he was okay after he received that thing after the battle with the headless horseman. Young raised his hand, which had a dark ring on it, and asked if she meant the Doulahan trophy. Young sat in front of the broken skull, looking at his sword, and said that he broke it again. A cloud of dark energy flew out of the skull, from which violet light emanated. Young caught him, clenching his hand into a fist, looking at him. He asked what it was. Purple energy reached out to the guy. His eyes turned purple. The capillaries in his eyes burst, causing them to turn red. Many hands reached out from the darkness, violet energy flying around them. A voice said, "People, I curse you forever." Elves with red glowing eyes and black hair wrapped their arms around the neck of the main character, whose gaze froze in shock. Voices telling the man to die, that they were cursing him to die. Fingers touched the protagonist's cheeks, telling him to die. Young smiled, asking this madness, so this is his level. He said it was nothing compared to the madness he felt after being in the game as his underdog character. Young's eyes turned white and he clenched his hand into a fist, blue energy glowing around him, which drove away the dark purple energy. The guy smiled, looking at his fist, from which blue energy emanated, and thought that this is really all they are capable of. He will destroy them with his mana. Let them try their weapon on themselves. The guy's hand trembled as energy rushed through it. He thought that it seemed to be a little quieter now. Young's head was enveloped in dark energy. The inscription on it was complete submission. The guy's eyes widened, turning purple. Yang thought that the feeling rushed straight into his head, as if a new body part had formed. He felt the same way when he first felt the magical power within himself. The guy opened his palm, which had something long on it. A small black snake on the guy's palm, which looked at him, and the main character asked if it was a snake. He smiled, looking at her, and said that she had just conveyed her feelings to him, and maybe she would become his pet. The snake began to wrap itself around Yang's finger, and he looked at it questioningly. The snake wrapped around the main character's finger like a ring. He said that he got something valuable and thought that the best trophy that can be obtained after defeating Dullahan is Swamp Hatred. The system window showed Swamp Hatred, unusual, a ring in the shape of a snake, containing the will. In exchange for a certain amount of life force, he can use a curse that causes confusion of the enemy. Yang raised his eyebrows, raising the hand that had the ring on it, and thought that he could not use it at the beginning of the game and would be confused if his willpower and intelligence were at a low level. He would never have thought that he would remove the restrictions in this way. The guy told Maeve that he is perfectly fine, as far as she can see. Yang closed his eyes as the red-haired girl stood behind him and said that he had truly surprised him several times already, from dealing with a ghost so easily to wearing that ominous ring without any problems. The girl closed her eyes and sighed, saying that although this is quite natural, because he alone overcame so many obstacles in the damned swamps, Yang looked away and thought that he was still thinking about why this topic did not come up. They walked along the street of the village past the houses, and the girl with red hair said that she did not know anything about this. Since she was in the border zone, she was lucky to meet such a person as him. Maeve blushed slightly and narrowed her eyes at the guy. She closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she was sincere. Yang looked at the girl in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he asked her what she wanted to tell him. Yang and Maeve stood by a wooden fence, the guy holding a lantern in his hand, and the girl said that she first learned about the existence of a dark magician a few days after she was ordered to return to guarding state borders. Maeve in armor stood near the soldiers. Turning to the guy who was handing her a letter, she said that when she was about to return, she received a letter. It was a letter from her only younger brother, Vernon. Yang asked if she had a younger brother. A guy with long hair stood against the background of a golden shield, with his back turned. Maeve looked down as she stood by the stone, answering yes, Vernon Laurel. He is the head of the Laurel family and the shield that protects the royal family. This position is passed down from generation to generation. Yang put the lantern on the stone, thinking that he did not remember this in the game. He said that it was strange that the knight and apostle Torin was protecting the borders, while the younger brother was assigned to protect the king himself. The girl with red hair closed her eyes and crossed her arms on her chest and turned away, saying that if she had stayed, Vernon would not have been able to achieve such status. Yang frowned at the girl, his face illuminated by the light from the lantern as he thought that this was a noble sacrifice, something that was hard to come across in these dark times. Perhaps this was what attracted the attention of the Tauran goddess. Maeve stood watching as her little brother practiced on a dummy, hitting it with a sword. She said that the problem was that Vernon understood this too. This child was always trying to prove his worth. She turned towards the main character, holding a letter in her hands, and said that she thought that was why he sent her a letter. In the letter, Vernon said that while the king was busy preparing for war, someone in the kingdom was cultivating the seeds of darkness, and surely the dark magician they are looking for is one of them. Yang extended his hand to the letter, asking if he could look at it. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking if he really knew how to read, although she shouldn't have been so surprised. Yang opened the letter, looking at it, and said that he was very ambitious, saying that he would use the capture of the dark magician to revive the family. The letter, which contained text in an incomprehensible language, the guy thought that he wanted to save the kingdom by exterminating immorality and also manage his own lands. He was really a young guy suffering from an inferiority complex and a desire for recognition. From the entire letter, only his sister was addressed few words. Yang, looking at the letter, said that it looks like he wants to keep her under control so that she does not take away his merits. Maeve looked at him in surprise, saying that this is so. She is embarrassed, but it is true. She closed her eyes and frowned, saying that at first she didn't even have thoughts of going in search of the dark magician. Opening her eyes slightly, Maeve looked away, saying that there was no answer from Vernon. A month had already passed. Yang looked at the girl, holding a letter in his hands. The lantern on the stones faintly illuminated the two of them, and he said that a month is quite a long time if there was no answer from him within a month after he went to the dark magician. Maeve clenched her hand into a fist and turned away, saying that she knows what he wants to say. But this does not mean that something happened to him. He is a strong guy who trained hard, overcoming himself. The girl's eyes were not visible because of her hair, and she said that even if he was in a dangerous situation, she needed to get to the bottom of the whole truth in the smallest details. Young crossed his arms over his chest, watching the girl's clenched fist tremble, and thought that he seemed to have learned a little more now. He remembered Maeve, who stood at the castle. Dead knights lay around, others surrounded the girl, and the main character thought that he had learned about how Maeve became an avenger who shed blood. The girl stood in front of the soldiers, her bloody cloak fluttering behind her, and the guy thought that that's why she broke into the castle and killed the king. Maeve lowered her head. Her armor was bloody and she, breathing heavily, whispered something. Young thought this is what she whispered. The girl stood in front of a dark silhouette, surrounded by red light. Her eyes glowed purple, and the guy thought that this was who she was trying to take revenge for. That in the end she turned into a ghost. Huge black monsters with red eyes surrounded Maeve. The one in the middle raised his hands, holding the threads attached to the girl. And the guy thought, perhaps the game doesn't even talk about the life and death of Vernon. He probably killed the wrong enemies, making friends with the corruptors of Aegelan, and became easy prey. Maeve frowned at the guy, clenched her hands into fists, and told him that she hoped that they would definitely be able to find the dark magician. This is not the only reason for her long story. She slightly bowed her head and opened her mouth, saying that now they are in such a situation that they do not know who the enemy is, which is why she needs an assistant whom she can trust. She looked at the main character, who crossed his arms over his chest, and told him that it would be great if someone who had already fought a dark magician and had excellent fighting skills took his place. Young frowned at the girl, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, and he thought that he was curious as to why she was taking so long to tell a story that he wasn't even interested in. The guy looked up at the system window, on which it was written, a chain of quests, corruptors to find and punish nobles who worship darkness, rewards, gold unknown, skill points unknown. The guy thought that even a chain of quests had appeared, and well, now this one is easy, the spoils are in his hands. Young opened his mouth, saying that he was a mercenary, and a mercenary would never take a job on a regular request. He thought that obviously the rewards were quite attractive. The guy frowned at the girl and asked if he understood correctly that she wanted to sign a new contract with different conditions after completing the current request. He thought that he was not going to get involved in quests recklessly. Maeve extended her hands and answered of course, since this is a rather serious and dangerous task. She promises him a decent pay. If he wants, she can grant him noble status. Young crossed his arms, saying that the main thing now is not the reward. He looked at the girl with a serious look, saying that before that he wanted to familiarize himself with the contents of the agreement itself, especially about the cooperation part. The guy asked if she understood that she stood out very much. Maeve spread her arms to the sides and raised an eyebrow. Next to her was the girl's heavy armor. Young looked away, remembering the castle where the red flags were hung. He said that moreover, she would have to go straight to the royal castle to prove the existence of the dark magician. Many people were walking with bags and backpacks on their shoulders, walking next to the houses. Young said that besides, not to mention the loss of time, once she entered the castle, it would not be easy to get out, since there were now preparations for war throughout the kingdom. The main character frowned at the girl and said, how about we split up in search of the corruptors? Maeve, standing near a castle that had purple mist coming from it. She had her hand on the hilt of her sword, and the guy said that she would be inside. Young stood in the village. Purple mist was flying in the air. The guy also had his hand on the hilt of his sword, saying that he would be outside. Young crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the girl, thinking that he was getting at the fact that he was going to go alone. Be that as it may, the targets of the quest are corruptors. He can deal with them on his own. He thought that as a bonus, there was no risk of encountering those libertines outside the castle who are associated with Maeve. Maeve looked at the guy in surprise, opening her eyes wide, and said that to prove the existence of a dark magician, she needed witnesses. Young frowned, remembering Michael, who was holding a wooden mug in his hands with a wide smile, saying that now he is not the only mercenary on the team. Michael said in surprise, exactly, there is Michael. Night, mountains were visible in the distance, dark grass. Young told her to think about it, because there was still time. The girl with red hair looked at the guy, saying that she didn't understand him. She thought that he would want to talk about the plan first. Young closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, answering that's why she mentioned the noble status. Maeve looked at the guy's back, saying that although this is true, she also thinks that he could play a big role for the kingdom. The guy replied that he would refuse this. It would be better to get a lot of money. Young looked to the side, frowning, and thought that he wanted to see the end of this world. He thought that helping a knight who might become a mad demon avenger, killing those who fell under the madness of the dark barrier, was just a process for him after all. Dark clouds in the blue sky, stars were visible. Young looked up at the sky, thinking that the main thing was to find those who called him into this world and get an answer as to why they did it. If he never gets an answer, he would teach them a lesson. The guy put his hand on his hip and frowned, looking to the side, thinking that before that he needed to somehow survive, at least somehow. Maeve and Yang were sitting on horses. Philip stood next to him with his horse, and Michael was also on his feet. The girl said that it seems everyone had gathered. Yang said that they were coming from here from the fortress in the valley, and according to Michael's instructions they were going straight to Grave Forest. A map of the area. The group stood near a city surrounded by a wooden fence. The inscription was a fortress in a valley. Next to it there was a dotted line and the inscription trail. A red arrow pointed through the trees into the forest in which there were graves and the inscription Grave Forest. Maeve told the man to start leading. The man agreed and, together with Philip, turned to the main character, remembering how they excitedly asked him in the tavern. Yang held 2 white round stones in his hand with a smile, looking at them and thinking that he had finally received the artifacts cleared of black magic. 2 silver balls that shone. The guy thought that he hoped he would soon be able to test them in action. The group walked through the forest, sitting on horses. Michael walked ahead, on the outskirts of the Red Valley. Philip walked behind the man with the scar, looking at him displeasedly and shouted that the road here was so terrible that you couldn't get through it on a horse. Michael looked into the thick of the forest. There was tall grass nearby. He scratched the back of his head and said that he was sure that everything was different here before. Philip stood next to the horse, holding the reins, and asked earlier. The man put his hand to his chin and said 4 years ago. No, 5 years ago, or maybe 6 years ago. The guy shouted to him that he was kidding. The man with the scar raised his hand and looked over his shoulder, saying that it was not as dangerous as before. Then there were a bunch of goblins and gremlins living here. Young stood looking at them and asked about goblins and gremlins. All 3 turned to him and Michael said that, for sure, this was their lair. He said that they even eat grass, so that the trees in these places were left without leaves. Young caught a leaf of the tree, holding it between his fingers. He looked at the leaf from which the dark energy was emanating and said, it seems that it happened that they could no longer feed on it. Philip looked at the main character and asked if they couldn't eat what he was talking about. The guy looked at him and answered that he hadn't recently seen something that moved while being dead. The guy with freckles bit his lip, remembering the ghouls who rose from their graves, asking if he was talking about them, and he wants to say that monsters can become ghouls too. Yang frowned, looked up and raised his hand, in which a leaf from the tree scattered, saying that the entire forest was destroyed by the influence of black magic. Anything could happen. The leaves that glowed green. The guy thought that as he thought, by playing in this polluted forest you can get a quest. If so, then the reason for the madness of this place could also be the dark barrier. He thought that he did not know how madness could have entered these lands, but apparently, the infection began not so long ago. Young, Maeve and Philip stood next to each other and the latter worriedly said that in addition to the burial forest, there is also a polluted forest. The main character replied that from now on they need to be careful. Young asked to immediately report if they noticed strange plants. Michael looked ahead in fear, pointed his finger, and they asked about such. Next to the group there was a tree with strange red fruits on it. Young looked to the side and frowned, thinking that they were less mature than the ones he had seen before. He said exactly, it is better not to approach them. Everyone turned to the main character, and Michael asked what would happen if they approached. The guy with black hair crossed his arms over his chest and smiled, asking if he really wanted to try to approach. He said, Michael has a lot of meat, the plant will like it. The man asked this carnivorous tree in shock. Michael waved his hands, looking at the tree. Young said that they just need to stay away from the fruits. And they can go. The man fearfully replied that he understood, he doesn't touch it. And it doesn't touch him. Michael stepped on the ground in brown boots. He frowned and looked up at the tree on which red fruits hung. Philip also crouched down in fear behind him. Young pulled the reins of the horse, leading it behind him and looking at it, said great, they should continue to walk calmly. One of the fruits on the tree glowed brightly with golden light. Young frowned and turned in his direction. The guy let go of the horse, ducked, and the mahogany fruit on the branch stuck into the horse's head. He ate the horse's head, tearing it off, and blood gushed from the wound. Michael, Maeve and Philip looked at this in shock, their eyes wide open. The guy with freckles screamed. Young clenched his teeth and frowned, looking at this. He cursed loudly, saying that not even a day had passed since he bought this horse. He was sitting on one knee, looking at a branch with a fruit on it, which was moving backwards, and a headless horse lay nearby. The guy clenched his teeth, his eyes glowed with a bright blue light. He jumped into the air, flying towards the fruit of the tree and asked it where he was going. Yang hit the branch with his sword, cutting the fruit from the tree, and shouted that he had killed his horse. Michael and Philip looked up at the tree, crying out in surprise. Yang landed on one knee on the ground, sheathing his sword as a carnivorous tree fruit fell to the ground nearby. The other three of the group looked at the fruit, which had a horse's head in its mouth. Michael turned to the main character, confusedly asking what he said, that the main thing is not to touch them. The guy closed his eyes and adjusted his gloves, saying that he thought so too, but it seems that it reacts to external stimuli, such as sound. He said that it was even better, he would no longer have to listen to their conversations. Philip and Michael pursed their lips in fear, puffing out their cheeks. Yang handed the bag from Maeve's horse, saying that he will protect the front and rear with her, and also, since his horse is dead, can he hang the luggage on her horse? The girl extended her hands and agreed. The girl put her hand on the main character's bag. She clenched her teeth as red energy shot through her hand, and she clenched her bag in her fist. Yang stood behind her, asking if everything was okay. Maeve put her bag down, saying that everything was fine. She turned over her shoulder at the guy and, looking at him, asked if he could find the root that polluted this forest. Yang frowned, looking at her in confusion, and asked if she was serious. The guy thought that he was making such decisions while her own brother was in a dangerous situation. The whole group was standing in the middle of a dense forest. Yang thought that he wanted to do this anyway. He wanted to check the road, since even its structure seemed suspicious to him, and also whether this dangerous polluted forest is really located next to the side path that leads to the grave forest. Yang thought it looked like someone was trying to stop him from reaching the burial forest. Michael put his hand on Philip's shoulder and he turned around in surprise. The man raised his other hand and, frowning, shouted what she was talking about. They hired him as a guide to the grave forest, and now he says that they want to go deeper into this forest. Maeve looked over her shoulder at him, asking for forgiveness for such a sudden decision. She will pay him good compensation later, but here he will not die or suffer, she swears on her honor. Michael smiled and blushed slightly, scratching the back of his head. He looked away and said that if the Lady Knight herself was asking him, a simple mercenary, for such a thing, he asked if she knew how to find this polluting root. The main character's eyes glowed green and he frowned, saying that there is one way. The system window showed magic vision, magic detection. Another system window showed sixth sense, an additional skill that increases the detection of magical traces using the magic sight skill. The main character stood in the middle of the forest, green streaks running from him across the ground and trees as he scanned the area. The guy's eyes glowed blue and he took his sword out of its sheath, telling him to follow him. The rest of the group looked at him in surprise. Many carnivorous fruits of the tree, with sharp teeth, sank down. Yang quickly swung his sword, hitting all the fruits of the tree while the rest of the group stood behind, looking at him. The sky was dark, green leaves were flying in the air. Yang swung his sword with a serious face, hitting a pair of carnivorous fruits. Michael was holding a torch in his hand, walking behind the guy and looking at him with a frown. The main character stopped abruptly, and the man asked what happened. Yang looked forward with a frown and asked if they had come out to greet them personally. The ground, in which holes were visible, white fog flew in the air. Kobolds with green skin and large ears crawled out of these holes. There were vines around their bodies, mushrooms growing on their skin, and goblins also crawled out of the holes behind them. Michael looked at them in fear, sweat running down his face as he shouted that they were kobolds and goblins, and that with their appearance. Philip also looked at them in fear, staggering, and shouted that the main character said that they could be ghouls. Yang bit his lip, holding his sword in front of him, and said yes, and they look like them, although now they look more like mushrooms. The group stood in front of many monsters that were walking towards them. Michael and Philip turned around as Maeve walked forward, holding a sword and glowing blue, saying that she would deal with them. The main character looked over his shoulder at the girl, saying that he should have used this earlier. Goblins and kobolds walked along the ground, approaching the group. The girl's eyes widened and she loudly screamed for everyone to lie down on the ground. Michael lay down on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Philip and the horses ran to the side. Yang also jumped to the ground. Maeve swung her sword, releasing a huge beam of blue energy that cut the monsters, their heads flying off. A bright blue symbol could be seen behind the girl. Green monster blood flew in the air as the girl stood in front of them. Michael looked at her in shock, sitting on the ground with his eyes and mouth wide open. Yang also sat nearby, looking at her, and thought that, as expected, to deal with those under the influence of contaminated magic, it was best to use divine power. The guy looked to the side, frowning, and thought that now it was time to deal with the remaining monsters. A faint blue energy glowed around Maeve as she gripped her sword with both hands. The energy around the girl became brighter around the girl. The blue energy completely went out around the girls, who began to tremble. Drops of red blood flew from Maeve's lips. She fell to her knees, leaning on her sword, which stuck into the ground, and Philip ran to her, calling the girl, asking what was wrong with her. Yang put his hand to his face and closed his eyes, saying that yes, it can't be that simple. He stood up, turning to the man with the scar on his face, telling him to bring the oil and hold the horses. The man looked at the guy and shouted that he understood. There were 4 bags on the ground, sparks from the fire flying nearby. Michael stood nearby nervously, looking at the main character, asking what he was going to do. Yang looked at the bags, telling him to leave him the torch and let him go to Philip. They should look after the horses, and Maeve, let them do nothing else. Michael raised an eyebrow, looking at the guy in confusion, and asked what about him then. The main character threw the bag over his shoulder. He looked to the side, holding a torch in his hand, and frowned, saying that he was going to the very heart of the forests. A man with black hair stretched out his hands to him, looking after the main character, and asked into the heart alone. He answered that he should stop asking the same thing. Michael turned to Philip, who was sitting next to the girl, asking her to come to her senses. The man with the scar frowned. Sweat was running down his face, and he said that he understood and asked the guy to be sure to come back alive. Yang walked deeper into the forest, holding a torch in his hand, while the man ran back, holding the reins of the horses. Yang turned back with a displeased face, telling him to better take care of himself, and he hoped they both could take care of Maeve. The guy poured gray gunpowder from the bag onto the torch, saying that first he must attract the attention of the monsters to himself. The fire on the torch grew hotter, and Yang said that it was hot. Why did it burn so hot? The main character waved his sword, with a gust of wind swirling around it. Air swirled around Yang, and he looked down, holding a torch in his other hand, saying that this would be enough. Michael stood next to the 2 horses, telling Philip to get ready. He looked at the man, asking what. The man told the guy to get ready, and from now on, the 2 of them were responsible for protecting the Lady of the Night. Behind them, other monsters began to emerge from the ground, with faint purple energy glowing around them. Many kobolds emerged from the ground, their eyes glowing with purple light as they walked forward. Yang jumped on one of the kobolds, holding a torch in his hand, and called out to him. He frowned, looking at the kobold with wide eyes, and asked him where he was going. The guy swung his sword, hitting the kobold on the head. Blood sprayed from the wound. Yang pushed the kobold away from him, and the other monsters turned back, noticing him. The main character turned around, looking at the red fruits of the tree nearby. A purple highlight flashed on one of them. The red carnivorous fruit opened its mouth, rushing forward. The system window showed that a unique skill, concentration, was active. Yang dodged the fruit, whose teeth slammed shut next to him. He frowned, his face contorting with anger as he said that he wasn't even given any experience points. Yang threw multiple punches at the kobolds and the carnivorous plant, which glowed blue, shouting for them to stop pissing him off. The guy stood with his back to the kobolds, clutching a sword in his hand. The monster's severed hand could be seen falling, from which blood was flowing. Yang smiled, his face illuminated by the torch. He turned around, looking at the huge dark fog in front of him, saying that he was very upset. Yes, and how about turning regrets into anger? He smiled, clutching a torch in his hand and looking to the side, said that he had just begun. Between the trees a bright trail from a torch was visible, which was left by Yang running with him. The monsters ran after him, and the guy thought that it was the rule of all players to let weak mobs through. Many kobolds with bright purple eyes ran forward. Mushrooms sprouted on their bodies. A brown hand with long sharp claws appeared from the ground. A huge monster appeared from the ground. Its body was wrapped in vines. Various mushrooms grew on it. Its wide mouth opened, and there were 5 red eyes on its head. Yang jumped, approaching the monster. Yang pushed away from the monster's shoulder, asking him why he was so noisy. The guy flew forward from the monster, frowning, and it looked over his shoulder at him. The monster from the ground roared loudly and turned around, its eyes glowing bright red. He waved his paw, causing the torch the guy was holding to break and the guy to look at him. Yang fell on his back on the ground, quickly rolling over and sitting on one knee behind a tree, saying that he was something like a mid-boss, and he no longer had a torch. Yang opened his eyes wide, looking forward in surprise. The system window showed that the unique skill Sixth Sense had been activated. Green stripes passed along the ground when the guy scanned the area, and he said that he had this ability, and now he sees clearly. Yang's eyes glowed green and he frowned, saying that he had found the root of the pollution. He stood under a tree on which there were many carnivorous fruits and said that this was the boss of a twisted ancient tree. 3 fruits that hung on the branches of the tree. The guy thought why it was so big. He thought that it would be smaller, because it was not so polluted as it was in the game itself. Yang took out a white stone that hovered above his hand and, looking at it, said that it didn't matter. He needed to follow the plan. Finally, he would try the purified artifact in action. A white stone hovered above the protagonist's hand, from which a bright white light emanated and blue energy from the guy's hand was drawn towards it, and he said that it attracts his magic like a magnet. And that's how it works. Yang frowned, looking ahead with a serious gaze. A huge red fruit clacked its teeth at the guy, and he crouched on the ground, dodging it. Yang looked at the many huge fruits that sank down to the ground, clenching their teeth. The main character jumped to the side and turned back, clenching his teeth, shouting that he wasn't even given time to think. Many red fruits opened their mouths, rushing forward at the guy. Some fruits hit the ground, trying to catch the guy. Others just flew towards her. Yang jumped forward, dodging them. He walked along the ground from which a brown thorn came out. Many spikes protruded from the ground, causing stones to fly to the sides and Yang to run forward from them. He turned back, thrusting his hand into the blue portal and thought that now he could rush into battle. But there was no need for that. The main character grabbed a red bag in his hand from which oil was pouring. He ran forward through the many fruits, dousing the ground with dark oil. Yang threw the red bag aside, dark drops flying in the air. A flame appeared in his hand and the guy pointed it forward. 2 bags were engulfed in flames, with black drops of oil flying next to them. Little began to flare up on the ground, next to 2 bags from which it flowed. The red fruits were engulfed in a huge flame and they opened their mouths, burning in it. They twisted in the air as the flames engulfed them, burning the flesh of the carnivorous trees. Yang frowned, looking at them. The grass was burning behind him. The fire illuminated the guy's face when he said that everything was as he had planned. The guy looked at the burning tree, the fruits on which were burning, and holding a sword in his hand, he said that the fire had engulfed the tree. There was a fire burning next to the guy. Black particles were flying in the air, and Yang thought that if he had only studied strategy while playing this game, he wouldn't have to train the character with useless gray magic and miss out on skill points. The guy's eyes widened when he noticed something and he said that if you think about it, he's still riding out on that useless magic. The main character raised his head, looking at the clot of purple energy that glowed on the tree, saying that he had found another weak point. The guy jumped from the ground, clenching his teeth and asked why he was placed so high. White steam began to emanate from the tree and Yang covered his face with his hand, clutching a sword in his other hand. He clenched his teeth, closed one eye and screamed. Yang landed back on the ground, rolling over it and leaning on his hand, looking at the tree. Many carnivorous fruits stretched out, clenching their teeth. White steam emanated from the tree. Some of the fruits clenched their teeth again, smiling predatorily, and the main character looked at them, sitting on one knee. He smiled as steam flew in the air. Yang frowned at the tree, holding a white stone above his hand with a smile, saying that he was wondering when he would use his steam technique. White steam was coming out of the holes in the tree, and the main character thought that the twisted tree technique he uses in a crisis to put out the fire, it was emitting steam. A bunch of carnivorous fruits rushed to the ground, biting and opening their mouths. Yang thought that it then unleashed a powerful long-range attack using all of its heads. He thought it was important that this period took some time. Yang's eyes glowed red and he thought that this meant that now was the best time to use his magic skills. The system window showed lower red magic, flamethrower. Above the protagonist's hand, the round stone glowed with a bright orange light. Yang looked at him with a smile, his red eyes, thinking that in general, this is a spell with a short range of action, but if you try to strengthen it with the help of a magical artifact. The white stone emitted powerful red and orange energy. Yang looked at the stone in surprise. Orange and red energy was flying near his face and he asked why it didn't stop. The white stone above the guy's hand glowed even brighter and he clenched his teeth, sweat running down his face as he loudly asked what was happening. And it was draining his magic more and more. This didn't happen in the game. The round stone turned red, with a small white light visible in the middle. Yang looked at him in surprise, mouth open and frowning, the red light completely illuminating his face. A powerful beam of fiery energy shot out from the guy, which hit the tree with a powerful shot, illuminating everything around. Yang's hair fluttered with the power of the energy. He frowned, gritting his teeth and held his hand out in front of him as powerful fire emanated from it. The guy closed one eye, looking forward while the fire burned in his hand. It went out, the wind swirled in the air, the top of the tree was completely burned, nothing remained of it. The shoulder pads fell from Yang's shoulders and he covered his face with his hand, saying that his eyes hurt and most likely it was not the magical power of the purified artifact. Most likely it absorbed his magic and strengthened it. The guy removed his hand from his eyes and looked forward, asking why it was so different. The main character stood in armor. On his head there was a hood with a white pattern, a chain hung on his neck, a dagger and a sword hung in the sheath, and a blue light emanated from the guy. He thought that in the game he was fully armed with magical weapons and artifacts. Maybe then all these objects were controlled by artifacts. He looked at the stone in his hand, which went out and said that the concentration of magical power was lower than before, and he was going to use it more than 50 times. A huge tree that was blackened by fire. Flames burned around its branches. Black smoke came from the tree and Young said that it had become just charcoal. A purple light that could be seen in one place of the tree next to the fire. The main character stood in front of him. Behind him a blue portal appeared from which the guy took out a sword, saying that he felt sorry for the poor fellow, and that's enough for him, let him rest. Michael stood in the forest, holding a torch in his hand, looking at a huge column of black smoke, asking what the main character did with all that oil. He turned back, looking at the huge pillar of flame burning in the distance, and said that the pillar of fire that soared into the sky was most likely the work of Yang. There was a rustling sound and leaves scattered to the side. Michael clutched his sword in his hand and clenched his teeth, turning over his shoulder, thinking that there were still ghouls left. The main character moved the branches of the tree to the side, closed his eyes and said that it was him. The man loudly called the guy. He looked at him in confusion, asking if he was okay. Yang looked at him displeasantly and asked if he was okay, and let him give him a rag to wipe off the dirt. The guy wiped his dirty face with a rag. A vein bulged on his cheek and he thought, who knew that such a cruel thing would happen? He remembered how he hit the tree with his sword. Many fruits fell down, and thought that this happened after he hit the weak point with the sword. Pieces of falling coals created an explosive chain. The main character stood, wiping his face with a rag and told Michael to stay in place, and if something happens, let him deal with it. The man looked at the guy's back, stuttering, saying that he understood. In the center of the forest, Philip and Maeve were sitting by the fire. The fire illuminated them. The main character approached them and the guy with freckles turned to him, saying that he had arrived. Yang asked the girl if she was okay. She was breathing heavily, lowering her head, sweat was running down her face, and she said that this was the first time this had happened to her, because she didn't have any illnesses. Yang and Philip sat in front of the girl and the latter turned to the main character, saying that it seems she was poisoned. The guy with black hair frowned and said that since she is an apostle, this is not just a dark spell or curse that weakened the divine power. Philip gritted his teeth and frowned as he unsheathed his sword, telling Maeve to leave it to him. He would get her back on her feet in no time. Yang asked what he was going to do. The guy replied that they needed to cut the wound and remove the infected blood, to such an extent that the body began to cope with the infection on its own. They had already done this several times when they were at the border. The main character looked at him questioningly, biting his lip. The guy with black hair waved his hand and covered his face with the other, thinking that his level of knowledge in medicine in the Dark Ages. He said that he should drop the sword if he didn't want to kill her. Philip looked at him in surprise, trying to say something. The girl with red hair was breathing heavily. Dark energy was emanating from her hand, and the guy thought that he felt something in her left hand that was causing discomfort, and whether it was infected magic. The main character said to remove the armor from the girl's left hand, and Philip, looking at him in surprise, agreed. Under the armor, Maeve's arm was swollen, and there was a purple stain on her shirt that was emanating dark energy. Philip looked at this in shock, screaming, "Oh my God," and Yang frowned at this, saying that he thought it was because of the injury he received from the Headless Horseman. He remembered how the ghost's whip wrapped around Maeve's hand, who looked on in surprise. The girl closed her eyes, opening her mouth, breathing heavily, and Yang thought that it was strange. No matter how strong the Dullahan curse was, it would not be able to overcome the divine power. The main character thought about divine power. He remembered standing by the statue with golden light emanating from its hands and wondering if he could just pray to Lu Solar. He'd have to send her a love letter. Yang closed his eyes, folded his hands in prayer, and thought that he did not want to do this, but the situation required it. Suddenly the guy heard something in an incomprehensible language, and his eyes widened when he thought that it said, "You can absorb." The guy looked in surprise at the ring under his black glove, thinking about swamp hatred. He thought about absorbing the curse. The information window didn't say anything about it. On the system window it was written, "Swamp Hatred, an unusual item, a ring in the shape of a snake containing the will. In exchange for a certain amount of life force, he can use a curse that causes confusion of the enemy." The main character thought about the snake and the broken skull that glowed with purple energy, thinking that this is essentially Dullahan. It is not unusual to absorb the curse. He smiled, looking at the ring under the glove, and thought that it looks like the ring doesn't want him to turn to God. It turns out he's not the only one who hates all this. Yang began to take off his glove, telling Philip to hold her hand tighter. He asked in surprise what he wanted to do, and the guy answered to heal. Yang extended his hand, which had a snake-shaped ring on it. Philip backed away from it, his eyes turning white in shock when he said that it was alive and moving. The guy with black hair looked at the snake that reached out to him and replied that it was his pet. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, frowned and shouted in displeasure that he was calling this monster that. And Maeve needed to stay away from corrupt people and monsters. If he used this on her, the goddess would get angry. The main character called the guy and he raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what Yang, around whom red energy was glowing, asked if he considered him a spoiled person, and Philip replied that he did not look like that. Yang looked down at the guy gloomily, frowning and said then let him be silent and hold her hand, and if he says one more word, he will do to him everything bad that comes into his head. Philip sat on his knees, lowering his head. He took the girl with red hair by the hand, lifting her up. Yang extended his hand to her. The snake jumped from the guy's finger onto Maeve's hand, lowering its head. She grabbed the girl's hand, her eyes glowing purple, dark energy dissolving on the girl's hand. Philip smiled widely, looking at Maeve's hand, shouting that they succeeded. The black mark disappeared. The black snake sat contentedly on the girl's hand. Green sparks glowed around it. Philip looked at her with tears in his eyes and said with a smile that this monster really healed Maeve. The main character replied that now nothing threatens her. Suddenly, the snake's eyes glowed with a bright red light. She opened her mouth towards Philip's hand, hissing. The guy staggered back, looking at her in fear, and clenching his teeth, asked what was wrong with her. Yang extended his hand and asked who knows. He looked at the snake and smiled darkly, looking at it with blue glowing eyes, saying to climb back. The snake looked at the guy in surprise. She lowered her head, nodding. The snake obediently climbed onto the protagonist's hand, crawling along it. Philip looked at him, asking if it was okay to wear it like this, and Yang closed his eyes, putting his glove back on, answering that even though he had tamed the snake, its true nature had not disappeared. It was like with him, no matter how many times he told him to shut up, he continues to chat. Yang clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, looking at the guy, saying that now they will return to the present, so let him shut up and bring him a dagger, bandages, and alcohol. The system window showed the first aid skill. There was a barrel on the ground near the fire, as well as bloody bandages and a dagger. Maeve opened her eyes slightly. Philip smiled broadly, calling the girl, and the main character asked if she had come to her senses. The girl raised her hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and looking at her, she said that again she was receiving help from Yang. She herself decided to find the root of the pollution, and in the end it all ended like this. Yang looked at the girl sitting on his knees and said that he had already solved the problem with the root of the pollution. The two looked at him in surprise. Philip asked what he said, and the girl asked alone. She lowered her head, saying that everything turned out that way again. Maeve said that a contaminated magical artifact had taken possession of her. Yang frowned, looking at the girl with his blue eyes. Philip's eyes widened and he asked in surprise about the contaminated artifact and how it was. The guy with black hair asked what she was saying, that the dark magician was trying to desecrate her. Maeve flew between the paws of a huge monster with red glowing eyes, saying that strangely enough, he just sent a warning, said that it was brazen to use red magic, and that this person would soon pay for everything, and then disappeared. Maeve looked away and sadly said that he probably meant a specific magician. It might help if you understand who he was talking about. She asked if the guy had a guess, and he grinned, saying he wasn't sure about that. Yang looked away, frowning. A shadow fell on his face. When he thought about what this meant, he noticed it. A huge burnt tree with two horses standing next to it. Someone said that this monster had already been eliminated. A shovel that dug the ground. Michael was digging the ground under the tree, putting his foot on the shovel, saying that the dark magician, first of all, needs to be found as quickly as possible, and they spend time searching for the cause of the infection of the forest. The main character looked at the man from the tree, holding onto a branch and saying that digging is his unique ability. He can use the power of a whiner to dig a hole faster. The guy thought that there might be good prey there. Philip stood next to Maeve, looking at the burnt tree, and said that the large tree was completely burned. But it's good that the fire did not spread further. The girl replied that it was because it used to be a fairy forest. She thought about the people with carts who were building some kind of building and said that, as you know, the forest of fairies practically does not burn, which is why many fortresses of the kingdom were built in the forests where fairies lived. The two of them looked at the tree. Maeve said that Yang probably knew about this, starting the arson. The main character climbed the tree, sighed, and thought that he was hearing about this for the first time. He smiled and looked down, looking at something. There was a brown fruit hanging on the tree, and the guy thought that this thing hadn't burned. The system window showed that the ancient tree seed plus 1 additional skill point after eating. Young thought that it was possible to get a skill point by following the instructions in the information window, but in reality it is a bait because there is a hidden quest. The guy brought the fruit of the tree to the blue portal, thinking that he would not eat it now, but would simply shove it into subspace. Someone shouted, "Oh my god, it's crazy," and Young turned over his shoulder, looking in the direction of the sound. The guy jumped from the tree. Maeve and Philip stood behind the shocked Michael. The girl asked what happened. Michael shouted that there were corpses under the roots of the trees, a hole dug under the tree, in which lay the bones and dirty clothes of dead people. Young stood next to the man, looked down and said that he looked like a sacrifice. The man turned to him and nervously asked about the sacrifice. The man asked if this meant that the dark magician sacrificed people to raise this monster. Maeve looked at them as they talked about it. Her eyes widened and she asked in surprise whether he had sacrificed people. A letter from Brother Maeve, lying on the stones, to which Young extended his hand. She remembered how they stood by the stone, and the guy told her that a month was quite a long time if there was no answer from him for a month after he went to the dark magician. The text of the letter is in an unknown language. Maeve stood watching her brother train, saying that this child always tried to prove his worth, even if he got into trouble. The girl clenched her hands into fists. Her eyes turned white and she thought, no, this is impossible. This cannot be. Bright blue energy began to glow around Maeve, and the main character turned to look at her. Young clenched his teeth and clicked softly. Someone is doing excavations. Philip, with concern on his face, says that this cannot be. He shouts that there are so many corpses under the roots of the monster tree. He sits on his knees next to one of the corpses and wonders if they were all killed for sacrifice. He wants to say that if so many people were sacrificed to the monster tree, then maybe Mr. Laurel, with whom contact was lost, met the same fate. But stops. He looks at Maeve, closes his mouth and thought, oh no. The girl has a serious expression on her face. She looks at the corpses lying under the roots. She remembers a long-haired man with a sword. She stands with her eyes downcast and thought that this cannot be, and it would be better if he died bravely fighting the darkness, and did not die in vain, being sacrificed to a monster tree. She looks at the other corpses and thought, but what if this is really the case? Her vision blurred and she wondered what if he was trapped in the darkness and became part of one of the monsters before he could use all his skill. She clenches her hand into a fist and thought that if this is so, then she will risk everything she has. Her eyes glow blue. She thought about what she would do later, but the main character knocks her out of her thoughts when he says that the more he looks at it, the more convinced he is that it does not look like a dark magician. Philip, with a look of surprise on his face, asks the protagonist if it was not the dark magician who arranged the sacrifice. The main character closes his eyes with a serious expression and replies that the method is different. He adds that he uses contaminated magical power. He imagines a headless corpse with a red glowing stone inside. He imagines a hand holding a pink stone, from which dark energy emanates. He imagines a headless knight on a horse. The protagonist says that it has never happened before that he made sacrifices. The protagonist reaches out his hand to something. He says that moreover, it looks more like the bodies of prisoners who were transported by the regular army of the city of Orendel. He holds massive handcuffs in his hand. Philip thought that these were handcuffs with a pattern in the shape of deer antlers and a tablet on them. He adds that the sign says that this is a soldier of the Orendel regular army, Dave. A brown-haired guy with handcuffs in his hands tells the protagonist that he is right, because here are the handcuffs of the kingdom and the IDs of members of the regular army. The main character tells his partners to just think about why someone who is plotting his dark deeds in such remote places would attack the army. He adds that he did not need to take such risks. Philip, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist that his words make sense. A bead of sweat runs down Maeve's face. He thought that this meant that Vernon was not among them. She adds that she is so pathetic for being captivated by thoughts about an event that she wasn't even sure about. The main character approaches the girl and says that apparently, the purpose of the next contract after defeating the dark magician has been determined. He says that they will go to the city of Agelin, the estate of Marquis Burchard, Orendel. The protagonist imagines two silhouettes against the background of the estate. He tells his companions that even if all this has nothing to do with the dark magician, it may turn out to be the work of an immoral person, so he will go to Orendel and personally check what is happening there. Philip thought with surprise on his face, next contract. The main character asks the travelers what they think. Maeve replies that she understands and tells the protagonist that he can go. The brown-haired guy asks the lady if she has entered into another contract. The girl says that this was necessary, and then adds that it is necessary to find immoral people. The main character Philip says that the lady has given her consent, so he needs to stop talking and bring the horse. He adds that if this horse died, then he will ride it. Maeve looks at the corpses next to her. The brown-haired guy tells the protagonist what he thinks. Now is not the time for jokes. Philip runs away and notices that the protagonist is not joking, and then asks where the horse is. Maeve stands and is silent, and white particles fly next to her. The main character turns to the girl, and she turns her head to the protagonist with surprise on her face. The main character asks the girl if she can pray for them. There are 3 corpses nearby. The girl asks, "Should I pray?" The main character says that he thinks it would be better if the gods put their souls to rest. The girl with a joyful expression on her face says that this is a great idea, and she will do it. The girl sits on one knee and combines her hands. She is enveloped in a golden aura. The main character wonders whether he should be glad that she is ready to take on this, because just recently she showed signs of losing her divine power. He adds that since it happened once, there is a high probability that it could happen again. He imagines Maeve with a bandaged hand. He looks at the praying girl and thought that this was a temporary solution to the problem. But perhaps divine power could control the madness. The girl says a prayer, "O sparkling goddess, please take care of those who suffered on this earth and bless their souls so that they can find true peace." A drop of sweat runs down the girl's cheek. She thought that there was still no evidence that Vernon was already dead. She wonders why she is so worried. She mentally asks Vernon what he is doing now. A brown-haired man stands with a sword in his hand near a tree. He tells his sister that he will prove that he can surpass her and lead the whole family. The girl prays behind Vernon. With surprise on her face, she tells the guy that he has already done enough. He asks if this is so. The girl puts her hand forward and tells her brother that he doesn't need to be so zealous. Vernon says that as he thought, his sister knows nothing at all. The girl opens her eyes wide and asks, "What?" The man says that his sister does not know at all that he is already dead. Blood is pouring from the guy's eye. The girl has a shocked expression on her face. She put her hand to her face and wondered what kind of crazy dream this was. The girl sees a cart driven by the protagonist and wonders if she is lying on the cart. Philip is standing behind the cart. The main character asks Maeve if she woke up. The girl sits in a carriage and asks the main character how long she has been sleeping and what kind of carriage it is. The main character tells the girl that apparently she doesn't remember anything. He reports that they found an abandoned cart along the road, and he decided to use it. The group protagonist points the group to the cart. Maeve says with surprise on her face, "That's it." She thought that she could not remember anything because she was absorbed in personal experiences. The main character tells the girl that she woke up just in time. The protagonist reports that they will soon arrive in the grave forest. Maeve's eyes are wide open as a bead of sweat runs down her cheek. The girl screams, "What? Already?" She screams at Michael why they didn't warn her in advance. The conductor shakes his head with concern on his face. The main character reports that it was he who asked them not to talk, because if they had known about this earlier, they would not have been able to rest so well. The protagonist tells the girl that if she has nothing to object to, then let her rest a little more. A bead of sweat runs down Maeve's cheek. The girl sighs after the protagonist's words. She tells the main character that this time she will give in to him. Michael looks between the girl and the protagonist. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he was going to tear out his eyes. The carriage stops abruptly. The conductor asks the main character why he stopped. Yang says it's not him. The horses refuse to go further. The girl holds in her hand a stone from which pink energy emanates, and says that in front of them is an ominous magical power, similar to that contained in the contaminated artifact. The main character replies that this is true. He reports that the lands of evil begin here. Ahead of the protagonist's group is fog and many trees without leaves. Philip, with surprise on his face, asks the protagonist if he wants to say that these lands are cursed. The main character answers, yes. There is a red and black sun in the sky. The protagonist says that these lands are cursed and filled with the influence of dark forces, and even the laws of nature are different here. He adds that it is impossible to say for sure what might have mutated. He imagines 2 men placing their hands on the barrier. The protagonist thought that they say that those who enter this forest never come out of it, and is it really impossible to get out of it? Maeve says that it seems that we will have to leave the cart here and take everything we need with us. Michael spreads his hands to the side and tells the girl to wait, because he just said that whoever enters the forest will never come out. The main character closes his eyes and says that everything is fine, and then adds that if they kill the dark magician, the curse will probably be lifted. The conductor, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, shouts and asks the protagonist why he is not concerned about this. He adds that, come to think of it, his job was to lead them to the grave forest. The main character asks the conductor, so what? If you want, I can just kill you. Michael says with a nervous smile that that's not what he meant, and then adds that he just wanted to show them his loyalty, even in a dangerous situation like this. Maeve stands next to the protagonist. Members of the protagonist's group stand next to each other. Philip, with concern on his face, says that he was ready for this, but he is still very nervous. The guide says that eventually he will have to go too. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the group if they are all ready. Maeve replies that of course. The girl with a serious expression says no matter what happens, she will not back down. The protagonist's eye glows blue. The protagonist sees in front of him a huge dark silhouette with red eyes. The main character smiles and thought what he was thinking. He noticed his presence, and then adds that this does not change anything. With a confident expression on his face, he thought that apparently he was not ready to welcome guests, and yet it was nice to see his stupid face. He adds that he will have to pay for tormenting him by sending his monsters. The main character sees dark energy circulating in the air ahead of him and thought that he also needed experience points and rewards. The main character's group walks through the forest. Philip trembles and raises his hands. With concern on his face, he asks the protagonist if they are going the right way. The main character answers that yes, that's correct, and then asks the brown-haired guy how much more he's going to ask. Drops of sweat were running down Philip's face and he thought that he had asked in vain. Philip plunges into memories and remembers how the main character, Philip and Maeve were sitting by the fire. The brown-haired guy asks if the dark magician is really in the grave forest and whether it would be a waste of time. The main character closes his eyes and tells the brown-haired guy that if he was just chickening out, then he should say so. The brown-haired guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face says, "You chickened out. Yes, I myself will lead you through this forest." He thought that he had not imagined that the protagonists would actually allow him to lead them. The guy has a frightened expression on his face. He looks at the mistress and thought that for the sake of the mistress he needs to get ready. He clenches his hand into a fist and thinks that he needs to pull himself together. The main character sighs and thinks that Philip is not completely hopeless after all. With a wary look, he thought that he had some strange feeling. He sees green mana circulating between the trees and wonders what is going on here. He notes that polluted mana cannot flow indefinitely. A brown-haired guy walks through a white barrier. The rest of the group also passes through the barrier. Philip sits down on his knees and waves his arms, shouting that he didn't think they'd actually make it. Then he thanks the most holy Solar. Michael puts his hand on the shoulder of the brown-haired guy and tells him that he didn't believe him either and adds that he can directly hear the fear coming out of him. The main character tells his two companions that they are not rejoicing in vain, because everything is just beginning. The main character has a confident expression on his face. He thought that they were there because this was the entrance to an underground crypt. In the middle of the ruins there is a passage to the dungeon. Dark energy circulates around the entrance. Maeve looks at the entrance and says, so that's where this place was. Philip says that their journey does not end. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that from now on he leads. Michael, with a frightened expression on his face, asks the main character if they will really go there right now and he won't give them time to think. Young says that the decision had to be made even before they set foot on these dark lands. The protagonist's group stands in front of the entrance to the crypt. The protagonist tells everyone to come down. The main character goes down the stairs, followed by Maeve. The protagonist's group walks along a twisting staircase rushing down. Philip and Michael are holding torches. A brown-haired guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The group has almost reached the room and the brown-haired guy asks if they have arrived. The main character enters the room. The group found itself in a spacious hall. Philip says that there is such a huge space here, and it's also dark. He thought he felt like he was getting claustrophobic. 2 torches illuminate the hall. The girl tells the protagonist to stop, and then says that she thinks she should say a prayer before they move forward. The main character turns his head to the girl and asks if something is wrong. The girl clenches her hand into a fist and says that from the moment they entered here, her stigmata has been weakening. The main character asks stigmata. A female figure with long gray hair appears behind the girl. Light emanates from the girl's chest and she says that this is the mark that was placed on her soul at the moment when she was chosen as an apostle. She imagines an unarmored hand containing light. Maeve says that thanks to her, she can communicate with God and receive divine power. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wonders if this sounds like a slave contract. The main character remembers how he accepted the task and thought that he almost pawned his soul twice without even realizing it. The main character closes his eyes and puts his hands together. He thought that in this damned world one could even get a knife in the back from the gods. The main character holds his hand on his belt and tells the girl that she can pray now if necessary. The girl replies that she understands. She takes the sword out of its sheath. She thrusts the sword into the ground and a blue glow emanates from the impact site. The girl is enveloped in a blue aura. A lot of blue energy comes off the girl. Mikkel looks back and notices that this place is so empty. The brown-haired guy asks the conductor what he means. The guide says that this place is called the Grave Forest and he has heard that hundreds of bodies are buried here. He adds that it is strange that they came so far and never encountered any remains. The main character asks the two guys if they really didn't understand. The brown-haired guy and the conductor have surprised expressions on their faces. The main character crosses his arms and tells the group members that they need to see this with their own eyes. The main character's eyes glow blue. He says that this scoundrel has prepared for the meeting. Michael asks the main character what he means. The conductor and the brown-haired guy turn back. They see the gate closing. They run up to the gate, which has almost closed before their eyes. Two guys notice the symbols. The walls are quickly filled with magical symbols. Philip and Michael watch what is happening with concern on their faces. Philip asks if this is an ancient language. The main character says that this is a spell, because of which everything in the tomb began to function. He sees many purple eyes in the darkness and says that as he said, now everything will begin. Skeletons with purple eyes emerge from the darkness. A huge number of skeletons are heading towards the protagonist's group. The main character takes out a weapon from his inventory and says that he would also put up an advertisement that he is a necromancer. The main character holds a mace in his hand. Philip asks the main character where he got the mace. Mikkel rubs his face and asks if he is hallucinating. Skeletons approach the group. Violet energy emanates from their eyes. The main character jumps onto a crowd of skeletons and asks two guys to protect the lady. Michael asks the protagonist if he is going to fight alone again. The main character jumps from one place to another. He flies right over the crowd of skeletons. He falls on one of them. He hits the skeleton's head. The skeleton's skull was crushed. Other skeletons run towards the protagonist. A blue glow emanates from the eyes of the main character. The protagonist uses the low-gray magic spell, Rotating Barricade. The skeletons around the main character are repelled. He swings his mace. He used the inferior gray magic, Rotating Barricade spell, causing a barrier to form around the top of the mace. The shadow of a mace falls on the heads of two skeletons. The main character makes a wide blow to the skeletons and breaks them. He looks at his mace, with air currents circulating around it, and says that this is pretty good. He holds the mace in both hands and says that this is what using the wind blade with the mace means. The protagonist notices someone behind him. He took a closer look at one skeleton and says that he is hiding and watching through them, like a rat. The main character looks at the lady and thought that it's not time yet. The protagonist thought that the more of these monsters, the higher the probability of the death of one of them. He adds that he knows what he has to do right now. He looks at the dark skeleton and asks him if he is really afraid, and then tells him that he needs to look better while he cowardly hides behind the monsters. The protagonist smiles maliciously, and then says that he will instantly smash their skulls as if they were toys. He adds that it was a provocation. A bright purple energy emanates from the skeleton's eyes. A necromancer in a dark robe rises from his throne and shouts, "Out of the way, this damned scoundrel." Philip and Michael see the symbols around them begin to move and scream and ask what is happening. Many skeletons surround the main character. The protagonist swings his mace and thanks the enemy for making him angry. He adds that they will see which of them can last longer. The brown-haired guy and the guide see how the main character destroys skeletons. The brown-haired guy asks the guide if he should help them, because there are too many enemies. Michael asks the guy if he forgot what he said, and then adds that they must protect the mistress. Blue energy stops emanating from Maeve. He tells Philip and Michael to move away and then opens his eyes. Blue energy emanates from her eye. The main character strikes the skeletons near the necromancer. The main character has an angry expression on his face. He makes the jump. Shrouded in blue energy, Maeve calls Young and runs towards her enemies. She made a menacing expression on her face. The main character tells the girl that she is late. The girl runs past the protagonist. She grabs the blade of the sword. She hits the skeleton with her handle. She makes a wide swing at the skeletons, who are immediately hit by blue energy. Many skeletons are destroyed after the girl's attack. The girl swings the hilt of her sword. She hits the skeleton several times. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek and he thought that he feels so insignificant every time he sees this. Maeve destroys one skeleton after another. The main character makes an attack on one of the enemies and thought that he still couldn't stand and watch. The girl looks at the main character with a surprised expression. The main character looks at the girl. Young and Maeve swing their weapons at their enemies. They simultaneously attack the skeletons and the monsters that appear. Philip has a shocked expression on his face. Michael asks the brown-haired guy why he's standing stock still and then tells him to quickly follow him. The brown-haired guy exclaims that he is coming, then follows his partner. The main character and Maeve fight standing back to back. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's cheek. The main character looks at the girl and thought that one of her weaknesses is low stamina, and then asks, isn't it strange that she got tired so quickly? He remembers how there was a glow coming from her chest and thought that it did not seem that her divine power had weakened, and then suggests that perhaps her stigmata had weakened. Michael asks if everything is clear ahead, and Philip asks if it's true. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks what is happening and is it really that magical power flows through the chains of spells. The symbols on the walls and ceiling begin to glow. Michael screams and asks what it is. The brown-haired guy walks past bones that are enveloped in a purple aura. Philip takes a closer look at the bones that begin to float before his eyes, and then asks what is wrong with this skeleton. Michael has a frightened expression on his face. The bones in front of the two guys join together into a single whole. Maeve turns towards her two partners. The main character sees a huge slug with bones inside and thought that it was immortal garbage, the dreg of death. A brown-haired guy with a frightened expression on his face screams and asks what it is. The protagonist standing behind him wondered if this enemy had already appeared and, moreover, even earlier than in the game. He wonders if it's because he's collected enough corpses. Dreg heads towards Philip, who shouts to the main character that he is coming. Michael approaches the place where there was a passage and put his hands to the wall. He shouts that, as he thought, the gates are closed and he won't be able to escape. With a smile on his face, he notices the gates lowering. He shouts to the rest of the group to look here because a passage has opened. Outside the gate were many skeletons in armor. He screams and asks what is happening. The main character imagines the image of a necromancer and thought that this was a detachment that was originally supposed to be in a deeper place. He adds with a smile on his face that the enemy is well prepared. The group is attacked on one side by Dreg and on the other by many skeletons in armor. Maeve presses her back against the protagonist's back and tells him that it looks like they will have to fight this huge army of monsters. Young tells the girl not to try to kill them all and asks her to just stop and clear the way. A girl with a sword at the ready runs towards Dreg, and the main character runs towards the skeletons. The protagonist hits the skeletons. The girl makes a cutting blow to a huge monster. Michael tells Philip to look ahead as the brown-haired guy with freckles on his face screams in fear. The main character hits the monster with a mace. More bones fly towards Dreg. Young thought that everything, like in the game, the broken skulls are absorbed by the death Dreg. The main character looks at Dreg and says that there are no endless reserves of magical power. He thought that before this everything had gone more or less smoothly. He makes two quick crushing strikes against skeletons and breaks their bones. White hair flutters in the air. The main character thought that although there were some changes, if everything continued according to his plan, then everything would go smoothly. Young opens his eyes wide. He sees a ghost with long white hair hovering above him and asks what he is doing here. The system window says that this is the lake ghost. The ghost grabs his head. In the next window of the system it is written that this is a ghost living near the lakes. He possesses men, absorbing their energy, and also lures women into the lake and inhabits their bodies, making them possessed. The main character asks if they weren't supposed to meet him later and adds that he was also enslaved by a dark magician. The ghost's hair emits white energy that envelops the skeletons. Skeletons with a white aura quickly run towards the protagonist, who notices that they are fast. Young swings his mace at one of the skeletons and shouts, "Take it, you damn scoundrel." The protagonist jumps towards the ghost. He hits it, but the ghost quickly flies away. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The lake ghost flies over Philip and Michael. The ghost removes his hands from his face. The ghost's eyes glow with a bright light. The protagonist has a wary expression on his face. At this moment, young Hope felt something. The lake ghost screamed with the sounds of the death agony. The ghost is near Philip and Michael. Death Agony is a skill that not only deals damage, but also applies a confusion debuff to opponents. Maeve slashes at Dreg. If he doesn't stop this, Michael and Philip will die. The main character shouts to two guys to cover their ears. Fiery energy emanates from his eye. He shouts to his two partners to do it now. Clots of flame appear near the main character. The conductor and the brown-haired guy cover their ears. Maeve looks in their direction. The main character moves his hand back. He sends gouts of flame straight at the ghost. One of the flames flies straight into the ghost's face. A powerful fiery explosion occurs, causing the ghost to scream loudly. Some flames fly towards Dreg. Michael and Philip remove their hands from their ears. The brown-haired guy and the conductor look at the main character. Philip shouts that this cannot be. Michael notices that the protagonist used fire. The main character shouts and asks the guys why they are frozen, and then asks them to get ready. The partners have frightened expressions on their faces. The main character shouts that this is not the end yet. Maeve goes towards Dreg, and the main character goes towards the armored skeletons. The protagonist smiles and says that he wanted to hold back this trump card, but now that he has used it, he feels great. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist and an orange glow appears in it. His eyes turn red and flames form around him. The main character says that now he has nothing to hide and he can fight without any hesitation. Many explosions destroy the skeletons. Michael and Maeve run towards the protagonist. The girl looks at the main character and thought that now everything is falling into place. She adds that she didn't expect this since he didn't look like a magician at all. She remembers how the main character was sitting on a horse and says that most likely he is in the grave forest. Philip holds his head and asks the protagonist if he understands what he is saying. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he understands something. Maeve thought that his intelligence, education and insight were high. The main character reaches out to the manuscript in the girl's hands and asks if he can take a look. The girl asks the protagonist if he really knows how to read, and then adds that she shouldn't be so surprised. The main character takes his sword out of its sheath and tells him to follow him. He adds that this is something that only he can do, there will be no losses. The main character sits down next to Maeve and Philip, and then says that the root of the pollution has already been eliminated. The brown-haired guy asks the protagonist what she said. The girl asks him if he really managed it alone. The girl thought that the protagonist was cautious and had a secretive character. She adds that Yang is the red magician whom the dark magician was looking for. Currently, Maeve runs towards the protagonist, who materializes flames. The ghost flies quickly from one place to another. She hovers over Philip and Michael. The girl takes a fighting stance and thought that in the end she again found herself in debt to the protagonist. She attacks the ghost and cuts its body. The ghost disappears and Maeve lands on the ground. She shouts that she dealt with the ghost. The main character shouts to the girl that from now on she should not lose sight of him, because there is a fork ahead. The girl replies that she understood everything. She thought that the main character spoke as if he had been here before, and then asked if this also had to do with the fact that Yang was a magician. Maeve has a surprised expression on her face. She sees a headless corpse in armor and a red cloak on the ground. The girl remembers Vernon, who was bleeding from his eyes. She reaches out her hand to the corpse, whose royal armor seemed familiar to her. She takes out a small wooden tablet on which it is written that the owner is the Royal Knight Charles Carter. Maeve laughs with an alarmed expression on her face, and then says that this is not Vernon, and then adds that she was not scared yet. Dark energy comes from the girl's chest. The energy comes from the artifact. The girl thought that the contaminated magical power of the artifact that was under her armor suddenly intensified. She thought that she didn't know why, but she felt as if it was the magical power of someone else, not a dark magician. The girl sees dark energy coming from the corridor. She thought that the artifact resonated with the magical power flowing from the left fork, and then she wondered if someone was calling her. The main character addresses the girl. He shouted her name loudly. Maeve came to her senses after the protagonist's words. The main character shouts to her, "Be careful." Near her is Dreg. The girl jumped away from the monster. Philip and Michael run to the girl. The brown-haired guy asks her if she's okay, and the conductor asks her if she's hurt. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, shouts and asks the others why they are stuck there, and then says that they should run to him. He shouts even louder, "Come here quickly." The brown-haired guy and the guide are carrying the girl, holding her hands. The passage in front of them was closed. In front of them is a wall with symbols. The main character looks at the wall with symbols and asks what Maeve saw to behave this way. He adds that as he thought, they were separated at a fork. The main character turns around and says that nothing can be done. He sees in front of him many skeletons in armor and says that first he needs to kill the dark magician. Michael stands against the wall and shouts, "This damn fool. Scoundrel." Philip asks the lady what they should do now. The guide looks at Dreg behind him and shouts that they are coming from behind. Maeve thought that she had to go, because there was no other choice. She thought that she needed to gather her thoughts and need to get Philip and Michael out of here. She tells her partners that she will clear the way, so they should follow her. Philip runs after the mistress and invites her to go along, and the guide runs after them and asks not to leave him alone. A bright blue glow appears. Maeve's attack destroys many skeletons at once. A powerful wave of energy destroys many skeletons. Philip asks the lady why she sped up so much. With a tired look on his face, he offers to go together. A girl and two guys enter a room where there are many skeletons in armor and with swords that do not attack. The group looks around. The brown-haired guy asks what's wrong with them and why they don't attack. Someone says, "Make way." The skeletons move back, causing Michael to become scared. Someone tells the group that they have come to the right place. In front of the group stands a man in armor with a sword on his back. A man in armor greets the girl, calling her the Apostle of Torin, Maeve Laurel. He takes off his helmet and with a smile on his face tells the girl, "No, I can call you Sister Maeve, right?" Michael asks with surprise on his face, "Who?" The man's voice seemed familiar to Philip. The girl opens her eyes wide and says that this cannot be. A man in armor holds a sword on his shoulder. The girl asks the man if he is Vernon Laurel. She asks him why he is here, after which the man puts on a helmet and his eyes begin to glow purple. He quickly moves towards the girl and makes an attack, after which their swords clash. The girl clenched her teeth and asked Vernon why he pointed his sword at her. The man in armor smiles. Dark energy emanates from him, after which he laughs and asks the girl if she still doesn't understand. He shouts to the girl that the time has finally come when he can surpass her. He hits Maeve, after which she is pushed away. Vernon shouts to the girl that he is strong enough to kill her. The shadow of the sword falls on the girl. The main character parries the skeleton's sword with a mace. He says with an angry expression on his face, "How infuriating." He throws the mace near the skeleton and tells him that he can take it, and then runs away. He looks at the statue of a warrior in armor and thinks he has found it, and then adds that it is a puzzle. The protagonist approaches the statue. He jumps up. He jumps towards the statue. He lands on the hilt of the sword. The statue sticks its sword into the ground. After this, the gate opens. The main character lands on the ground and thought that there was a hidden passage. He adds that in general, this is a shortcut to the exit, which is used after killing a dark magician. Vernon makes several attacks on Maeve, but the girl blocks his attacks. The main character thought that even though he knew about the existence of this place, what was the point of leaving here if he only managed to kill the mid-boss? Many skeletons run towards the protagonist. The main character sees a crowd of skeletons behind him. He says with a smile on his face, "We were about to go out, right? Well, do what you want." The protagonist quickly climbs the stairs, jumping off the walls. The main character makes a high jump towards the temple. He thought that even King Agelin did not know about the existence of this place underground, and then wondered if it was a temple where the ancient fairies prayed to the god of death. The protagonist lands on the floor. He sees in front of him a necromancer sitting on a throne. The necromancer smiles and tells the main character that he has come this far, but this is his territory. He clutches the staff in his hand and exclaims that this is the cursed earth that he created with such trepidation. He says that he will enjoy reprisal against the main character with all the magical power that he has thanks to this cursed land. The protagonist forms tongues of flame. He directs a stream of flames at his enemy. A stone glows magically in the protagonist's hand. He smiles and tells the necromancer that he does not learn from his mistakes at all, and then asks him if he continues to talk nonsense, although he has already dealt with him. The protagonist thought that if this continues, then there will be no problems with using the purified artifact. A magic stone hovers over the protagonist's hand. The necromancer calls the protagonist a scoundrel. There is a lot of smoke near the enemy's throne. The necromancer's body is restored, and there are sharp claws on his hands. He clenched his teeth. He gets another pair of hands. The main character asks what it is with a surprised expression on his face. He looks at the necromancer with 6 arms and thought that he looked even more miserable than in the game itself. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells the enemy that he talks too much, although he has not even taken his final form yet. He tells the enemy to approach if he is not afraid. The protagonist forms tongues of flame in his hand, and dark energy emanates from the necromancer. Dark energy swirls around the dark magician's staff. He shouts and calls the protagonist a vile scoundrel. There is a large statue nearby. The dark magician points his staff forward. They shout, "Answer my call, ancient fairies." Crackling dark energy emanates from the dark mage. Many skeletons appear in front of him. The dark magician shouts to the protagonist that in addition to red magic, he uses gray magic and also brought artifacts with him. The main character runs away in the opposite direction from the enemies. The Necromancer shouts that, however, now that the main character has lost them, he is not capable of anything. He adds that he will make the main character realize how insignificant he is. The Necromancer creates a monster with black eyes and mouth. A huge monster opens its mouth in front of the protagonist. Many skeletons attack him from all sides. The Dark Magician screams loudly. He tells the protagonist that his body must have frozen in fear. The main character stands quietly. He jumps up. The Necromancer, with surprise on his face, asks how the main character moved so quickly. The main character thought that this was the first time he was using this skill like this. He adds that he upgraded it to the second level, since it is quite simple. Flames emanate from the red stone in the protagonist's hand. Red energy emanates from the protagonist's eye. He thought that it would be difficult to aim, but now it is not so important since there are enemies everywhere. Many small flames appear. The notice says that this is lowest red magic, dancing flame. Skeletons look up. Clots of flame fly down. Flame clots destroy skeletons. The Necromancer opens his mouth wide and shouts, "This scoundrel! What kind of children's tricks are they?" Dark energy swirls around the Necromancer's staff. The main character flies towards the enemy. The Necromancer runs his staff through the air and leaves a purple trail. The Dark Magician used the Phantom Wall spell. A purple barrier forms in front of him. The Dark Magician shouts to the protagonist that he will not be able to escape from her in the air. The main character forms a flame in his hand. He throws a bunch of flame down. The main character is pushed away by the blast wave and flies over the barrier. The Necromancer, with an alarmed expression on his face, asks if the protagonist flew away using the recoil from the explosion. The protagonist takes out a mace from a small portal. Red energy emanates from his eye. Air currents swirl around him. The main character accelerates greatly. Shrouded in blue energy, the protagonist heads towards the Dark Magician. The Necromancer tries to cover himself with his hands. The main character swings a mace at the Necromancer. He cuts off 3 of the Necromancer's arms with one blow. The Dark Magician screams loudly due to pain. The main character lands on the ground. He moves the mace to the side. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that he missed. The main character stands near the throne. He raises his mace and says that as he thought, this thing is not easy to use. The protagonist remembers how he was pushed forward by the explosion. He says he thinks it's worth continuing to study different combinations in battle. He clutches the mace and says that if he were not an outsider, there would be no need to study. The Dark Magician clenches his teeth and calls the protagonist a fool. A drop of sweat runs down the Necromancer's cheek and he shouts to the protagonist that he had more than one artifact of gray magic, and then informs him that he deceived him and weakened his vigilance. The main character spreads his arms to the sides and tells the enemy that he caught him, and then thought that in fact it was not so. He tells the magician that he has prepared something else special for him, after which he thought that this was also a lie. The Dark Magician says that he recognizes that the protagonist is not just a small fry. He raises a staff above him from which purple energy emanates. He points his staff forward and shouts that from now on he will fight with his full strength. The bones on the ground begin to move. Streams of dark energy collect bones. The main character puts his hand to his belt and says that the magician has moved straight to the second phase, which means that he will become faster. The dark mage now looks like a large bone monster. Steam comes out of the monster's mouth. A large monster stands in front of the main character. The main character licks his lips and tells the enemy that now the weakness of his physical defense is absolutely not important, and then informs him that his form is so predictable. The bone monster raises its hand and tells the protagonist to watch. Dark energy is concentrated in the Necromancer's hand. He says that he received this power from the abyss of emptiness. He moves his hand to the side and tells the main character that he will make him understand that death is a blessing. A powerful beam is directed at the main character. The main one jumped aside and said that it was fast. The enemy redirects his beam, and the main character suddenly jumps to the side. The main character jumps away from another beam attack. The Dark Magician shouts to the protagonist, "That's it, run away. Hide like a rat." Drops of sweat flow down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that this scoundrel was enjoying this. He adds that as he thought, the game strategy also works here. The protagonist runs to the right of the enemy and says that you need to go around him like this and reduce the interval. The main character thought that he would not keep this technique constantly. Young dodges another beam and thought that there was not much left. Red energy emanates from the protagonist's eye and he thought that there was a little more left. He took a closer look at the Necromancer's hand and thought that he would act immediately as soon as he weakened the technique. The protagonist materializes clots of flame around himself and thought that he needed to act now. He used the inferior red magic, dancing flame. He points his hands forward and burns the enemy. The Necromancer laughs loudly. Among the smoke you can see the purple eyes of the Necromancer. He asks the main character what happened and did he really direct the attack downwards, and then asks the protagonist if he really doesn't have the strength left to aim properly. The Dark Magician shouts to the protagonist that he will quickly kill him. The Dark Magician concentrates violet energy in his hands. He sends another beam at the protagonist, but the main character moves under the beam. The Necromancer wonders at what point the protagonist did this. The stone in the protagonist's hand is destroyed and he says that he used everything. Shards of stone fall to the ground. The main character slipped under the feet of the Dark Magician. The Necromancer quickly turns around. He's not paying attention to his legs because he can't move them, and then he wonders why this is happening. He looks down and sees flames. The Necromancer exclaims that this cannot be. The Dark Magician understood why the protagonist was aiming at his legs, namely to tie them up. An explosion occurs under the Necromancer. The Dark Magician turns his head. The main character materializes a magic stone in his hand and tells the enemy that he quickly guessed. But thanks to this he had enough time to prepare a medium-level magic technique. Crackling energy emanates from the protagonist's hand. He tells the Necromancer that it's too late to rush around. The Necromancer asks the protagonist if this is gray magic and if he is going to use this magic using the artifact. The main character with bright blue energy in his hand asks the enemy if it matters now. The energy almost reached the Necromancer. Blue energy emanates from the main character's eye. He used medium gray magic, lightning chain. Powerful blue energy hits the Dark Magician in the chest. Blue energy is running out. The burned Dark Magician stands motionless. His head crumbles into pieces. The Necromancer is falling apart more and more, and the main character is standing next to him. The main character dodges the rubble. The real body of the magician, missing half his arms, lies on the ground. The main character removes the dirt from his hands and says that it is disgusting. The Dark Magician asks the protagonist how he can use magic of different colors. Yang takes his sword out of its sheath and tells the Necromancer that he is dead in 3 minutes, and is this really what interests him now? The Dark Magician says that if he had more time, he would have the truth of the beginning of time, the power of the abyss. The main character puts his foot on the Dark Magician's stomach and tells him that this will not console him in any way. But even if he had more time, he would not have known the whole truth and would not have been able to gain immortality. The protagonist swings his sword. He looks at the enemy and calls him Conrad. The Dark Magician shouts that this cannot be. He turns back and asks the main character how he knew his name. The protagonist strikes the Dark Magician. The Necromancer's head lies separately from the body. The main character sheathes his sword and asks the dead Necromancer why there are so many questions, because he won't understand even if you tell him. The main character closes his eye and holds his face. He looked down and said that he again went too far with the use of magical power. He adds that if he used it again, he would suffer exhaustion. The protagonist looks at the staff and head, and then thought that he needed to take the loot. He adds that he can keep his magic staff and use the head as proof of his murder. Dark energy emanates from the Dark Magician's eye. A dark spirit emanates from the Necromancer's body. The main character asks if this is the spirit of a Dark Magician, and then asks if he really has 3 phases. He reports that this was not in the game. The spirit of the Dark Magician looks at the protagonist. He makes a dash towards the main character and screams loudly. The main character materializes a flame and a staff. Cracks appear on the wall. The wall collapses, and behind the dark spirit a dark space appears, where sucking white violet energy circulates. The dark spirit turns back. His hand gets sucked in. The dark spirit is completely sucked into the rift. He quickly flies towards the rift. The rift in space disappears. The main character sees how the cracks have almost disappeared. With surprise on his face, he asks if it was really that same emptiness. The protagonist remembers the robed cultists from the game who prayed and said, "Emptiness. Chaos of the beginning of time. Abyss." The main character closes his eyes and says that the Dark Magician went into the abyss as he wanted. He looks at the wall with symbols and wonders why the spell continues to work, and does it really not stop working even after the death of the Dark Magician. One of the walls in the room rises. There is a passage among the stone wall. The main character looks at the ball, which hovers on a pedestal and glows brightly. There are books on the floor next to him. The main character looks at the ball and says that all the chains of the spell are gathered here. The protagonist opens the book and says that this magician kept his diary of entries, like some kind of madman. He adds that you should read it, in case there is useful information here. Pink streams of energy emanate from the ball. The main character asks if this is an energy source. The protagonist stands near the ball and asks if it is a dark entity. He adds that he had never seen anything this big until now. He took a closer look at the energy and thought that its power was different from contaminated artifacts, and was rather pure magic, like divine power. The protagonist props up his chin and says that it's somehow a pity to simply destroy her, and then asks whether he should trust his internal resistance. The protagonist's hand is enveloped in blue energy. He says that just in case he will try to absorb some magical power. He touches the ball. The protagonist's hand is sucked into the ball. Yang has a scared expression on her face. A very bright glow emanates from the ball. A bright light reaches the protagonist. The light blinds the main character. The main character flies among the planets against the backdrop of starry space. The protagonist wonders where he is. He has a shocked expression on his face. The protagonist thought that he didn't know what it was, but it looked amazing. The protagonist sees many planets. He sees a black and golden object. He wonders if it is a black hole, and then notices that he is being sucked in. Nearby objects are sucked into the black hole. The main character floats in the middle of starry space, and he is enveloped in white energy. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks what is happening. The main character sees the surface of the water. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He falls to the ground. The protagonist put his hand to his face. He vomited on the ground. He wipes his face and shouts, "Status window." The main character increases the value of mental strength. The protagonist sighs while looking out the open system window. He closes one eye and says that it was dangerous because he almost went crazy. Yang looks into the system window and asks what is going on here, and then says that he used 9 points. He adds that it doesn't matter because he has developed other necessary skills anyway. A system window appears in front of him where it says that the additional task, Pieces of Chaos, has been completed. It is further written that the protagonist managed to successfully return the fragments, torn from the chaos of the beginning of time, to the abyss. As a reward, he receives a chaos shard. The main character looks at the system window and wonders why an additional quest suddenly appeared and how he could complete it, even if he did not receive it. The protagonist draws attention to the fact that the quest mentions emptiness and fragments of chaos. He remembers the black hole and wonders if that means the black hole was this void. He notes that then this creature is the most ancient deity. He imagines the silhouette of a creature with bright golden eyes. He adds that he can only think in this direction. The main character wonders if Conrad saw it too, and then notes that if he did, he would not have survived. The protagonist says that he also received a chaos shard as a reward. Dark energy emanates from the protagonist's chest. He thought about what he said earlier, that he felt something inside him. He adds that the same magical power emanates from him as from a large energy source. Pink-violet energy circulates inside the protagonist. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He asks if it could be the force of chaos. The protagonist says it cannot be, that this is a force of chaos. A blue magic circle appears behind the protagonist. Yang turns back. He sees a magic circle and dark energy in front of him. He says that this is an already familiar wave of confrontation between divine power and contaminated magical power. He wonders if Maeve was injured. Someone pierces the body with a sword. The girl's armor and face are splattered with blood. The maids are talking to each other. The first of them asks the others if they heard that this time Mrs. Maeve was chosen as the apostle. The second maid replies that nothing else was expected from the lady because she is amazing. Another maid asks if she can become the head of the family. The first maid responds that is true, because Mr. Vernon cannot cope with her. One of the maids tells the others to watch their language. Maeve, dressed in cloth and with a sword at her belt, addresses Vernon. Maeve, with a smile on her face, tells the guy that she is glad to see how hard he trains. She approaches him and tells him that she needs a sparring partner, and then asks what he thinks, because they haven't fought in a long time. Beads of sweat run down Vernon's face. He closes his eyes and smiles, and then tells his sister that he is not ready now, and suggests they fight another time. This is a story about further events of their youth. Streams of blue energy are visible near the wall with symbols. Maeve and her brother launch attacks at the same time. The man's eye glows purple. He makes a blow and knocks the girl's helmet off. Philip calls his mistress. Michael asks the girl if she has used up all her divine power, and then notices that she is barely able to deflect the blow. Vernon laughs and asks his sister what happened since she can only defend herself. He makes a dash towards the girl. The protagonist kills a dark magician using magic. The guy in armor stopped. Maeve turns to her brother. Vernon, with a shocked expression, says that the gentleman's energy has dried up. Philip asks the guy in armor if he means the dark magician when he talks about the master. Michael says that he is confident that Yang defeated the dark magician. Maeve is breathing heavily and thought that Yang did it. The girl tells her brother that if this is so, then they no longer need to fight. She asks her brother to return to their house. She tells her brother that although his body has become different, there is probably a way to return him to his previous state. Vernon silently listens to his sister's words. He asks her what kind of nonsense this is. Maeve has a surprised expression on her face. The man in armor shouts that now that the one who held him back has disappeared, he is completely free. The guy's eyes begin to glow even brighter. He shouts that the first thing he will do when he gets out of here is to burn the damned kingdom to the ground, and then when he takes the lives of all living things and becomes stronger. He imagines 2 servants bowing to him. Vernon shouts that he will become the sole and all-powerful ruler of his own territory, like the demons behind the Black Barrier. He imagines a bone demon and a snake-like demon with many eyes. He looks at his sister and says that all this will begin after he kills his sister. He runs straight towards Maeve. A crackling pink energy appears. Vernon stops because he noticed something. Philip, with surprise on his face, shouts that these are chains of spells and tells Michael to look here, because there is the divine power of the mistress. Maeve emits bright blue energy. She says with surprise on her face that divine power overwhelms her. The girl's brother laughs looking at her, and then says that the goddess is probably angry that her beloved apostle first stopped communicating with her, and then resumed it. Vernon clutches his sword in both hands. He runs to his sister and shouts that then they will fight each other at full strength. Maeve tells her brother to stop, because this is all pointless, and then asks him why he doesn't understand. Shrouded in dark energy, Vernon almost reached his sister. The girl clenched her teeth. She cries, shouting her brother's name, and takes a fighting stance. The armored man's eye becomes normal. He jumped to attack from above. The girl's face and armor were splattered with blood. Maeve stabs her brother with her sword. Philip, with horror on his face, says that this cannot be, and Michael calls his mistress. The sword of a man in armor cut the girl's shoulder. Vernon's back is bloody. Philip shouts that the mistress has won. The man in armor drops his sword. Maeve says with concern on her face, no. She remembers being attacked by Vernon. He stopped at the last moment. The girl says that at the very end, her brother could not point the sword at her. The brother says that his feelings prevented him from delivering the final blow. Maeve opens her eyes wide. The brother adds that just as he thought, he remains a weakling until the very end. Impaled on a sword, Vernon tells his sister that he hated her. He adds that he hated the fact that she smiled at him without even realizing that she had everything and he had nothing. He remembers how his sister watched his training. Vernon turns around. He wipes the sweat from his face. He notices his sister. He reaches out his hand to her. The brother tells his sister that he wanted her to recognize him. He adds that in the end he was never able to surpass her. Blood is oozing from his mouth. Maeve calls out to her brother with concern on her face. Vernon closes his eyes and says that he is still glad. He remembers how in the past his sister offered to fight him, and then says that he is glad because he wanted to fight her. The man in armor loses consciousness. Maeve calls several times to Vernon, who fell on her shoulder. Mikkel asks the lady to calm down. Tears flow from Maeve's eyes. She screams loudly and hugs her brother. She is enveloped in a huge amount of blue energy. Someone is running quickly down the corridor. The main character is running and thought that he was so distracted by the power of chaos that he did not notice how the spell was lifted. He imagines the image of Vernon with a sword on his shoulder and thought that the only one who could cause all this was the mid-boss Death Knight. The main character stops and thinks that this is the Death Knight's room. He sees Maeve in front of him, floating with her brother among the blue energy. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He wonders what happened, and then thought that looking at all this divine power, it can be said that Maeve has won. A huge amount of blue energy swirls into a powerful stream. Philip, looking at what is happening, says, "My poor lady." The main character approaches the guide and squire, and then asks them what happened. Michael asks the main character if he has returned. Maeve falls to the ground. She lowers her brother to the ground. Dead Vernon lies with his eyes closed. The girl notices that the protagonist has returned, and the main character replies that yes. She thanks the protagonist, and then says that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get this far. She adds that, however, they will not be able to continue their journey together. The main character asks the girl what she is talking about. Maeve reports that Vernon is dead. She holds it in her hands. The girl reports that he was already killed and forcibly brought back to life in order to manipulate him like a puppet. The main character thought that Maeve's brother was the mid-boss Death Knight. He made a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist thought that he could not even imagine this. Maeve says that she prayed to the goddess to save the soul of this desecrated boy, but she did not answer her, because the goddess condemns the soul for sins and does not save. Philip and Michael have surprised expressions on their faces. The girl says that, however, if she wants to take revenge for him, she will answer. The main character silently listens to the girl's words. He asks the girl if she means that she will kill everyone who was involved in this. Maeve is enveloped in a red aura. Orange energy emanates from her eyes. He says this is the revenge she wants to bear. The main character is silent for a while. He takes his sword out of its sheath. He apologizes with a serious expression on his face and then says that he will not let this happen. He stands opposite a girl who is enveloped in energy. A girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks the main character what he means. The main character asks if there is not a contract between him and the lady. He puts the sword aside and asks the girl if she forgot that she asked him to find out the full picture of what happened to that huge tree. Maeve replies that then she asks to cancel this contract. The main character closes his eyes and says that until now he has never cancelled a contract at the request of a customer. He adds that, moreover, he has never allowed a customer who unilaterally terminated the contract or did not pay compensation to live. The protagonist makes a dark expression on his face, and blue energy emanates from his eyes. He tells the girl that therefore she will have to fight him. Maeve asks the protagonist if he is really saying that he wants to fight her. The main character tells the girl that this is not difficult for her, and then says that be that as it may, she will soon kill a lot of people anyway, and therefore she can add him to this list. The main character looks at the girl with a stern look. He tells the girl that she will die. Maeve's hands are shaking. Philip tells the protagonist and the lady that they need to calm down, and Michael covers his mouth and asks him to be silent, because it is better for him not to interfere in a situation that he does not understand. The girl turns to the protagonist with a calm look. She makes an angry expression on her face and asks the main character if he is really going to kill her. The main character stands quietly behind the girl. Orange energy emanates from her eyes. The main character looks closely at Maeve. The red energy that envelops the girl is becoming less and less. She says that today she has already lost one person dear to her. Her hand rests on her brother's chest. The red energy stops enveloping her and she says that she doesn't want to lose another one. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the girl if she wants to say that she will not cancel the contract. The girl replies that yes, their agreement continues to be valid, but she will take her revenge. The main character closes his eyes and moves his hand to the side, and then tells the girl that he is not going to stop her from taking revenge, but does not know whether she can succeed in this. Maeve asks the main character what this means and does he really want to say that her path is unrighteous and that she cannot take revenge alone. The main character sheaths his sword and says both. The girl asks the protagonist if he will help her take revenge. The main character sheathes his sword. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the girl that in this case the story will be different. He adds that first they should get out of here, and then he adds that they will talk later about this topic. White particles are flying in the air. Maeve and Philip are standing near the cart. Michael holds a kebab in his hand and calls the protagonist amazing. The main character asks him what he is talking about. The conductor, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist not to pretend that he does not understand, because he knew that the lady did not beat him, despite the fact that she was not herself. The main character, with a misunderstanding on his face, asks, "What if not?" Michael screams and asks the protagonist if he said that seriously. The main character closes his eyes and says that regarding adventures, once you start doing them, there will be no end. The protagonist thought with a serious expression on his face that although he didn't want to kill her, he planned to force her to submit to him, even if it meant tearing off her arm. He imagined Maeve with his head cut off. He thought it was obvious that in such a state she would go crazy and eventually die. He adds that he didn't want this to happen. He thought it was surprising that she even grabbed the sword. He remembers how she behaved when she was enveloped in red energy. He adds that it is obvious that madness was raging inside her, and it was probably not easy to suppress it. Particles from the fire are flying near the protagonist, and he thought that in the end he could not stop her from becoming an apostle bringing death. Philip and Maeve approach the protagonist with a guide. The squire asks the guys if they really have no boundaries. Michael puts a kebab in Philip's mouth and then tells him that he doesn't understand anything, and then tells him to eat meat. The main character asks the girl if they mourn their brother. Maeve replies that thanks to the protagonist, yes. Vernon's body lies under a cloth in the cart. The protagonist's group sits around the fire. The main character asks the girl if she is okay. Maeve asks the protagonist what he is talking about. The main character tells the girl that she has become an apostle, bringing revenge, and it seems that a lot has changed in her. He thought that the red divine power was different from what it was before, and then added that now it had definitely become an apostle bringing vengeance, just like in the game. He imagines an image of Maeve with orange energy emanating from her eyes. He imagines a girl in armor who is enveloped in red energy. Maeve looks at her hand and says that now the goddess will grant her power only to carry out revenge. The protagonist thought that these were extreme restrictions, but when it came to carrying out revenge, she would be able to gain even greater power. The protagonist imagines a large, long-haired silhouette behind Maeve. Young thought that if you suffer injustice, you will lose divine power. He adds that the restriction that the Apostle of Vengeance must observe has disappeared and now, for the sake of fulfilling vengeance, one can do anything. Maeve clenches her hand into a fist and says that she does not regret the choice she made. She adds that, however, she will regret all her life that she could not kill the dark magician with her own hands. Particles from the fire fly in the air. The girl says that, driven by personal feelings, she missed both the main goal and revenge. She remembers the dead knight in the red cloak. She remembers how Philip and Michael carried her while she was weak. The protagonist threw a bag to Maeve. The main character says that this is the head of the scoundrel, which she can take with her. He adds that the battle with him was completely ordinary. He fought and killed. The girl lowered her gaze and remained silent. Philip puts his fist to his mouth and begins to speak. He props up his chin and asks the protagonist if he killed him with magic. The main character closes his eyes and thought that he couldn't understand why he didn't ask. He says it looks like it. Mikkel touches the bridge of his nose with his fingers and closes his eyes, and then tells the squire that he is giving him advice because he is worried about him. He tells him that he has no wits at all, and then asks him if he thinks before he speaks. He asks Philip if he thought that the protagonist was hiding his magic because he didn't want them to know about it. Kebabs are cooked over a fire. Michael adds that, however, since the protagonist had no choice but to use her to protect them, they should thank him rather than interrogate him. He tells Philip to just pretend he didn't see anything. Philip puts his hand on the back of his head and looks down. The squire closes his eyes and apologizes to the main character, and then thanks him. He adds that he will take the protagonist's secret with him to the grave. The main character closes one eye and says, "Great," with a smile on his face. Maeve tells Young that she must give him additional compensation for killing the dark magician, and then asks him what he wants. The main character closes his eyes and thought that initially he wanted to keep all the loot for himself, but in the end he made concessions. He says he wants something decent. Maeve rests her chin and thinks. She takes her sword and scabbard. She hands the sword to the protagonist. With a serious expression on her face, she asks the main character if he will take her sword. Philip, with a frightened expression on his face, shouts to the girl that this is her sword made of imperial steel. The girl replies that this is exactly what it is. This is quite a worthy reward. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that he could not have imagined that she would give it away. The protagonist takes the girl's sword and says that he will handle it well. According to the system notification that appeared, he was holding a sword of condemnation of an unusual class in his hand. Abilities: Level 2 Condemnation Strike. Recovery time is 24 hours. The main character thought that the name of the item and its abilities were really different from those in the game, because this sword was much better. With a look of surprise on his face, he remembers the description of the item from the game. It was called the Sword of Vengeance, and according to the description it cannot be repaired, and the sacred power that the sword possessed was defiled by the blood of innocent people. He thought that in the game it was a trophy that could only be obtained after killing Maeve, and now, since it has not been desecrated, it has no restrictions other than recovery. The girl says that this sword has been with her for a long time, and although it is not so famous, it will still be useful to the protagonist. The main character takes his sword out of its sheath and says, "No." He took out a sword and looking at it, he said that it was amazing. The protagonist picks up the sword and thought that he has good balance, although it is heavier than it looks, but he cannot swing it as easily as the girl does. He adds that if he fails to deal with it, he will have to use a couple of power points. Maeve addresses the protagonist, after which he looks at her. She tells the main character that from now on he is temporarily replacing her, and therefore she hopes that he will be able to get to the bottom of the truth and find out what happened to that tree in Orendel. With a serious expression on her face, she tells the main character that he must return alive. The protagonist closes his eyes and sheaths his sword, then tells the girl that the only thing she needs to worry about is herself. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the girl that if he wants to take revenge, then she needs to be extremely careful. He adds that she should not kill anyone and should reveal her feelings at least until he returns. Maeve listens to the protagonist, who tells her that she must stay alive, because someone will have to pay him for the information that he finds out. The girl looks down and says that this is true, and then adds that she swears that until the protagonist returns she will not make a fuss. Above the dried trees rises the night sky, which is partially obscured by clouds. Michael holds his hand clenched into a fist in front of him and asks the protagonist and the girl if they have finished discussing important matters. He takes something out of his bag and then says that they have all suffered. He takes out a keg and with a smile on his face asks how about drinking. Philip asks with surprise on his face if it is alcohol. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and she wonders if the guide with the keg actually went into the dungeon. Maeve closes her eyes and says that she doesn't like alcohol, but she doesn't mind drinking today. Michael says that's a good idea because they've all been through thick and thin together, so they can't leave without having one last drink. The main character closes his eyes and smiles, and then thought that on a day like today, he might as well have a drink. They pour alcohol into glasses. Maeve and Philip drink alcohol. The protagonist and guide also drink. Everyone looks at Michael as he says something with a joyful expression on his face. The night sky with the moon on it rises above the forest. The main character drinks from a mug. He looks towards the forest and says that he can clearly see everything that happens in this dark forest in the middle of the night even without resorting to the use of magic. He wonders if this is all thanks to the Chaos Shard. Behind the protagonist lie two corpses. A man with a scar on his eye holds his head and asks the protagonist how he did it. With an angry expression on his face, he asks the protagonist how he can drink poisoned alcohol and remain okay, and then shouts that even an elephant would faint from the amount of this poison. The main character with a smile on his face asks the wounded guy if he wants to know. A system notification appears stating that the protagonist used the general skill immunity level 3. He thought that he had put a lot of effort into this skill and all in order to survive in Chapter 4. The main character goes to the villain. The villain takes his sword out of its sheath and shouts to the protagonist not to approach. The main character takes his sword out of its sheath. He parries the villain's blow. A crack appeared on the scoundrel's sword. His sword breaks. The villain falls to the ground and screams. The villain clutches the other half of the sword and asks the protagonist to wait and then listen to him. The main character pierces the palm of the villain. The wounded man screams loudly due to pain. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, asks the villain what this nonsense is, and then informs him that if he plans to kill someone, he must be prepared to be killed himself. The villain tells the protagonist that he should have simply fallen unconscious from the poison, and then they should have stolen something from him. The main character raises his glass and asks the enemy if this is true. He twirled his sword, which was stuck in his palm. The villain opens his mouth, after which the protagonist pours him a drink from a glass. He looks at his hand. The main character, with a malicious expression on his face, asks the villain if he really should have fallen unconscious, and then says that if this is true, then he will leave him alive. The wounded man calls the main character a fool and a worm, and his veins turn blue. He vomited blood on the ground. The main character sheaths his sword and says that if he had immediately told the truth, then he would have died painlessly. Someone behind the protagonist screams. Philip pierced one of the thieves with a sword, and in his other hand he holds a shield. He's breathing heavily. The main character crossed his arms and tells the brown-haired guy that even his face has become more courageous. Philip, with a tired face, asks the protagonist why he didn't help him after defeating the rest of the enemies. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the brown-haired guy that he already said that this is different from their past walks. After leaving the grave forest, their group split into two parts. Taking Michael as a witness, Maeve decided to go to the royal palace to report on the battle in the grave forest. The red-haired girl tells Philip to go with Yang. A brown-haired guy with a surprised expression on his face asks the girl why all of a sudden. Maeve says that at least this is just her request, and then asks how they can send the protagonist, their valuable witness, alone. The girl approaches the squire and tells him that he will help Yang and witness what he will have to go through. The brown-haired guy tells the girl that he is her squire. Maeve looks at Michael and says that they have him, and then asks him if he will become his squire for a while. The conductor, with a smile on his face, replies that of course he agrees. Philip is crying with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that she was doing it on purpose, and then added that he would be useful to him as an assistant. The main character crossed his arms and looked thoughtfully, and then thought that since he had made many mistakes, he would consider that this would pay off the debt to him. He tells the girl that he understands what she wants, but her request may be dangerous for him. The main character says that this guy can die and asks if he will be okay. Philip gets scared because of these words. Maeve closes her eyes and says that Philip is a worthy warrior and squire, and he is also very decisive. The squire turns to the lady, and then wonders what about his opinion. The red-haired girl puts her hand on the brown-haired guy's shoulder and then tells him that he can learn a lot on his journey with Yang. She asks him to serve the protagonist faithfully and gain experience. Philip closes his eyes and agrees with the girl's words. Currently, the squire is breathing heavily. The main character with crossed arms tells the brown-haired guy that as long as he is with him, he should be able to make at least some contribution to their cause. The protagonist looks at the corpses near Philip and thinks that he is more talented than he seems. The protagonist tells the squire that it was he who asked him to join those guys, as night had fallen on the forest. He remembers how the squire pointed at the people near the fire with a smile on his face. Philip sighs and thought that he had nothing to say because it's true. The squire says that he doesn't know to the protagonist, but perhaps the protagonist wanted him to experience a similar experience. The main character stands with his arms crossed and asks the squire why he is giving the situation some meaning. The squire catches the bandage that the protagonist threw to him. Yang tells him to give himself first aid and finally get up. The brown-haired guy asks the protagonist if there is anything left. The main character holds his hands on his belt and tells the squire that the most important thing remains. The squire asks what we are talking about. The main character points his thumb at the corpses and says that we need to go through the things of these scoundrels. Philip asks the protagonist if he means emptying his pockets. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the squire to consider that this is simply a transfer of property rights, and then adds that he probably often saw this in the border zone, where he and his mistress were. Philip shouts that back then they were simply taking back what was stolen, but now the protagonist is simply going to take other people's things for personal use. He adds that this is completely unacceptable. The protagonist hit Philip on the head. The squire holds a bag of coins in his hand. The protagonist sees the squire running and thought that he was too excited, even imagining himself to be a knight. Now the squire is wearing a new belt, a new sword, new gloves, and new shoes. The protagonist and the squire look at a chest decorated with precious stones. The main character says that there is still some left. The protagonist thought that compared to the skills of the mercenaries, the chest was sealed too well. He adds that before giving him the poisoned alcohol, they talked about transporting something to Lucaid's client. The squire asks the protagonist if he is the only one who wants to open it. The main character thought that perhaps he missed this quest in the game and it would be better to open this chest during the day. The main character crouched down near the chest. The protagonist opens his shirt. The main character grabs the chain and tries to fold it into subspace, but notices that it pushes her away. Philip looks at the protagonist and wonders what he is doing there. The main character takes out a dagger and tells the squire to move away, to which the brown-haired guy agrees. The protagonist is enveloped in blue energy and swings a dagger. He hits the chest several times. The protagonist breaks one gem after another. The stone fragments lie near the chest. The main character opens the chest. Purple energy emanates from the chest. The protagonist opens his eyes wide. Philip calls out to the protagonist with concern on his face. Someone pushed the main character away. He was pushed back. The main character was pinned to the ground. Yang took a closer look at the enemy. White hair flutters in the wind, and pointed ears can be seen among them. Someone with orange eyes looks at the protagonist. The main character looks at a person with white hair and pointy ears, and then wonders if it is an elf. He thought that this was not an ordinary elf. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The person with white hair opens his mouth with sharp teeth. Philip extends his hand to the protagonist and addresses him. The main character puts a dagger in front of him. The elf broke the protagonist's dagger with his teeth. The blade of the dagger falls to the ground. The elf spits out the fragments of the dagger. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist that he smells so delicious. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that now he understood. She was in a sealed chest, because she cannot be placed in subspace, because living beings cannot be in it. The elf closes his eyes. The main character thought that as far as he knows, she is the only vampire elf in this game world. The protagonist looks at the girl who is fixing her hair and thought that she is the one who drinks real blood, Tessia. He imagines the image of a vampire elf in a cloak and thought that in the future she will be reborn as Empress Jinhul after absorbing the vampire lord of the Lucaid kingdom. He adds that she is an important boss character. The main character thought that the vampires had really entrusted the request for her transportation to such weak mercenaries. He looks at the corpses of the mercenaries. He thought that even though he didn't know the details, it all looked even stranger than he thought. The elf puts her hand forward and tells the protagonist that she could easily escape alone, and then thanks the protagonist and adds that for this she will kill him quickly. The main character gets up and throws half of the dagger aside, and then asks the elf if this is her usual gratitude, to bite a man's neck. Tessia replies that he is just hungry, and in fact, she is even drooling. She tells the protagonist that looking at him, she concluded that he was not someone she could easily eat. The main character takes the sword out of its sheath and tells the girl that she understood correctly. Tessia, with a smile on her face, touches her chin with her finger and tells the protagonist that he is so hot-tempered. The girl with a serious expression on her face tells the protagonist that she promises him that she will not forget his smell, because it is so sweet. She walks away in the opposite direction and tells the protagonist that they will meet later, and then tells the protagonist not to die until then. The girl runs away with lightning speed. Yang sheathes the sword and then says that he didn't think it would jump out of the box. Philip points his finger in the direction of the girl and asks the main character if it's okay that they didn't chase her. The main character asks the brown-haired guy how to keep up with her, because someday she herself will come to him, as she promised. Philip says he doesn't think she's just an elf and maybe they unleashed a monster. The main character puts his hand on his belt and says that even if they had not touched the chest, she would have gotten out on her own. He adds that apparently the mercenaries managed to catch her in daylight. He tells the squire, okay, forget it. Go and check the horses. Philip, with a look of surprise on his face, asks the protagonist if they will really move on right now. The main character asks the squire if he really wants to stay here and wait until other monsters come here, smelling the smell of blood. The squire lowered his gaze and walked towards the horse, which was tied to a tree. Philip unties his horse and says that not even a day has passed since he set off on the road with his master. He adds that he was almost killed by mercenaries, who are more like robbers, and there was this clash with a strange monster. He smiles and says that more dangerous things than these will not happen, and then asks Lusaller not to let anything happen now. Kingdom of Agelin, City of Orendal. Fog is visible among the wooden houses. Near the two-story wooden house there are barrels and a ladder. Someone opens the door. The main character and his squire go inside. Philip has scars on his cheeks. The squire in dirty clothes looks around. Not far from them, 3 people are sitting at a table. The squire whispers to the protagonist that it would be better to sit in the back of the hall. The main character and his squire sit down, after which the protagonist asks if they have to sit like that in the very corner. Philip answers in a whisper that if a fight suddenly happens, it won't hurt them, and then asks the protagonist if he doesn't remember that he almost died like that last time. The main character smiles and thought that you will never find such a demon of doubt in anyone else. He adds that they have already slept in the open air several times while passing through villages, so he thinks that Philip has learned a lot during this time. The main character remembers watching the squire fight. Philip looks around, and the main character thought that despite this, he is still a child, and then adds that at least no one seriously sees this guy as a paladin's squire. The squire covers his mouth with his hand and asks the protagonist in a whisper what they are going to do next. The main character asks the squire why he continues to speak in a whisper. Philip replies that he behaves this way because they can hear them. The main character looks at the tavern visitors at the tables and says that he doesn't mind others hearing, because in fact, if they look calm, they won't even pay attention to them. Philip closes his eyes and says that this is another thing that the protagonist taught him. The main character sighs and wonders why he keeps talking about studying. The protagonist says that they will stay here for a few days and look at the situation. There are many people talking to each other in the room. The protagonist adds that it would be strange if they suddenly showed up and immediately started asking questions about the missing soldiers. A waitress approaches the main character and the squire and asks them what to bring them. The main character asks the waiter what passable food they have. The girl replies that they don't have anything special and if they want to eat something, she can bring sausages. She adds that if they order bread, then it is better to order stew. The main character asks the waitress to bring all this and then takes out the money from subspace. He adds that judging by the large number of mercenaries here, there is a lot of work to be done. The protagonist holds out his hand with a coin and then asks what needs to be done to receive good requests. The girl hides the coin under her clothes and then tells the protagonist and the squire that if they immediately receive a large request, there will be a conflict. The girl covers herself with her hand and says that this place looks ordinary, but there are rules here. She adds that first they need to take something minor or a request that other mercenaries do not want to take because they consider the matter too dangerous. The main character says, okay, with a smile on his face. He looks at the waitress and tells her that this is just what they need, something dangerous. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. A man with black hair and a short beard walks into the tavern, holding his head and saying that he has a headache because he drank so much last night. He sees many people around the table and asks why they are gathered there. He approaches them and asks them what they are doing here. The guy with the scar on his mouth calls the man Patton and then asks him if he really wants to join their bet. The black-haired man asks what the bet is, and the man with the scar replies that it concerns the guys who came last night. He reports that they went into underground tunnels that were dug by fairies a long time ago. Patton says it's full of waste. He imagines a huge four-eyed monster similar to a crocodile. He asks with a shocked expression if they really went there to capture a four-eyed man-eating crocodile. The man with the scar smiles and says that this is probably true. Patton asks if the two of them went there, then calls them crazy. After that he asks what the rate is. The blonde man with the scar with a smile on his face says that if they return, someone will take all the money, and if not, that someone will buy everyone drinks. The black-haired guy with a thoughtful look thought about the protagonist and Philip. The main character is enveloped in blue energy. The blonde asks the man with the beard why he doubts, and then says that he will just get drunk in the evening for free. A man with a beard and a serious expression on his face says he better bet that they will return. Those present shout and ask Patton if he is serious. A man with a beard with a smile on his face replies that he will make good money if they return alive. Someone present tells the man that if he loses, he will buy everyone a drink. The blonde man with a smile on his face takes the bag from the table and tells the bearded man that he really is a good guy. The long-haired man puts his hand on Patton's shoulder and then tells him that there is a reason why he liked him so much. Because they look alike. The bearded man with a smile on his face tells the others to stop and then tells them to go and find another guy to mock. Visitors to the tavern notice some noise. Patton asks what it was. He asks again what it was. A visitor with sideburns puts his ear to the floor and says it sounds like a vibration coming straight from the ground. A man with gray hair asks the others if they are those guys, and then wonders what they did there. A powerful explosion occurs in the dungeon. An earthquake occurs in the tavern. The visitors scream loudly. The waitress is sitting on the ground and holding her head. The rest of the visitors also cover their heads. The earthquake has stopped and the tavern visitors are silent. A man with a beard asks what those sounds were. The main character and Philip enter the room with something massive in their hands. They throw the two halves of the man-eating crocodile onto the floor. The main character says, "Call the main ones." He adds that they caught a monster from the underground tunnels. Tavern patrons look at the defeated monster. The waitress, with a shocked expression on her face, asks the guys what they mean. Philip, with a serious expression on his face, asks the waitress if she really didn't hear. He shouts and asks her to call the guard or their leader now. Saliva drips from the mouth of a dead crocodile. Two warriors in armor carry the head of a crocodile. One of the three locals looking at the monster exclaims that they really killed the crocodile monster from the underground tunnels. Someone else shouts that he is simply huge. One of the residents says that they must have used oil, because even the sewer water was burning. The man in the black vest replies that no, they used a sledgehammer and it seemed like everything was going to collapse. A man with his hair tied in a ponytail raises his hands and says that he also heard someone say to block the exit so that the monster does not break out. A black-haired man in armor with a shocked expression asks the protagonist and his squire if they want to say that they really caught this crocodile. Nearby, someone is having lunch at a table. The main character closes his eyes and tells the warrior that this is exactly so, but during the battle the aqueduct was damaged. It would be nice to send masons there. The warrior replies that he understood everything and says that the reward will be paid to them within 3 days. A carriage and a rider on a horse are moving along a city street. The room is illuminated by a chandelier with lit candles on it. The main character looks at his hand and says that he has already bathed 3 times and changed all his clothes, but he still has a disgusting smell. He thought that he had also cleaned his equipment, but the smell still did not go away. He thought that it would be great if there was at least cucumber soap. Philip rests his chin with one hand and eats soup with the other. He says that he thinks such an experience in life can be had once, but it's not worth it anymore, and then adds that he can't stand it a second time. The main character tells him that he agrees. The squire looked to the side. He noticed a smiling local resident and says that compared to yesterday, the attitude towards them seems to have changed. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that this is true, because the world of mercenaries is determined by the ability to live and the skills that he possesses. He adds that now no one will look at them askance. Someone addresses the protagonist with a squire, after which they turn their heads in his direction. Patton says with a smile on his face, "There you are." He spreads his arms to the sides and tells them that thanks to them, his bet won and now he can walk and eat to his heart's content for a whole month. He asks the waitress to bring them food for the gentleman at this table, and then adds that he will pay for everything. He asks the protagonist and the squire if they would mind if he sat down with them. The main character replies that he can sit with them if he doesn't talk too much. Patton sits next to Philip and tells the protagonist that he has a tough personality as well as his skills, and then says that he is glad to meet you and introduces himself by his name. The main character closes his eyes and introduces himself under his name, and Philip makes a serious expression on his face and also introduces himself. The squire turns his attention to the man with long hair behind him. Patton tells the protagonist that it is impossible that such a talented person is not talked about in their area, and then asks him if he came from somewhere. The main character reports that he is from the swamps. The bearded man asks what. He tells the protagonist that he understands everything and probably doesn't want to talk about it. He asks the protagonist where he worked, and then says that he must be a real celebrity somewhere. Philip, with an angry expression on his face, wanted to end the dialogue, but stops. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, says what he thinks. He said enough to prove that he did not have a criminal past. He asks to get down to business and tells Patton that he was not the one he addressed. The bearded man made a displeased expression on his face. The main character says that he wants to listen to the person who really has something to say. Behind the bearded man stands a long-haired man who makes a surprised expression. The main character asks him why the nobleman behaves like a commoner, or like an influential person from the shadows. Philip makes a surprised expression on his face. The long-haired man smiles. He put his hand to the back of his head and said that he didn't think that he would be seen through so easily. He asks if his game was really that bad. The bearded man apologizes to the long-haired man for letting him down and calls him master. The long-haired man puts his hand on Patton's shoulder and tells him that it's okay, because apparently he's the kind of guy who can't be fooled. The long-haired guy sits down at the table and says that he apologizes for his rudeness. He moves his hand to the side and tells the protagonist that as he knows, many mercenaries have a dark past, so he needed a little verification. The protagonist closes his eyes and replies that he understands and accepts the apology. The long-haired guy laughs and thanks the protagonist. He asks to be allowed to introduce himself formally, and then reveals that his name is Declan Bouchard. Patton stands behind him with his eyes closed. Philip, with a shocked expression on his face, asks the long-haired man if he is Bouchard. The main character asks why the son of Lord Orendel should check the identity of a simple mercenary. Declan puts his hands on his feet and says that his duties include managing the mercenaries of this city, and, moreover, he could not wait to meet such talented guys as them. The protagonist thought that despite the fact that the city is full of mercenaries, it is quite peaceful here. He adds that he thinks it was an additional parameter that was not explained in any way in the game. Philip asks the Lord if he really took on such a difficult job, and then asks to forgive him for his recent rudeness. The long-haired man says that he is not a young lord, and then adds that he was born out of wedlock, and his mother was a free citizen. A drop of sweat runs down Philip's cheek and he says, "That's how it is." The main character crosses his arms and asks Declan if he is sure of his identity, and if he needs additional evidence. The long-haired man replies that no, that's enough. With a serious expression on his face, he suggests getting down to business. He asks two guys if they want to work under his leadership. He adds that he wants to appoint them as centurion and adjutant. The protagonist and the brown-haired guy have surprised expressions on their faces. Philip asks the Lord in a raised tone if he wants to say that he is collecting regular troops from mercenaries. The long-haired guy replies that one can say so, because there is a war ahead of them. He adds that other lords disdain mercenaries, but he acts differently. The main character asks the Lord if he received permission from the king. The Lord replies that this is natural, because it is even good for his father because they are performing at the front. The main character tells the Lord that he likes being a leader. Declan replies that he won't deny it. If they survive, they will become big shots in this world. The Lord closes his eyes and smiles, and then asks if this is a tempting offer. The protagonist rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. Young looks at the long-haired man and thought that he has a relaxed demeanor. He is quite honest. And he also has a serious style of speech and his eyes and facial expressions are impeccable. He adds that in many ways this is impressive for a villager. The protagonist smiles. He says he can't answer right now. The long-haired man asks the protagonist why. The main character replies that he still has a request that he has not fulfilled, and this is not such an insignificant proposal that he can take on without fulfilling the previous one. The long-haired guy with a misunderstanding on his face tells the protagonist that he took on a crocodile. After this, he says that he understood everything and asks the protagonist if he originally came to Orendel to fulfill another request. The main character closes his eyes and answers yes. He thought it was great that it came to him quickly. The Lord rests his chin. He removes his other hand from his leg and says, "Okay." With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist that he will help him fulfill the request, and in return he will consider the offer. The main character with a smile on his face, the protagonist is going to answer that if this is all that the Lord wants, then he agrees. Philip interrupts him apologetically. He tells the Lord that in this case their request will be revealed. He says with a smile on his face that these are really the unwritten rules of mercenaries, and then turns to Patton and asks him to leave. The bearded man tells the Lord that he will go to another place. A bearded man goes to talk to other tavern patrons. Declan looks at the sign that the protagonist put down and reads what it says, Dave from the regular army. He says that looking at this, it can be concluded that he is already dead, and then asks if he transported prisoners before his death. The main character crosses his arms and says that this is so their first goal is to find the person who gave the order for transportation. The Lord asks what happened to this man. The main character replies that they cannot tell the details, but he was unjustly killed. He remembers Dave's corpse. The Lord, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist what he means by the word unfair and whether this means that there are corrupt people within the regular army. The main character puts his hand forward and tells the Lord that he knows more about this than they do, and then asks the Lord what his thoughts are on this matter. The long-haired guy says he's ashamed, but he doesn't know much about what's going on inside the regular army. He remembers how two men stood in front of a large army of people in armor. The Lord says that the regular army is commanded by his father and his successor, Mason. The main character closes his eyes and tells the Lord that if this is so, then he cannot help. The Lord replies that this is not so. The protagonist alerted his gaze. Declan touches the sign and says that he didn't say he couldn't help, and then adds that he was also interested in the protagonist's request. A long-haired man with a confident look tells the protagonist to just wait a little, and then promises that he will get what he needs, and he gives his word to Bochard. Fog is visible near the tavern building. There are a lot of people standing in the tavern. The Lord tells the protagonist that he has learned something, and, as he said, there is something strange here. He says that this applies to that soldier Dave and the prisoners he was transporting, and then says that all the guys had a similar trait. The long-haired man with a serious expression says that each of them either grew up orphans or lost their parents later. The main character holds a mug in his hand and asks if this means that they took those guys whom no one would look for. The Lord replies that it is true. Their brothers, sisters, and friends thought that they went to Agelin. He adds that the order was given for their transportation by a man named Bradley, who is the right hand of his brother Mason's commander. Declan, with a smile on his face, asks the protagonist what they will do next. The main character puts the mug on the table and says that he wants to talk to him without unnecessary ears. Declan asks with a surprised expression, should I talk to him? The long-haired guy says that Bradley is a very cunning person. It will be very difficult to get him to talk. The main character sticks a knife into the table. He says that he knows one good method for getting him to talk, and then says that there is magic that will make anyone talk. The Lord holds his stomach with his hands and laughs loudly. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist that he would like to see this magic in action, and then asks him if he will also insert a knife into it. The main character replies that there is nothing that he cannot do, and then asks for a place for negotiations. The long-haired guy laughs again, and then asks the protagonist to just wait until he prepares the place and sends a person for him. The Lord looks at the blade and says that it won't take much time, because he is very interested in how the protagonist's request will end. The long-haired man spreads his arms to the sides in front of the tavern visitors and shouts asking if this is called drinking, and then adds that he will provide everyone with a mug at his expense. Patton and the rest of the visitors shout, as expected of our master. The main character says that the Lord will do all the dirty work for them. Philip tells the protagonist that he definitely has a talent for manipulating. The chief, with a serious expression on his face, asks the squire to just continue talking as if nothing had happened, and then asks him if he did what he asked. The squire replies that he did everything as the protagonist said. Philip coughs and says, I guess I have talents too, right? The main character sheathes his sword. The squire says that his route was almost the same as usual. He adds that it can be said that there were no significant deviations. He remembers watching the Lord. Philip says that at the same time he found out about this man's reputation. The main character, with a smile on his face, answers the squire that he is evolving, because he did even what he did not ask him to do. The squire says that even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to listen. He adds that all the residents of Orendel really like this young master. A murdered woman lies on the carpet. Philip says that he heard that his mother died several years ago. He says that although Marquis considers him his son, the eldest son, Archduke Mason, seems to consider him just a thorn. So everyone began to worry that when the war began, the young master would be sent to the most fierce battles and began to be afraid that he would return to the city can only be dead. A typical family drama. The squire remembers how he eavesdropped on the conversations of local residents. He says with a serious expression that as far as he can tell, the young master does not look like a spoiled person, and if he is a scoundrel, then he hides it too well. The main character says that this is exactly so, he hides it too well. The Lord hugs two tavern patrons with a smile on his face. The main character raises his mug and says that although he does not worship darkness or chaos, he can smell the blood on his hands in advance. Light from the street leaks into the room. The main character is sitting on the bed and thought that after spending only a few days in Orendel, he got the best room for the night, and the women are being too polite to him. The protagonist remembers that the waitress and cleaning lady were friendly towards him. He thought he'd better see if there was anything useful in Conrad's notebook. The protagonist turns the pages of the book. The author of the book writes that although he initially denied and was angry, in the end he still listened to the words of the priest. He adds that everything he thought was true until now turned out to be a lie. The main character says that these are typical memoirs of a psychopath. Not a single magic formula, not a single rule makes any sense. The protagonist sighs and says this makes no sense, at least to people from this world. And for him, who learns magic through experience points, it is even more absurd. The protagonist looks at the book and thought that everything was as he thought. The person who lured Conrad into the catacombs was in Agelin. He adds that Conrad, like his servant, were planning to go out into the world when the time came to plunge the kingdom of Agelin into chaos. He imagines a necromancer, from whose staff violet rays emanate and everything around him lights up in flames. The protagonist leafs through the book and thought that the necromancer wanted the creatures of the void to eventually descend to earth, so that the ancient gods would rule on it, and not the current gods and demons. An eye is visible on the surface of the water. The protagonist slams the book shut and says that he feels like he smells vomit again. He looks at his hand. Purple energy emanates from the protagonist's hand. He thought that this was the power of chaos, pure energy of emptiness, and it felt like a very pure magical or divine force. The main character closed his eyes and said that it was absurd that he felt it again, and it must be that this power could only be used by a small number of heretics and demons or corruptors. A system window appears, where the name of the first add-on for Aquilonia is written, Decomposers. The protagonist imagines images of specialties that can be changed after the addition. A knight in light armor became a dark knight in dark armor. The barbarian has become a berserker and is now armed with a two-handed axe and also wears armor. The scout has retrained as an assassin and now wears darker clothes. The priestess has become an ancient priestess and now wears a high-collared robe. The magician has become a dark magician and now wears a mask. The protagonist thought that if you choose the side of decay, you can change your specialty, skills, options, and even tasks. He adds that you can switch to the side of decomposition at any time, but the risks are too high. A dark ball hovers above the dark magician's hand. The protagonist thought that when you take the side of decay, the level gained is lost, and it is unclear how the main characters will react to this. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, wonders how he received the power of chaos without decay, because it was the same during the loose solar task. All restrictions were lifted. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that it would be better for him. He should study this carefully, because he lacks his own magical power. Someone knocks on the protagonist's room and he pays attention to it. Philip looks out from behind the door and asks the protagonist if he is sleeping. He informs the protagonist that the place for negotiations is ready. The main character gets out of bed and with a smile on his face says that he copes well with the assignments. He looks at the squire and says that the time has come to console the one who sacrificed his people to the darkness with sword and fists. Patton and the blonde man with the scar over his mouth stand quietly. The main character sees in front of him a man on a chair, whose face is covered with a cloth. The man in the chair is shaking. The main character with a smile on his face tells the Lord that he chose a great place. Declan closes his eyes and smiles, and then tells the protagonist that he was just standing and waiting for him, because in this place he meets his mistress named Rose. The Lord removes the cloth from the man's face, whose mouth is covered with a bandage. The man is breathing heavily. Declan calls the man Bradley and tells him he's glad to meet you. The man screams and asks what is happening here and where Rose is. The Lord says that he does not know and says that she is probably sleeping at home. The scoundrel turns to the Lord. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, He tells the Lord that he set this trap, and then asks him what will happen if the Archduke finds out about this. The Lord points his hand at Philip and the protagonist, and then tells Bradley that he better take care of himself, because today these gentlemen will talk to him, not him. The villain asks what kind of nonsense is this. The main character approaches the tied-up man and tells him, well, here we are, Bradley. The tied-up man asks the protagonist who he is, and then tells him that he is seeing him for the first time. The main character, with a smile on his face, shows the sign of the murdered person, and then tells the villain that he is also seeing him for the first time. After this, he asks the scoundrel if it is true that the guy on the sign knows him firsthand. Bradley reads the sign and asks the protagonist where he got it. The main character says that this thing was given to him by a ghost, and he asked him to find the person who buried him under the ancient tree. The tied-up guy with concern on his face says that he knows nothing about the ancient tree. The main character grabs the villain's head. He looks at him with a gloomy look. Then drops of sweat run down the scoundrel's face. The main character removes his hand from the man's face and tells him that this was the last warning, and then says that now he will ask again. He asks on whose orders the subordinates were sacrificed. Bradley turns away and closes his eyes, and then asks the protagonist what nonsense he is talking about. The bound man suddenly opens his eyes. The protagonist broke the tied man's finger. The main character asks Bradley whose order it was. The tied-up man calls the protagonist a scoundrel. He asks the protagonist if he knows who he is, and the protagonist breaks another finger. The bound man screams loudly in pain. He grits his teeth and looks at the Lord, and then tells the protagonist that although he knew that he was mean and stupid, he cannot believe that he was deceived by him and allows him to do all this. Declan is standing against the wall nearby. The main character breaks another finger of the tied-up man, after which he screams in pain. The main character approaches Bradley's face and then asks him where he is looking, and then tells him that he should focus on their conversation. He adds that he won't die with just one broken finger and notes that the tied-up man still has a lot left that can be broken. The main character tells Bradley that of course he will make sure that he does not faint and feels absolutely everything. He adds that he guarantees and promises it. The bound man clenched his teeth. The villain opens his mouth and says, Archduke. He adds that it was an order from the Archduke. The rest of the people in the room are silent. Declan opens his eyes wide in surprise and then says that he is talking about his brother, Mason. The main character asks the tied-up man if he really means Mason Bouchard and why would the Archduke give such orders. Drops of sweat run down Bradley's face and he says he doesn't know either. The main character breaks another man's finger. The tied-up man shouts that he said to block the road. He says that if you block at least one road leading from Agelin to Orendal, you can gain a strategic advantage in the impending war. The Lord crosses his arms and asks, strategic advantage. The main character asks if Marquis Bouchard knows about this, after which he breaks the man's finger. The tied-up man shouts that yes, this is what Marquis Bouchard wanted and he said it wouldn't take long. The protagonist says that this means a strategic advantage, the preparation of which does not require much time. He adds that what he desires is the independence of Orendal and the founding of a new nation. Bradley, with a worried look on his face, shouts that this is what he heard, and then adds that he was simply following their orders. He remembers the killed people and shouts that all these small sacrifices for the sake of independence and eternal glory of Orendal are nothing at all. The main character with a smile on his face says that it was just a small sacrifice for the benefit of a great cause. Bradley, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist that he definitely noticed this. He says with concern on his face that he didn't want to do this either, but someone had to do it. The main character replies that this is true. With a gloomy expression on his face, he tells the scoundrel that in order to hide the fact that he is a corrupt person, he came up with a lie of such proportions. The Lord has a surprised expression on his face, while Philip has a calm expression on his face. Declan's face expresses confusion. He turns away and asks the protagonist what he started again and what kind of corruption he is talking about, and then adds that the main character spun some kind of incoherent nonsense. Young takes the knife out of its sheath. He cuts off the villain's hand. Bradley's eyes turn red. He shouts, "My hand." The main character looks him in the face with a gloomy look and says that the games are over. If their king is corrupt, then he cannot be won either. He asks the man what they promised him in exchange for them working together and cites immortality, strength, and power as an example. The tied-up man asks the protagonist what he is talking about. He stutters and the Lord looks at him with a shocked expression. With concern on his face, he asks the protagonist how he knew about this. The main character holds a dagger at the scoundrel's neck. Bradley asks the protagonist who knows about this besides him. The main character says that in fact, he didn't know about it either. The rascal asks, what? Young says that all he knew was that the Archduke he serves is a corrupt man. He adds that it is therefore clear to him that Marquis is the same. He tells the scoundrel that he himself has now confirmed everything. Bradley calls the protagonist a scoundrel with an angry expression on his face. The main character closes the villain's mouth. He sheathes the knife and tells Declan that as a reward for his cooperation, he will plunge the blade into it to the hilt. The Lord steps between them and tells the protagonist to wait. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He says that he is not against killing, but he should explain everything to him well. With concern on his face, he asks if it really turns out that his father is preparing an uprising and is even behind these murders. The main character replies, okay. The protagonist made a serious expression on his face. Lord says that besides, they have not yet dealt with the accusations against this man. The main character looks at the Lord. He asks the Lord if he needs to get a promise from him. The Lord asks, what? He turns back and asks what that sound is. A shadow falls on his face. Bradley's body changes quickly. The main character pushes the Lord away. Declan hits the wall. Young takes his sword out of its sheath and asks Philip to protect his master. The squire stands in front of the Lord with a sword in his hand and tells him to stay behind him. The clothes on Bradley's body are torn. His skin darkened. He turned into a monster with many tentacles sticking out of it. The main character jumped on the monster. The monster makes a tentacle attack. He parries the protagonist's attack. The main character cut the enemy's tentacle. Bradley tells the protagonist that he has lousy punches. The monster smiles smugly and says that he was afraid that he would never be able to get his body back after he accepted this great power. The main character asks the monster if he really considers him an empty place. The monster says that of course not. He's just bored with the protagonist, but he shouldn't worry because he won't let him go without a fight. The main character hangs above the enemy's tentacle. The main character says that these are typical words of someone who is about to die. The protagonist's sword is enveloped in blue energy. He sits on the enemy's tentacle. The Lord, with surprise on his face, thought that this was really divine energy. The monster, with a shocked expression on his face, asks if this is divine power. He adds that this cannot be, because such a non-entity could not have received it. The main character raises his sword above himself and tells the monster that he is again speaking in typical phrases. The monster calls the main character a scoundrel. The protagonist hits the monster, and white energy emanates from its eyes. The main character cuts off several tentacles. The blade rushes towards the monster's face. The protagonist swings his sword. He cuts Bradley in two. The enemy's corpse falls to the ground. The bloody remains of the monster lie on the ground. The monster's eyes are open. He looks at the main character, who is about to take another hit. The main character made another cutting blow. He cut off the monster's head. The monster's head lies near Philip. Declan asks the main character and Philip who they are and are they really simple mercenaries who came to fulfill the request. The protagonist sheaths his sword while the squire stands next to the Lord with his eyes closed. The squire tells the protagonist that this is just a role, and the protagonist touches his forehead and tells the squire that he can do whatever he wants. Philip sheaths his sword and asks to be allowed to introduce himself again. He says that the protagonist is a swamp dragon hunter and a slayer of dark spirits. He adds that in addition, the main character is an apostle of Tauren, guardian of the southern borders and the sacred sword of Agelin. The Lord has a shocked expression on his face. Philip points at the protagonist and says that he is also the only true representative of Mrs. Maeve Laurel. The protagonist has a misunderstanding on his face, and the squire introduces him as Mr. Young Hope. He put his hand to his chest and with a smile on his face says that his name is Philip and he is the master's servant. The building's windows reflect dim light. A man with dark hair asks if the victims who will be sent to Agelin are ready. Lord Orindel, Marquis Beauchard. A bearded man with brown hair replies that yes, transportation is scheduled for the morning. Archduke Mason Beauchard. He adds that there is one point, however. Marquis asks his son what's wrong. Mason thought that nothing had been heard from Declan lately. He says, no, nothing special. Marquis, with a malicious smile, tells his son not to worry about anything. He reports that old deer will not be able to abandon Orindel. He imagines the image of a black deer with an eye in the middle of its forehead. Patton and the blonde man enter the room. A black-haired man with a beard asks the gentleman if he has already finished his business. The mercenaries have surprised expressions on their faces. They see the remains of a monster lying near the protagonist, squire and lord. The main character is covered in blood. Declan tells his subordinates that they arrived just in time, and then tells them to get out of here. Patton, with a shocked expression on his face, asks the Lord what this means and where Mr. Bradley is. Lord says that this corpse belongs to Bradley. A bearded man shouts and asks if this is Bradley. The blonde man with the scar asks if Mr. Bradley was a degenerate. The Lord looks at the main character, who has closed his eyes. One of the mercenaries shouts that this is really a corruptor who is spreading the madness of the Black Wall among the people, and then adds that perhaps he cannot even die. Another mercenary shouts that if the top of the kingdom notices this, they will send their order here, which will destroy everything in the area. He adds that the person holding a high position turned out to be corrupt. The main character says that he will go. He thought that he was tired of looking at this blood. Declan asks the protagonist to wait, and then asks him if he said that he now has no doubt about him. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that for now, yes. The Lord puts his hand forward and asks the protagonist to tell him what to do. The main character asks the man if he forgot what he said, and then adds that there are still corruptors left. They need to be dealt with. Declan asks the protagonist if he is talking about his father and brother. Drops of sweat run down the mercenaries' faces. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that this is true. On the floor lie the remains of a monster's corpse. The Lord claps his hands. He closes his eyes and says that this is an excellent answer. One of the mercenaries thought that they shouldn't have heard about it and they needed to somehow leave unnoticed. Philip closes the door. He crossed his arms with a serious expression on his face. Declan asks the protagonist if he will stay a few days until the case is completed. The main character asks, until the case is completed. The Lord tells the protagonist to think for himself, because if the feudal lord and his successor die, these territories will plunge into chaos. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that this is no longer his concern. The long-haired guy asks the protagonist what if he says that it will make his future work easier. The main character replies that he will listen. The Lord smiles and tells the protagonist and his squire that they can easily penetrate anywhere. But is it necessary to behave like thieves and hide forever in order to do good deeds? He extends his hand to the protagonist and tells him that they will boldly enter through the front doors. The main character asks the long-haired guy if he wants to say that he is going to start a rebellion. The Lord laughs and says that he just wants to pass judgment on the corrupt. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the long-haired guy if he will take the throne of the feudal lord after this. The long-haired guy asks what else he can do. He thought that he was going to commit an uprising so that his power would eventually be recognized as legitimate. The main character smiles and wonders why he should do something that will only benefit one lord. The protagonist turns around and says that it seems like it would be difficult for him to accomplish something like that, then asks him to remember that he is just a mercenary. The Lord smiles and says that of course he should have said this right away. He adds that if the protagonist helps him, he will pay a generous reward. A system window appears in front of the protagonist. Information about the task revenge of an illegitimate child is written in the system window. Declan Bochard was born a freedwoman. Without knowing it, he harbors a sort of revenge and therefore the protagonist needs to help him take revenge. The protagonist did not think that the quest window would appear at such a moment. He turns around and asks Philip what he thinks and if this all makes any sense. The brown-haired guy closes his eyes and replies that these territories definitely need a lord. He adds that if proof can be obtained that the feudal lord of Bochard and his successor were corruptors, even His Majesty the King will recognize the legitimacy. The main character asks if he is ready to bring the heads of Marquis and the Archduke. The Lord replies that of course, because he is obliged to kill at least one of them with his own hands. Declan smiles maliciously and says that this means a lot to him. The main character sighs and thought that he doesn't care at all. He reluctantly invites the Lord to conclude an agreement. The Lord turns his head and says that this guy said that he would help him. He asks his subordinates if they will join him. He tells them with a grim smile that this is their chance to get a good position based on merit, and then asks them if they want it. Drops are running down the cheeks of the blonde man and the two guys behind him. Sweat. Patton, with a smile on his face, shouts, "Isn't the answer obvious?" He clenches his hand into a fist and says that this is the future he has dreamed of since he began serving the Lord. He looks at the rest of the mercenaries and asks them what they are worth and don't they want to take advantage of this opportunity, since such outstanding warriors will fight side by side with them. The black-haired man clenches his hand into a fist and says that he agrees, because he is already tired of being a mercenary and now he will heal. The blonde man with a scar near his mouth laughs and says that this is a chance to turn from a commoner into a nobleman. The brown-haired guy replies that that's exactly it, they should try it. The main character looks at the Lord and asks him to make sure that everything goes perfectly, because there will be no second chance. Declan tells the protagonist not to worry. The long-haired guy puts his hand on his belt and with a smile on his face says that he has never had a second chance in his life. The bell is ringing in the city. The doors to the tavern rooms open. Many people leave the rooms. The main character is accompanied by Philip and other mercenaries. The main character sees a gray-haired mercenary with a serious expression on his face and wonders why everyone is so worried. Declan appears in front of the protagonist, accompanied by mercenaries. Young closes his eyes and tells the Lord and the mercenaries that if they are ready, then they can go. He thought that the Lord was very excited. In front of the horse cart there are many mercenaries who follow the protagonist. Philip asks if this is enough since there are only about 30 people here. The Lord with a serious expression on his face says that this is enough. More people join them. A little girl and a couple of other people come around the corner. A lot of people gathered behind Declan. The squire asks if these are the inhabitants of the slums and even those who live outside the fortress walls. The Lord, with a confident expression on his face, asks the protagonist if this is enough for him. The protagonist says that it looks like half the population of Orendal has left. He adds that the Lord did a good job and it must have been difficult to attract them. Declan replies that it is not as difficult as the protagonist thinks, and then says that he gave them an opportunity by telling new facts. He imagines people being killed. He imagines Bradley who has turned into a monster. Lord adds that he also revealed whether their friends and family members were alive or dead. A little girl holds a name sign in her hands and closes her eyes. The main character and the Lord stop. They are standing at the big gate. A gray-haired man on the fortress walls asks the people below to stop. He asks with an angry expression what is going on here. Declan calls the gray-haired man Mr. Doran, and then asks him to bring his brother and his father here, if possible. A gray-haired man asks the people below why they came here. He adds that no matter how you look at it, it looks like a rebellion against the Marquis. Declan, with a serious expression on his face, tells the gray-haired man that he is wrong, because it was Marquis who betrayed Orendal and the entire kingdom. He reports that even the gods betrayed them and became corrupt. Doran shouts, decomposed. With a shocked expression on his face, he puts his hand forward and tells the Lord to wait, and then informs him that from now on he forbids them from further advance. Someone appears behind the gray-haired man and asks, is he talking about the corrupt? He hits the ground with his cane. The main character thought that he had appeared. He thought that this scoundrel had the role of a benevolent father, Marquis Bochard, in the game. The man with the cane is accompanied by 2 guards. The main character looks at a man with a cane. A man with a cane comes closer to Doran. Declan bows to his father and then says, "You have arrived, father." A drop of sweat runs down Marquis' cheek and he asks his son what he is doing, because he even said nasty things about the state, about some corrupt people, and started an uprising. He adds that the brilliant Lou Solar is watching everything. Mason appears behind Marquis, who shouts at Declan that he was the one who ended up in the big trouble, and then calls him an ungrateful boy. Many people on the fortress wall are running somewhere. They hold crossbows in their hands and take up fighting positions. Mason asks Declan on what basis he says all this nonsense. The main character sighs and thought that the rest of the corruptors had appeared. The long-haired man tells his brother that he is glad to see him too. He says that everyone who has gathered here knows about everything. They know that the soldiers were unjustly given over to be torn to pieces by demons during their forced transfer to other territories. He adds that these people were their relatives or friends. The long-haired man raises a scroll above him and exclaims that he even has a list of dead soldiers. Mason, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks Declan if he is really trying to set him up, presenting only this as evidence. He exclaims that this is how he decided to repay his father's kindness by making false accusations. The long-haired man says that of course he has more than that. He looks around and asks where Mr. Bradley is, because today he is not visible. Mason gritted his teeth and thought that they had lost contact with him 2 days ago. He asks the long-haired man why he needs Bradley. Declan smiles smugly and tells them that if they think about it, they won't see him again. He snaps his fingers and says that they won't see him because Bradley was brought with him. The carriage with the coffin is traveling to the long-haired lord. 2 mercenaries are dragging a coffin. They dump Bradley's remains on the floor. Marquis and Mason have shocked expressions on their faces. One of the crossbowmen vomited. The long-haired lord shouts to his relatives to look carefully. He adds that this monster is Mr. Bradley. On the ground lie the remains of Bradley, who has become a monster. Doran asks if the long-haired lord really wants to say that this is Commander Bradley. One of the crossbowmen shouts that this cannot be, because he does not even look human. Longhair points to the remains and says that Mr. Bradley admitted that he himself, his brother and even his father are all degenerates. He adds that, in addition, whatever was done by the soldiers, he did on the orders of his father. Mason thought that he still could not guess where Bradley had disappeared. He laughs and tells Declan that he must be desperate, because he brought the corpse of an ordinary monster and says all sorts of nonsense. A bead of sweat runs down the little girl's cheek. With a desperate expression on her face, she asks what happened to her brother. She shows the sign and says that it is the nameplate of Dave's brother, who, as she was told, lives well in Agelin. She asks why he was buried in the forest then. A black-haired man with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks if everything is okay with his brother Smith. The man in gray clothes raises his hand and asks what about his friend Carlson, and then says that he has not received any news from him. Another city resident asks to explain what happened to his younger brother Brown. Mason clenched his teeth in anger. He hits the floor with his cane. Marquis's face is half obscured by shadow. He tells the residents that he understands their feelings. With an upset expression on his face, he says that he is really sorry because he could not understand how difficult it is for them. He tells the crowd that if the soldiers are truly sacrificed, they will form a consistent group and send them out in search of answers. He adds that he will also ask His Majesty to investigate the suspicion of rebellion, as well as the ridiculous claims that they are corrupt. He says that he will demand an inspection and a decision from the Imperial Church. Marquis asks the crowd if this is enough to calm their anger. Residents of the city are silent with concern on their faces. The gray-haired woman says that he can make concessions if he does so. The gray-haired man next to her says that these are the words of Marquis himself. Mason raises his hand and asks the crowd if they are happy, then asks them to go back. He tells them that if they stay, they will be considered traitors. The residents of the city are scared after his words. The main character thought that, as expected, regardless of the worlds, politicians have the same phrases everywhere. He adds that this moment bothered him. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that this was a battle that could only be completed once, because the second time it would not be possible to gather such a number of people. The protagonist imagines Marquis and Mason with dark faces and violet eyes. The main character thought that even if they come with such speeches a second time, a bloody wind will blow. Many residents are executed by guillotine. There are many headless corpses lying on the ground. The main character looks at the smiling long-haired lord and thought that it looks like this is not the end. Declan asks his father if he just said that he would accept the investigation of His Majesty and the Imperial Church. The father asks his son what he wants to say by this. The son says that he just knows the person, which meets all requirements. Marquis asks his son what he means. The long-haired lord with the shield behind his back raises his finger and then addresses Philip and Yang. He asks them if they can do again what they have done before. He closes one eye and says that if possible, with all the regalia. Philip asks what this means. The main character thought, really. One of the crossbowmen turned his attention to someone. He looks at the protagonist and asks if this is the mercenary who killed the monster in the dungeon. Mason smiles and says that the protagonist is just a mercenary. Philip closes his eyes and asks the protagonist to allow him to be formally introduced. He says that the protagonist is the Apostle of Tauren and the Guardian of the Southern Borders, possessing the treasured sword Agelin, which belonged to Maeve Laurel. The locals have surprised expressions on their faces. Philip adds, he is the only official representative and judge whom the strict goddess loves so much. Doran and the crossbowmen have shocked expressions on their faces. The squire puts his palm forward. He points to the protagonist and introduces him as Young Hope. He puts his hand to his chest and says that he is Philip, his squire. The main character looks at the joyful squire and wondered if he had said too much. For example, about the strict goddess. Declan points at the protagonist and says that Lord Hope is a witness to Bradley's corruption. He is also the one who personally condemned him. He smiles grimly and says he thinks he's qualified to do it. Marquis shouts that this cannot happen. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he asks if this means that the main character may turn out to be a paladin. The main character holds a sword with a scabbard. He looks at his sword and thought that he could show them everything with the sword. He takes the sword out of its sheath and thought that he was probably very angry. The protagonist's sword is enveloped in blue energy. He thought that unlike an ordinary sword, this one was full of divine power. He points the blade forward. One of the crossbowmen shouts that the protagonist is really a paladin. The girl sits on her knees. Mason shouts to his father that the protagonist is really a paladin. Marquis has a shocked expression on his face. Young pushes off the ground. He lunges forward. Marquis moves his hand to the side and shouts to the crossbowmen to shoot, and then asks them why they are just standing and watching. The crossbowman replies, but he's God's apostle. Mason unsheathes his sword and calls the crossbowmen scoundrels. He shouts that anyone who dares to disobey the order will be immediately beheaded. The main character rushes to the gate. The Archduke in blue orders to shoot, after which the crossbowmen shoot at the protagonist. Crossbow bolts fly straight at the main character. They rush to the protagonist's head. The protagonist uses the low-gray magic spell, Rotating Barricade. Air currents appear around the protagonist and crossbow bolts are deflected. The main character pushes off the wall with his foot. He almost jumped onto the wall. He looks at Mason and Marquis. The protagonist turns to the Archduke, who has a frightened expression on his face. The main character raises his sword above himself and says that the sentence pronounced by the goddess is death. He swings his sword and blue energy rushes towards Mason. The energy cuts off the arm with the Archduke's sword. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He holds onto the place where his arm was cut off and then screams loudly. The main character lands near the crossbowman. He removes a black glove from his hand with his teeth. Mason grits his teeth and calls the main character a freak. He commands the warrior next to him to grab the main character. Two crossbowmen look at each other. The main character asks the warriors to stop. He puts his sword forward and says what he thinks. Today he will limit himself only to the blood of the corrupted. Declan turns to Mr. Doran. He spreads his arms to the sides and asks him to call off the soldiers. The gray-haired commander moves his hand to the side and then commands the guards and regular soldiers to retreat, because this is not their battle. Doran's subordinates throw their weapons to the ground. The warriors leave the battlefield. Mason exclaims that this garbage is good for nothing. He tells his father that he should retreat inside the castle. He looks at the castle and thought that he has supporters, so he needs to somehow gain time. He thought about the old deer. He imagines an image of a man with his hands behind his back and an image of a deer. Mason smiles smugly and thought that he would send a messenger to him. He adds that Orendal is a strategically important point. He will have no choice but to send his troops. The Archduke, with concern on his face, tells his father that he will leave. His facial expression changes to one of surprise. Marquis' veins turn black. His eyes turn red. His hand is shaking. The Archduke asks his father what is happening to him. Marquis asks his son if he really doesn't see the sign of the sparkling goddess on the soldiers. Mason asks his father what he is talking about. The father of the family sees warriors with blue weapons and shouts, asking whether divinity has manifested itself in all spears and bows. The main character watches what is happening from the side. He concentrated the violet energy in his hand and thought, yes. Young takes off his black glove. The ring on his finger sparkles pink. The protagonist looks at the ring and thought it would be nice if he lost his temper, and then wonders if it will work. A small snake wraps itself around the protagonist's finger. The snake bites the protagonist's finger. Particles of its body are separated from the snake in the form of a shapeless mass. The shapeless mass heads towards Marquis. The snake attaches itself to the neck of the father of the Bochard family. Black lines spread across Marquis' neck. He commands everyone to move back, and then adds that this is his castle. The warriors ask Marquis what's wrong with him and whether he's really corrupt. The main character has a serious expression on his face. He thought it was a swamp curse skill. The system notification says that in exchange for a certain amount of life force, you can use a curse that causes confusion of the enemy. The main character thought that at first glance it looks useless, but it seems to actually work well. Marquis calls the protagonist a brat with an angry expression on his face. He shouts to the protagonist that he realized that he is a brat, not a paladin. He informs the protagonist that he is the one they speak of, the Apostle of Tauren, the embodiment of this cursed goddess. The villain's eye turns purple. He shouts at the protagonist not to make him laugh, and then adds that he will not receive any sentence. Marquis is enveloped in purple energy that everyone around him can see. One of the local residents from below shouts that the gentleman really was a corrupt person. Doran says with concern on his face that everything the young master said was true. Mason, with a worried expression on his face, asks why he suddenly reincarnated. Marquis emits bright purple energy. One of the frightened crossbowmen asks what is happening. The warrior's skin turns black and their eyes turn orange. The converted warriors turn around. They attack other soldiers. A soldier turned undead bites another soldier. Many dead people come out of the gate. The dead attack Philip and Declan with his army. The long-haired lord shouts that they have gone too far and then asks for the soldiers to be returned. The squire strikes the dead man. The mercenaries and the long-haired lord also fight the dead while the civilians escape. Marquis with a smile on his face says that as he expected. After all, this is the power that was given by the god of emptiness. He spreads his arms to the sides and exclaims that it is different from the power of the false gods. The protagonist makes a hit. Marquis parries the attack with his hand. He laughs and says that no power can overcome the power of the true god. His eyes glow purple. He says that since everything started earlier, it is worth starting the plan without delay. He adds that gradually increasing their strength, they will mutate everyone, starting with Orendal. The main character says that, be that as it may, without dialogue it is difficult to find a corrupt person. The protagonist moves with lightning speed and cuts off the enemy's hand. He used low gray magic, vacuum explosion. Marquis has a shocked expression on his face. He looks at his hand and asks, how? The main character pointed the sword at the scoundrel's neck. White energy emanates from his eyes. He tells the enemy that instead of just talking, he should take action. Marquis, with an angry expression on his face, shouts to the protagonist that he really is the embodiment of Tauren. The main character with an angry expression on his face says that he did not say that. The protagonist performs a twisting strike. The enemy's body is cut at the head, arm, and chest. Blood spills behind the protagonist. Yang sheaths his sword and then says that he wanted to make things clean. Philip cuts up the dead man and addresses the protagonist. He breathes heavily and asks the main character if he spent the night. The main character hands the bag to the squire and says that the work is in progress, and then he says that this is the head of Marquis, so he should not lose it. Philip agrees with the protagonist. The squire with a confident expression on his face says that he will go help the soldiers. The squire leaves the protagonist. Young says that he is finally capable of something. The long-haired lord asks Doran to focus on saving the people and tells him to give them commands. Declan asks Young if he is okay. The main character answers the lord that as he can see, Marquis is dead. The long-haired lord with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that he doesn't know how he did it, but thanks to him it will be easier. He asks the main character where his brother is. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that the moment Marquis showed his true appearance, he ran away. He adds that he took advantage of the turmoil and fled inside the castle. Mason runs down the corridor and leaves behind bloody trails. Declan smiles grimly and says that the man who was the successor just ran away without a care in the world. He adds that he needs to be taught a lesson. Someone calls out to young Declan, who is wearing a wicker hat. The long-haired woman with a smile on her face tells the boy to look at the apple pie that Marquis sent as a gift. She holds a basket in her hands and adds that he does not throw them away. There are plates with pieces of pie on the table. The girl eats a pie with a satisfied expression on her face. Declan looks at the girl with a smile on his face and thought that it seemed like she was smiling for the first time in a long time. The boy is about to put a piece of pie in his mouth. The girl drops her fork. She grabs the boy's hand. Blood pours from the girl's mouth. She tells Declan not to eat the pie. The girl falls to the ground. A warrior stabs a civilian with a sword. Mason shouts to the servants to quickly bring Marquis horse. The man with the backpack agrees to the order. The Archduke, with an angry expression on his face, shouts that the last thing he will see in Orendal is a stinking stable. He gritted his teeth and thought it would be great if he came to Agelon. He shouts that he needs to somehow meet with the old deer and gather troops, and then kill everyone here. He has an angry expression on his face. He shouts and asks the warrior in armor what he is worth when he is ordered to bring a horse. Blood pours from his mouth. Mason sees how the protagonist pierced a warrior in armor from the back with a sword. The main character asks what kind of old deer this is. The Archduke has a frightened expression on his face. The main character smiles maliciously and asks the enemy what he was just talking about, and then says that he would like to listen. Mason asks the main character when he had time. Declan hits the man with the backpack, and the Archduke notices this. The long-haired lord smiles and tells his brother that he has finally found him. Mason calls the lord an ungrateful piece of trash, and then asks him if he really thinks he can get away with it. The lord asks his brother, what about you? The villain is sandwiched between the protagonist and the lord. Declan asks his brother if he really thought he would be safe by turning his back on God. A drop of sweat runs down the scoundrel's cheek. He asks what kind of nonsense this is, and then suddenly makes a sword attack on the main character. The swords of the villain and the protagonist clashed. The scoundrel calls the protagonist a fast worm, and then says that now he won't leave him empty. The protagonist's face is obscured by the shadows of swords. He says to the Archduke, well, it's definitely an apple from an apple tree. Young cuts off another hand of the villain with a quick cutting blow. The enemy gritted his teeth due to pain. Mason shouts, my hand. My hand. The main character puts the sword on his shoulder and tells the enemy that he should have mutated a long time ago, and then adds that he is already tired of chatting. The protagonist smiles maliciously and asks the enemy that people like him really can't use power if they don't concentrate. Mason calls the main character a scoundrel. Black lines appear on his face. The protagonist cuts off the enemy's foot. The enemy screams in pain. Declan watches the scene with a straight face. The main character pierces the villain's leg. He approaches the scoundrel's face and then says that even though he has a desire to immediately cut off his head, he will pacify him if he answers the questions correctly. The protagonist says, "Old dear." The Archduke opens his eyes wide. The protagonist remembers the monster, who also spoke about the old deer. He asks the Archduke who he meant. Mason begins to stutter. The main character spins the sword at the enemy's leg. The villain screams loudly due to pain. He shouts that this is Duke Regisbrand. The main character opens his eyes wide. The long-haired lord asks Mason what he said, then asks if Regisbrand is his majesty's uncle. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, thought that his name had finally appeared. Mason exclaims with a smile on his face that yes, the kingdom is in their hands, and the king is just a puppet who thinks he can win this war. The main character says thank you to the villain for the information, and then informs him that he no longer needs language. Young grabs the villain's face with his hand. The long-haired lord sits down next to them and asks Young if he can ask for something. He smiles and says that he will take his brother's tongue. The main character closes his eyes and says that this is a good offer. The villain asks, "What?" with confusion on his face. The main character smiles and tells the enemy that he kept himself as promised, but his brother is not that kind of person. Mason asks the two guys what they are talking about. The long-haired lord grabs his brother's face. He has a dark and angry expression on his face. Declan tells his brother that he has no idea how long he has been waiting for this day. The villain is trembling out of fear. The long-haired man smiles and says that so many years have passed since his brother gave him and his mother an unforgettable gift. He remembers how his mother was poisoned by pie. He remembers blood pouring from her mouth. The long-haired lord closes his eyes and says that she bit her tongue to come to her senses. The scoundrel's face is reflected on the dagger. Declan, with a dagger in his hand, says that this is why he really wanted to one day cause his brother the same pain. Mason, with a look of horror on his face, asks his brother to stop, and then asks him to listen to him. Declan cuts out his brother's tongue. It is raining outside. There is a trail of blood on the road. The long-haired lord is pulling his brother's hair. Declan stops and moves his sword to the side. He says that following the will of the Apostle Torin, he, Declan Bochard, will execute the one who has turned away from God. Many civilians are watching what is happening. Philip, Patton and other mercenaries are also here. Declan swings his sword. He cuts off his brother's head. He has a serious expression on his face. Patton, with a smile on his face, clenches his hand into a fist and shouts, "Mr. No, our Lord defeated the corruptors." There is a large pool of blood under Mason's body. Civilians and mercenaries rejoice in victory. People shout several times in a row, "His Excellency Marquis Declan Bochard." The long-haired lord closes his eyes and points his head upward. The main character stands in the shadows behind him. There are many people in the hall. The king sits on the throne. He asks those present what they think about it. The king with a short beard leans his head on his fist and says that he is talking about a recent meeting with Mrs. Maeve Laurel. King Aeglin Erwin II, Erwin Archibald Brandt. Someone steps forward and tells the king that this is just nonsense. He puts his hand forward and says that Mrs. Maeve must be just paranoid. He reports that she returned to the royal palace and presented the monster's corpse as evidence of the activities of the corruptors. But this is not proof that the corruptors are building a secret conspiracy in Aeglin. He adds that moreover, this information will simply wreak havoc in the kingdom. Michael and Maeve stand next to a coffin containing a corpse, as well as the head of a dark magician. A bearded man with a staff asks the black-haired man if he said the word paranoia, and then asks whether it is possible to say that, because Mrs. Laurel is a paladin representing all of Aeglin. He is about to talk about her grief over the loss of her younger brother, but the king interrupts him. Erwin raises his hand and says, "That's enough." He says with a serious expression that he also thinks that Mrs. Laurel is being too dramatic. He adds that he will order the girl to stay at home for a while. The bearded man is about to say something, but the king interrupts him and tells him that he understands that he cares about Lady Laurel, but he needs to do a little investigation. He calls the bearded man uncle, and then tells him that he should understand this too. The bearded man replies, "Yes, your majesty." Duke Regisbrand. An image of a black deer with 3 purple eyes appears, nicknamed Old Deer. A day later, sunlight illuminates the black flags. After carrying out the inheritance procedure for the Marquis title and establishing the right to manage the land, Declan Bochard, along with the mercenaries, identified the corrupt henchmen of the past Marquis and the Archduke, and then sentenced them to punishment. There is a cue for the guillotine. In fact, they carried out a cleanup operation. The guillotine descends and kills the man. Philip approaches the protagonist and says that it seems as if the smell of blood has spread even here. White energy emanates from the protagonist's eye. He tells the squire to concentrate on the search, because if there is no material evidence of the presence of Regressed Brant in the basement, he will have to go into the sewer. Philip thought about that stinking sewer. The squire follows the protagonist and says that if the Duke of Brant is a corrupter, no one will believe them without substantial evidence. The main character says that this man seems to have an excellent reputation, and then asks if this is true. Philip replies that even more, he performs almost all of the king's duties on his behalf. The squire says that he met him a couple of times on the border, and he seemed to be a wise and merciful man. He remembers how he and Maeve bowed to Regressed. The squire says that he also heard that he is against the war, but he turned out to be the head of the corrupt. The main character looked closely at something and thought that he seemed to be an outstanding person. The protagonist sees an illuminated statue and one of the bricks in the wall. The protagonist presses on the brick. A passage opens in front of the protagonist and the squire. Philip puts his hand on the back of his head and says that, as expected, the gentleman has found something again. The squire holds a lit candle in his hand. The main character follows the squire. There are symbols on the walls and ceiling around. The protagonist places his hand on the hilt of the sword. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that the engravings were meant not to let God's gaze come here. He adds that apparently something bad is being hidden here. Philip looks at the purple ball and table with various things, and then says that there are engravings, scrolls, books, ceremonial daggers, and even a strange artifact that looks like a bead. He adds that this is not even surprising. The protagonist opens a subspace next to him. The squire asks the protagonist if he can ask him one question, and the protagonist answers no. Philip asks the protagonist if he is not a red magician who uses fire. He remembers how the protagonist sent fiery bolts of energy at his enemies. The squire says that he heard that magicians can only use one type of magic, but this does not apply to the protagonist. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he said no. The protagonist takes out a chain from subspace and answers that this happens, and then adds that besides, it is not magic. The protagonist takes out a chain chest and asks the squire if he doesn't care about the kingdom, and then reports that he doesn't seem to care if the Duke destroys the country, judging by the way he hesitates. Philip jumped up and shouted that it was not at all. The main character hands the chest to his partner and says that otherwise you just need to take everything that can be used as evidence. Pink energy emanates from the purple ball. The main character crossed his arms and thought that this is definitely not something related to chaos, and it is not even polluted. He adds that it is possible, all thanks to the fragment of chaos that he has, and therefore he can determine this power to some extent. He thought that he felt uncomfortable that he would have to face that creature again. But should he study the power of chaos in order to unravel the Duke's plan? The protagonist remembers how he was in another space. He looks at his hand, which is enveloped in pink energy, and thought, checkmate. The protagonist reaches out to the purple ball. He touched the ball with his fingers. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. He sees swirling currents of wind in front of him. He closes his eyes and thinks that this is really emptiness, and then adds that no, this is a little different from what it was last time. He wonders if this is another manifestation of emptiness or if there are many emptinesses. The transparent image of the protagonist is in the middle of empty space. The protagonist notices something forming away from him. The main character sees a white silhouette and wonders who is there, and then adds that judging by the fact that he is still intact, this is not some kind of transcendental being. He adds that looking at all the emptiness, it seems to him that this is the consciousness of another decomposed person, and perhaps this is something like the personal diary of the Duke of Brant. The white silhouette asks the protagonist who he is. He hovers opposite the protagonist and asks him if he is someone's apostle who penetrated this abyss without warning. He asks the protagonist if he was an apostle of chaos. The main character is silent for a while. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he wonders what this silhouette is talking about. The white silhouette looks as if he felt shame. He apologizes to the protagonist if he offended him. The main character telepathically asks the white silhouette why he mistook the protagonist for an apostle. The main character thought that it worked. He can transmit thoughts. The white silhouette replies, that's right. The white silhouette is distorted. He distorts even more and says, chaos and emptiness merged into one. The protagonist finds himself in the real world. He looks at his hand and wonders why he was interrupted in the middle of the conversation. Philip, with a frightened expression on his face, asks the protagonist what just happened. The main character replies that he wanted to ask this question, and then asks Philip what it all looked like. The squire says that the magical power of the artifact surrounded the master and hovered around, but at some point disappeared, leaking somewhere. The protagonist replies that if it leaked, it means it wasn't that important. Philip asks the protagonist if he is okay. The main character answers that yes, rather on the contrary, it's good. The main character holds a purple stone in his hand and thought that the fragment of chaos had become larger, and that was good. He adds that this is how it turns out. In this way you can increase the amount of chaos power. The protagonist smiles and thought that he had found another reason to kill the corruptors. Philip clenches his hands into fists, and then asks the protagonist if everything is okay and if he has become obsessed with black magic. The main character replies that, given that he is still alive, he does not think so, and then asks the squire to take care of the evidence. The protagonist remembers how he was in the void and thought that the words about the Apostle of Chaos might not be completely untrue. The main character put his hand to his belt. A cloudy sky rises above the mansion. Declan, dressed in black and gold, asks the protagonist if this will really be enough. The main character with a leather shoulder pad and bracers replies that yes, that's enough. He thought that these were top-level items, the information about which he could check. He adjusted his bracer and thought that in a real battle the maneuverability would be quite good. The protagonist says that, moreover, a new horse and gold coins are even a lot, but, of course, he will not refuse. Philip holds a sword in one hand, and in the other the reins of a horse that stands next to him. The long-haired lord with a smile on his face asks the protagonist if he could have a proper conversation with His Majesty, and say that the new marquis is very deeply devoted to the kingdom. The main character replies that it is not difficult for him and it does not matter whether it is true or not. The long-haired lord tells the protagonist that he cannot lie about such things. He calls the main character Yang, and then asks him if he would mind calling him by his name. The main character closes his eyes and says that now and then it doesn't matter. Declan laughs and says that he is a little embarrassed when he calls the protagonist that way. He asks Yang if he still wants to stay here, and then adds that it would be nice to have him as his right-hand man at least until he gains more experience. The protagonist gets on a horse. He closes his eyes and says that he is sorry, but he cannot stay in one place for long. The long-haired lord says that he expected such an answer. He looks at his hand and says that he is actually very worried, and now that the uprising has succeeded, the mercenaries will give him trouble. The protagonist tells the lord that if he cares about wild dogs, then he should get hunting dogs to fight for him. He remembers the bound Doran and his people, and then says that he means those who were abandoned by their masters and who now do nothing but wait for death. The lord replies that this is what the protagonist is talking about, the commanders and officials who survived the purge. He notes that you just need to find a balance with them. The main character holds onto the reins. The main character turns around on his horse. A long-haired man asks the protagonist if he is leaving. The main character answers, yes, with a smile on his face. He wishes the lord good luck, and then informs him that it is now up to him. Philip bows to the lord and tells him that someday they will see each other again. The protagonist and his squire leave. Declan looks after them. Patton calls the long-haired lord. He tells him that everyone has gathered at the castle walls and is waiting for his speech. The long-haired man replies, yes, Mr. Patton. He turns back for a second. Philip and the protagonist have already left. Lord says that the main character remained a mystery until the very end. Clouds rise above the luxurious mansion. Agelin, Laurel Estate. A servant stands with a tray. Michael turns to her. He asks her if she refused food again. The servant replies that yes, she has been acting like this since she returned. All she does is look out the window. There are documents and envelopes on the table. Maeve crosses her arms and looks out the window. The servant says that the lady looks like she is expecting to see someone there. Maeve has an emotionless expression on her face. The main character and Philip are walking along the road. A brown-haired guy asks the protagonist if there is anything there. The main character looks at the book and says yes, there is. He says that this evidence will be enough to prove that the Duke of Brant is a corrupt man. Philip clenches his hands into fists and smiles. He asks the protagonist if this is true and what evidence he could find and whether they will finally punish the immoral man who betrayed the entire kingdom. The main character asks the squire if he already knows what he wants to say. Philip replies that yes, he wants to ask him to keep his mouth shut. He thought that, after all, Marquis Boucher did not know Regis Brandt's true purpose. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that judging by the fact that there was no mention anywhere of the quest he saw in the game, they were all just Regis puppets. The protagonist imagines Regis, who seems to control many people at once with the help of puppet strings. The protagonist thought that he had probably pushed them over the edge by making false promises, fueling their ambitions. He adds that in any case they will disappear as if they never existed. The protagonist is riding a horse, looking at the book, and thought that as long as such crazy people are secretly operating throughout the continent, their world will not be destroyed, and at this time the countries are thinking about wars with each other. Philip addresses the protagonist, after which he looked forward. The squire says that there is a fork ahead. The road splits into two paths. Philip says that the road to the left turns and leads to the city of Bach, and the road to the right leads to Agelin. He tells Yang that since he has found evidence against the Duke, they should go to Agelin as soon as possible. The main character closes his eyes and slams the book. Philip spreads his arms to the sides and asks the protagonist if he really wants to go to another place. The main character puts the book in subspace and asks the squire to shut up because he is lost in thought. He imagines a map with the area and cities and wonders what to do, because obviously there must be a quest somewhere. He adds that when everything ends like in the game, for some time he will not be able to even set foot on Agelin territory. The protagonist imagines the image of Maeve. The horse starts to walk. The main character tells Philip that they will go in this direction. Red and green flags rise above the towers. Kingdom of Agelin. The big city is closed by fortress walls. Some people buy vegetables from a stall near the road, while others just walk along the street. Someone is running along the road. A man in a robe looks around. The main character and Philip noticed him. Underneath the robe was Michael. He raises his hand up and calls the protagonist and the squire, and then shouts to them that they have finally arrived. And then he adds that he almost went crazy while he was waiting for them. The protagonist and his squire stand opposite an old acquaintance. The squire hugs Michael and shouts that he never expected that the day would come when he would be so glad to meet him. The main character smiles and asks the guard if they can now pass, and the guard answers, yes. Michael laughs with a smile on his face and puts his hand on the weapon's shoulder, and then tells the two guys that they don't look like themselves. The main character tells a man with a scar in his eyes that his face has become twice as big. With a small smile, he asks if the food is good here. Michael raises his hand and says that he would be lying if he said no. He says that even though they took some time to get here, this is not the end of the road and there is still one more fortress wall to overcome. A cloudy sky rises above the houses. Michael points his finger forward and says that this is all because the Laurel Estate is located in the central part of the city. Philip tells his old friend that he's already like a local. He even said hello to the security. Michael laughs and then tells the squire that he knows he is adaptable. The main character looks away. He sees people in bloody clothes. He sees many corpses. He sees a street on which the corpses of people lie. Michael notes that Philip now feels like a mercenary, and the squire replies that yes, even though he didn't want it. The squire asks the man with the scar what about the lady, and then adds that he thought she would come out in person. Michael, with concern on his face, says that of course she wanted. But there is one thing. He stops and tells the two guys that the lady is now under house arrest. Philip and the protagonist made surprised expressions on their faces. The squire asks Michael if he said that she is under house arrest. There is not a single local resident on the empty street. A man and a woman look at the protagonist's group from the window. The squire asks the man with the scar if His Majesty really does not want to hunt down the corruptors even after he was given evidence. Michael replies that this is true, and then adds that he himself is also acting as a witness. He remembers showing evidence with Maeve. He says that he himself cannot believe it, because he said that since the sorcerer is dead, then there is no longer a problem. And other subjects openly insulted the lady and said that it would be better if they provided solid evidence instead of spoiling the mood in society. Philip, with a surprised expression on his face, says that this man is clearly degenerate, and then asks what his name is and what he looked like. Michael closes his eyes and says that he doesn't really remember because he was honestly so scared. He says that there was so much criticism, but the lady still remains silent. He recalls how they pointed fingers at the girl and shouted at her. The man with the scar says that she hid the existence of the protagonist, and he suggests that this happened because she was worried that it might affect the course of the case. The group approaches the gate. Michael tells the other guys that His Majesty only listened to what his entourage said and ordered disciplinary measures to be taken against the lady. He adds that these measures are still ongoing. Philip, with concern on his face, asks if the lady is okay. He says that since her appointment as the head of the family, she has been coping with her responsibilities perfectly. But there is one thing. He remembers Maeve handing him the document. He says that in fact, he doesn't know because she no longer shows her true feelings like before. A bead of sweat runs down Philip's cheek. Michael reports that they have come to Laurel's estate. The group stands at the black gate. A man with a scar opens the gate. The mansion has a garden. Philip asks the servant to take the horse. The main character looks around and says that although the garden is in good condition, there is absolutely no one here. Michael sighs and says that the former head of the house died and was returned to his father's house, albeit as a decomposed corpse. He reports that no one blamed the lady, but the hereditary line was interrupted, and the atmosphere in the estate was not good. The main character turns to the man with the scar and asks him where the lady is. He turns around and says that she is upstairs in the office, and then asks her to follow him. The main character thought that Michael was a very sentimental mercenary, and therefore it was surprising that he was still alive. A red-haired girl with green eyes and a green and white dress appears. Michael asks the girl if she was here. He calls her Miss Lucy. The girl turns a little to the side. The main character looks at the girl with misunderstanding on his face. Michael, with a smile on his face, shows the protagonist and Philip, and then says that these are guests of the owner of the estate. The girl lifts her dress. She closes her eyes and bows. The girl runs away in the opposite direction. Michael says that she is the lady's cousin, and her name is Lucia, but everyone calls her Lucy. The man with the scar says that if you look into the situation, this girl is very sorry. The protagonist turns around with a displeased expression on his face and asks Michael to simply take him to Maeve. The protagonist's face is obscured by shadow. He thought that he couldn't stand children, but seeing what they do to them in this cruel world is not just unpleasant, but sickeningly disgusting. He remembers how the gray-haired man kicked the boy. The main character grabbed the villain by the neck. Michael reports that they are there. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. The man with the scar points to the door and says that this is her office. He opens the double doors. Maeve stands at the window and looks out of it. The window in front of her is open. She tells the protagonist that he has arrived. The main character entered the room. Maeve, with an emotionless expression on her face, tells the protagonist that she has been waiting for him for a long time. The main character is silent for a while. He tells the girl that they haven't seen each other for a long time.